I confess, as a starting point, I don't understand this, but apparently before I actually gavel the hearing to order, the staff has to read instructions. So we'll do that first, and then we'll, I guess, start the hearing. Go ahead.
Before today's markup begins, I'd like to review a few procedural points. This markup will be broadcast live on the committee's website, and the broadcast will begin following these announcements. I'd like to remind members who are participating remotely that they must be visible on screen for the purposes of establishing and maintaining a quorum, seeking recognition, participating in the proceeding, and voting. Remote participants must continue to use the software platform's video function while in attendance, unless they experience connectivity issues or other technical problems which render them unable to participate on camera. If a participant experiences technical difficulties, please do not hesitate to contact the committee staff for assistance. I'd also like to remind participants that the software platform's chat feature should only be used to communicate with staff regarding technical or logistical support issues, and that those communications will not be considered committee records. Members are welcome to leave and rejoin the proceeding. If members who are participating remotely depart for a short while for reasons other than joining a different proceeding, they should leave the software platform's video function on. If members will be absent for a significant period or depart to join a different proceeding, they may remain logged onto the software platform, but they must turn the platform's audio and visual functions off until they return. All participants other than the chair are currently muted. All participants are asked to remain muted when they are not engaged in the discussion. In the circumstances in which members are not speaking and they have not muted themselves, I will do so to avoid inadvertent background noise. Members and witnesses are reminded that they are responsible for unmuting themselves at any time that they wish to be heard during the proceeding. Thank you. We are now ready to begin. I will count down from 5, after which the live stream broadcast will begin, and the chair will start the proceeding. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's really rather anticlimactic at that point. You expect something, but now it just goes on. All right. The committee will come to order. The committee will now mark up H.R. 4350, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2022. I'll keep my opening remarks brief because, as all of you know, we're going to be here for a while. We're going to have a lot to talk about going forward. I think we have an excellent bill, and this is a very challenging time in national security, certainly all across the globe. We not only have a reasonably high level of threats, but they are changing and evolving on a day in and day out basis. And our committee's job is to put the Department of Defense and the men and women who work there and the men and women who serve in the best possible position to meet those threats and carry out our national security strategy. That's what we're doing here. And we're trying to put together a bill that puts that policy in place. I think we've got an excellent start. We also had, at last count, 780 amendments submitted. So that's a lot to sort through and a lot to work through. I'll ask members to cooperate as much as possible in doing that in a polite and thoughtful way as we go forward. But I think at the end of it, we'll have an excellent product that we can all support and that will serve that purpose. You know, and I guess if there's one overarching theme of our approach this year, it's to transform where we're headed and focus on technology and innovation and how to start using that better. Use that better so we can more cost-effectively develop platforms, use that better so that we can better protect those platforms, and use that better so that we can more effectively deter our adversaries by taking advantage of new innovative technologies. New innovative technologies are great, but you can also mess up how you use them. So we want to learn from that, put in place a military that can deal with the challenges we face. Because as we all know and as we've all learned, being able to protect your systems, information warfare, cyber attacks, all of that is a lot more threatening than it used to be. I think our Mark today does a better job of protecting that. So the only procedural item that I'll throw at you, I really don't want to argue about this today, but we are inside in a closed space, and the rules are that if you're not speaking, wear a mask. Let's just please just go ahead and do that. If you're speaking, you don't have to, so we can hear you. But in this enclosed setting, the rules of the House are that you're supposed to have a mask on. So if we could all do that, that would help us move through this in an expeditious fashion. And with that, I will yield to the ranking member, Mr. Rogers, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to today's markup and spending a little time with my friends. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I've been very disappointed with the President's defense budget that he submitted earlier this year. It failed to even keep pace with inflation. It failed to keep pace with the bipartisan recommendation of 3 to 5% growth for the Defense Department each year, and I haven't been quiet about my frustration. We face near-peer adversaries that now spend more combined on defense than we do. I'm concerned that we risk losing our qualitative and quantitative advantage, and I fear what that means for our security in the future. Later today, I will offer a bipartisan amendment to increase the defense top line to align with what our Senate colleagues did earlier this year. My amendment includes member priorities from both Republican and Democrat members and unfunded priorities from the combatant commands and services. I anticipate its adoption with strong bipartisan vote. Mr. Chairman, the bill before us does represent a good bipartisan effort to fund and authorize the programs of the Defense Department. I want to thank you and your colleagues for their hard work in producing this bill. This bill invests in new and emerging technologies to provide the warfighter with the best tools to ensure victory. It focuses on improving our shipbuilding capabilities as well as our air and ground superiority. But most importantly, we will start to divest to invest. We must all understand that parochial issues need to be weighed against the defense of the nation. I'm a strong supporter of moving away from legacy systems that cannot help us win in a confrontation with China or near-peer adversaries. We will debate several important issues today. We will disagree, but we all have the same goal, to support the men and women who serve our nation. Our military represents the greatest force for good in the world that's ever been seen. 13 of our bravest Americans paid the ultimate sacrifice last week in Afghanistan. Their selfless service to our nation was marked by their dedication, patriotism, and willingness to put their lives on the line to help the most helpless. These Americans who stood in harm's way so that others could be afforded a better life will never be forgotten. What we saw in Afghanistan last month was devastating. The decisions that President Biden has made, or making, were disastrous. I fear America is less safe because of them. These self-inflicted wounds have made our job even more important and difficult. Today's markup will begin our duty to conduct oversight on the withdrawal from Afghanistan, but it cannot end here. We must find out what advice President Biden was given or ignored in making these disastrous decisions. We must find out exactly how many Americans President Biden left behind. We must find out how much military equipment President Biden left to the Taliban. Finally, we need a plan from the President to counter and defeat terrorists in Afghanistan. There are many more questions about what happened in Afghanistan that must be answered. It's the duty of this committee to find the answers. There's a tremendous amount of anger among the members on my side of the aisle over this blunder that unfolded in Afghanistan, and I'm as angry as they are. But I ask the members to channel that anger into productive debate. Let's get started today by making our nation safer and more secure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to the evening.
Thank you. And the only thing I would add to that is, if we're going to really honestly look at Afghanistan, we need to look at all 20 years. There was a lot that went into that, and I think simply focusing on the last 4 months would do an incredible disservice to the men and women who have served there. And that's what I would ask this committee to do, is better understand everything that happened over the course of 20 years. Before proceeding any further, I have a few announcements. The order of consideration for today's markup of H.R. 4350 will follow our subcommittee structure. We will begin first with the subject matter that falls under the jurisdiction of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces. Then we will do Strategic Forces Committee, followed by Intelligence and Special Operations, Military Personnel, Readiness, Cyber, Innovative Technologies and Information, Sea Power and Projection Forces, and then lastly, the Chairman's mark and full committee matters. If a member has an amendment that involves the jurisdiction of other committees, we request that the member, before he or she offers the amendment, have a letter from the respective committee chair indicating their waiver of the right of referral. I note I impose the same requirement before including language in the underlying mark. I remind members that this approach has been the practice of the committee for many years. It is done so that we can proceed directly to the House floor without our bill being sequentially referred to other committees. Members must not offer amendments that could result in a point of order against H.R. 4350 on the House floor during its consideration. And it is the Chairman's intention to operate under the 5-minute rule, though the Chairman does also like to point out that just because you have 5 minutes, You don't have to take 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman.
You're not required to fill that time. Mr. Rogers is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a proposal for efficiency. I'm doing this is my 19th occurrence, and we generally have the 5-minute rule because we have discussion back and forth for witnesses. To expedite the process, I would urge that we put a 3-minute limit on each individual's comment period.
I second that.
I respect your enthusiasm. The way the rule works is I ask unanimous consent that we do 3 minutes instead of 5. Is there objection? Hearing none, the 3-minute rule is in place.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I have a second proposal.
All right, now you're just getting greedy, but go ahead.
Yeah, you and I have already talked about these.
Yes.
If a member's amendment is accepted en bloc, they forego the right to talk about it. They can submit a statement for the record, but we don't need to hear them love it to death.
All right. And once again, there's a proposal before us that, members are not permitted to speak or debate on en bloc amendments that have been accepted. Is there objection? Hearing none, so
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, members have 5 legislative days within which to submit written statements into the record. So ordered. Before beginning with this job's tough enough, I'm getting heckled while I'm trying to do it. Before beginning with the subcommittee reports and following consultation with Mr. Rogers, I ask unanimous consent that the provisions contained in the report of the subcommittees and the chairman's mark, which includes full committee provisions, be considered for the purposes of this markup as original text of H.R. 4350, and that these provisions be considered as having been read, and that the bill be open to amendment at any point. Is there objection? Without objection, it is so ordered. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess at any time. All right. We are now ready to begin with our first subcommittee. Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces report. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes and the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee mark now before the members and the full committee is a result of hard work by the members and certainly by our staffs. Especially like to thank our ranking member, Mrs. Hartzler, for her and her staff for their support on this mark. Mr. Chairman, despite continued challenges with COVID pandemic, we've exercised the oversight necessary to build what we believe is thoughtful, comprehensive, and bipartisan markup package that clearly meets the current and future modernization. In that regard, the subcommittee's recommendation carefully managed how to best equip, modernize our military, increase the need for oversight, ensure implementation and accountability of DoD programs, specifically dealing with the F-35, FA-18, and F-15EX from our Strike Fighter program. Development, sustainment of manned and unmanned intelligence surveillance, continued oversight, the Army's new modernization strategy with respect to Army aviation, including the Chinook helicopter, air-to-missile defense, and combat tactical vehicles. Recommendations that support resources and careful oversight for tactical inventory of rotary aviation, ISR, and armored tactical vehicles. I want to thank again our ranking member, Mrs. Hartzler, for her partnership in ensuring the subcommittee brings the full committee a thoughtful, bipartisan mark of what we all take pride in, and which, most importantly, prioritizes the security of our nation. And finally, I want to thank the subcommittee staff who have done a tremendous job in trying to bring this to the floor in a bipartisan manner, led by Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffin, Kelly Repair, and just to take a moment, our clerk who has kept the glue going together. This will be her last markup. Caroline Curley will be moving on after a number of years, and we just want to take a moment and thank her for her work in keeping us all glued together. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces, the gentlewoman from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler, for any comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Mr. Norcross for his leadership and collaboration in building this mark in a very open and bipartisan manner that continues the long-standing tradition of the Tactical Air and Land Forces Subcommittee. I'd also like to express my gratitude, as did he, to our subcommittee staff, including Kelly Repair, Bill Sudi, Heath Bope, Carla Zapiri, Liz Griffin, Caroline Curley, and Chrissy Lee of my personal staff for their support and hard work. To all of our colleagues on this subcommittee, I want to express my appreciation for their active participation and for their valuable contributions that directly informed this bipartisan mark. Building off the framework we have set the last several years, this mark will advance the progress we have made to ensure force readiness and facilitate modernization programs necessary to prepare our military forces to compete with, deter, and win against peer challengers and adversaries. I'm particularly pleased with how this mark continues critical oversight of the Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps strike fighter force structure and inventory management. This mark sets better conditions for ensuring the right mix of fourth and fifth generation fighters, managing operational risk, and specifically for mitigating shortfalls in the Navy's strike fighter inventory. I'm also pleased this mark facilitates stronger oversight to ensure current ISR and counter-UAS capabilities and capacity are maintained and prioritized to mitigate near-term operational risk and prevent future capability gaps. Lastly, this mark, through oversight, highlights the subcommittee's continued priority of maintaining stability, improving safety, and facilitating critical infrastructure modernization projects within our defense industrial base and supply chains. Following a year of unprecedented challenges, I continue to be impressed and encouraged by the resilience of our military and the critical industrial base that supports it. This mark is a good step towards fully restoring the dedicated industrial workforce to safe and efficient operations. Mr. Chairman, I am proud of this bipartisan and comprehensive mark that provides appropriate levels of oversight on the major programs in our jurisdiction while also supporting the critical capabilities needed by our warfighters to maintain credible deterrence and to fight and win decisively in any situation in the future. I encourage everyone's support, and I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Hearing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Norcross for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? And by the way, that just means it shows up on your computer screen. So, for those new ones, you missed the old days when we used to have people madly passing out paper all night long, and you'd accumulate this massive pile down below your desk. But modern technology. Anyway, the amendment is distributed. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 679R3 by Mr. Waltz, 690R3 by Mr. Bacon, 691 by Mr. Bacon, 696R1 by Mr. Bacon, 697R1 by Mr. Bacon, 727R1 by Mr. Whitman, 783R1 by Ms. Slockin, 837R1 by Mr. Morelli, 855R1 by Mr. Bacon, 966 by Mr. Gallagher, 968R1 by Mr. Kelly, 1007R1 by Mr. Larson, 1167R2 by Moore, 1188R1 by Mr. Vella, 1221R1 by Mr. Bacon, 1242R1 by Mr. Wilson, 1243R1 by Mr. Crow, 1244 by Mr. Wilson, 1286R1 by Ms. Cheney, 1294R1 by Mr. Scott, 1303R1 by Mr. Golden, 1308R2 by Mr. Gallagher, 1372 by Ms. McLean, 1419R2 by Mr. Rogers, and 1443R1 by Mr. Norcross.
All right, now this is the part where the UC that we all agreed to means that there is no discussion of that. I will point out, if you have a burning desire to have a discussion of this, you can ask for a UC, but that means if anyone disagrees with you, it doesn't happen. So we will simply move to the question, and the question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Norcross. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Tactical Air and Land Forces as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from New Jersey? So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17, and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments of this subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This Strategic Forces Subcommittee portion of the markup begins with my thanks for Ranking Member Turner and all of our subcommittee members on both sides of the aisle for their many contributions to the chairman's mark. This mark is a result of a months-long bipartisan process that keeps our long-standing tradition of producing a defense authorization bill. As I've often said, this subcommittee has perhaps the jurisdiction over the most technical, complex, and consequential issues ever. Nuclear weapons are one of the most existential threats that the world faces today, and it's imperative that our nuclear forces remain safe, secure, reliable, and effective, including the command and control infrastructure that control them. This mark focuses on ensuring the Departments of Defense and Energy spend taxpayer dollars wisely as they pursue this vital mission, including with respect to major acquisition programs such as plutonium pit production, the ground-based strategic deterrent, and the long-range standoff weapon. As our existing legacy systems age, we must ensure our nuclear life extension programs remain on schedule and on budget. Regarding space, we continue our focus on increasing the resilience and capability of our space assets. Specifically, the mark highlights the need to establish verifiable international rules-based order in space, improves acquisition oversight for space programs within the Department of the Air Force, and requires a classification review for all programs within the Space Force to determine if any efforts can be lesser classified or entirely declassified. The mark supports Phase 2 of the National Security Space Launch Program. It further requires a report on efforts to continue innovation and competition in launch, with particular focus on space access, mobility, and logistics, and the tactically responsive space launch program. The mark also authorizes above the President's budget request for several efforts, including procurement of commercial space situational awareness, space power, and collection technology, hybrid space architecture, tactically responsive space launch, weather system follow-on, and NSSL Phase 3 technologies. Lastly, regarding missile defense, the mark continues to support regional and homeland defense programs, directs the Missile Defense Agency to deliver the Homeland Defense Radar Hawaii, coinciding with the deployment of the Next Generation Interceptor, which will increase protection and discrimination coverage of the state of Hawaii. The mark authorizes increases in the President's budget request in several areas, including procurement of an additional SM-3 Block 2A interceptor. Before I close, I would like to give our sincere thanks to our wonderful staff, Maria Vastola, Grant Snyder, Ryan Tully, Whitney Verrett, and Zach Taylor. I now turn to my ranking member, the gentleman from Ohio, for his remarks.
Well, the chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would first like to begin by thanking Chairman Jim Cooper for his approach toward the work of the subcommittee and the Strategic Forces mark that we've reported here for consideration. This has been bipartisan work, both in oversight and in putting this mark together. I want to thank Chairman Cooper for the work that he's done as we have seen the threats of our adversaries in modernization increase. It has been incredibly important that we work closely together. I'd also like to personally thank the subcommittee majority staff, Maria Vastola, Grant Schneider, Ryan Tulla, Whitney Verrett, and Zach Taylor. Your expertise has been incredibly important and needed. I'd also like to thank Chairman Smith. Chairman Smith conducted a number of bipartisan classified briefings that were both necessary and important for compiling this year's bill, as well as Ranking Members Rogers, a past Strategic Forces Subcommittee Chairman whose legacy has helped shape some of the initiatives in this mark. I want to thank you both. China and Russia have also helped us, I believe, on a bipartisan basis support our nuclear deterrent as we've looked to their modernization. The work of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee is vital to our national security. As you know, our portfolio consists of nuclear weapons, missiles, missile defense, and space, and our work on these issues is especially important given the threat environment we find ourselves in. China is undergoing a rapid nuclear buildup that is in many ways unprecedented, while also threatening to the United States and our allies. Also, Russia's nuclear program has undergone significant modernization of all three legs of its triad, including the development of brand new weapon systems. As Admiral Richard told us earlier this year, we now must deter both of these adversaries at the same time and do it in very different ways. I'm confident that this mark and ultimately the full fiscal year 2022 NDAA will help do that. Additionally, this subcommittee conducts oversight and budgetary work to protect the homeland from a rogue North Korean ICBM, as well as the evolving Iran missile threat. These are just a few issues that we address, but they're critical to our national security, and we have worked together in a bipartisan manner to do just that. We are also continuing the previous good work of the subcommittee as we work to support the stand-up of the Space Force. In this mark, we continue to ensure the newest branch of our armed services has the resources it needs to maintain our space advantage. With that, I again thank the chairman for his leadership in putting this mark together, and I look forward to addressing other important issues as we go to the full mark. I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Hearing none, we will now consider on block package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Cooper for the purposes of offering the on block amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up on block package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objections so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the on block amendment? Never sure how long it takes for it to show up on the computer screen, but we'll give it a few seconds here. We're good. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purposes of explaining the on block amendment.
The on block package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 756R1 by Rep. Panetta, Log 764R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 767R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 769R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 772R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 782 by Rep. Turner, Log 789R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 808 by Rep. Turner, Log 812R1 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 819R3 by Rep. Banks, Log 895 by Rep. Bacon, Log 934R1 by Rep. Cheney, Log 938R1 by Rep. Cheney, Log 942R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 949R1 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1012R1 by Rep. Cheney, Log 1091 by Rep. Moulton, Log 1105R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1141R2 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1157R2 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1163R1 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1192R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1306, R1 by Rep. Strickland. Log 1352, R1 by Rep. Franklin. Log 1427 by Rep. Rogers. Log 1447 by Rep. Cooper. Log 1479, R1 by Rep. Brooks.
The question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Cooper. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments. The chair recognizes the gentleman from, from Tennessee, Mr. Cooper, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Strategic Forces as amended.
Questions on the motion from the gentleman from Tennessee? So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. A quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
Two down.
For those of you who are new, don't get excited. I know it seems like we're moving quickly. But the more interesting stuff is coming. We try to bore the media early on so they'll just leave, and then we can have the discussion. Never works, but that's the attempt. The committee will now receive the report on the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations. Pursuant to Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendment to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark have concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to thank Ranking Member Kelly for his strong partnership as we established this committee and developed a bipartisan mark. I also wish to thank all members of the ISO committee for their efforts and engagements on the critical issues within the committee's jurisdiction. Finally, I'd like to thank the professional staff for their tireless efforts to assist us in the development of a strong and influential subcommittee mark: Shannon Green, Jessica Carroll, Patrick Nevins, and Zach Taylor. Our mark includes important provisions that span the entirety of the ISO subcommittee's jurisdiction, including intelligence, sensitive military operations, special operation forces, counterterrorism, and countering weapons of mass destruction. These issues areas form the foundation for our nation's irregular warfare efforts in the gray zone, where we are challenged and confronted by our adversaries every day. Our mark creates more agility across the defense intelligence enterprise to counter Russia and China in the information space, enables sensitive military operations across the spectrum of warfare, and establishes a precedent of proactively countering near-peer adversaries in support of strategic competition. Although the military mission in Afghanistan has now concluded, the ISO subcommittee marks supports continued rigorous oversight of these critical issues. Included in our mark are several provisions to better understand the Department's efforts to monitor, assess, and prepare for the threat environment while postured in an over-the-horizon capacity, focusing on the necessary retention of historical intelligence and operational data to facilitate future operations if needed. In addition, the mark requires reforms to intelligence processes to better support the ability of combatant commanders to counter our adversaries' malign activities in the public domain. It directs a briefing on progress towards an institutionalizing regular warfare as a core competency for the joint force, encourages expanding intelligence sharing with South Korea, Japan, India, and Germany, and directs establishment of an academic research consortium to study irregular warfare and response to regular threats. Modifies and extends the pilot program used by Special Operations Command to expand participation by small business concerns in the development of technology-enhanced capabilities for Special Operation Forces. Directs a briefing on the status of the destruction of the U.S. inventory of lethal chemical agents and munitions, and directs a briefing on efforts underway in Air Force Special Operations Command to incorporate autonomous capabilities into soft peculiar capabilities. And it directs a report on the Department's strategy for acquiring vaccines to protect U.S. service members against a full range of biological agents. I'm proud of what our nascent subcommittee has accomplished over the last several months and look forward to continuing the strong oversight of intelligence and soft matters. With that, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the ranking member on the Subcommittee on Intelligence and Special Operations, the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank Chairman Gallego for your opening remarks and your leadership in putting together this year's subcommittee markup package. I would like to commend our members for their efforts and support in putting together this package in a bipartisan fashion. Throughout our hearings and briefings, we've talked extensively about the malign actions of China and Russia, including a March hearing on disinformation in the gray zone. These aggressive tactics encompassing offensive action just below the threshold of armed conflict are utilized by adversaries like China, Russia, and Iran to discredit and destabilize American interests. Our markup package continues to push reforms to provide combatant commanders the support they need. One of the unique characteristics of Special Operations Command is their ability to rapidly design, prototype, and acquire resources for their unique mission sets. A key enabler to this has been the implementation of the 2020 pilot program for development of technology-enhanced capabilities with partnership intermediaries. This pilot program produced outstanding results for all stakeholders, and I'm proud our subcommittee Mark extends this program through the end of fiscal year 2025. In my previous comments throughout the summer and during our subcommittee markup, I highlighted my concerns for the security situation in Afghanistan post-withdrawal. My concerns have now grown into complete dismay towards the abject failure of this administration to ensure a controlled withdrawal and continued security mission within the region. We've been asking for months for greater detail on the so-called over-the-horizon capability the administration has touted. It is now clear this strategy was completely inept from the beginning. As it stands today, we no longer have an embassy in Afghanistan and no presence to facilitate counterterrorism operations. However, this committee will not allow the weakness of this administration to continue to place our citizens, allies, partners, and overall national security at risk. When it comes to this disaster continuing to unfold in Afghanistan, we must focus on 4 distinct priorities. The administration must provide us a plan to get the rest of our Americans out of Afghanistan, determine the extent of weapons and equipment that was left behind, deny funds to the Taliban, and inhabit the recognition of the Taliban as a legitimate government. In closing, I would like to thank the efforts of our great subcommittee support staff. Today's markup would not be possible without the help from our professional staff members, Patrick Nevins, Shannon Green, Jessica Carroll, and our subcommittee clerk, Zach Taylor. Thank you to our members and staff for their diligent work thus far, and I look forward to continuing the work together to ensure ISO equities are represented throughout the NDAA process. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's mark? I'm actually going to make a couple comments here, which I realize it's early, but we can see the theme for the evening. And the idea that the only thing that went wrong in Afghanistan is what President Biden has done in the last 6 or 7 months is not correct. We were presented with a very difficult situation. When President Biden came into the office, the Taliban were rolling across Afghanistan, picking up even more towns on a day-in and day-out basis. How long could the Afghan government stay? So I hope as the evening progresses here, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, it's 10:45 in the morning, that we have a more honest discussion about what was going on. And I hope that we'll also discuss that if we didn't want this to happen, the only real choice was to escalate. It was to send in more troops. It would have been irresponsible, and I had these conversations with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and others. The notion that we could have just left 2,500 troops there after the peace agreement negotiated by Donald Trump ended on May 1st, and that those 2,500 troops could fight off the Taliban who were rolling across the country is absurd. We would have had to put more troops in there, and more Americans would have had to die. Now, maybe that's the choice we should have made. Okay, and we can have that discussion, and we can have an honest discussion of the trade-offs, the pros and the cons, and argue for that, defend that. But the idea that there was some option where we could have just stayed in a perfectly peaceful environment with no risk, I hope this debate gets a little bit better than that as we move forward and honestly looks at what the choices were there. And then, as I said originally, that we have a discussion about 20 years worth of policies that got us to this place. If we just look at the last couple of months and the difficult decisions that were made, we will be failing in our mission to better understand how we can prevent this in the future. So we will continue to have this discussion throughout the night, throughout the day, and night. But I do feel like we need to have a more balanced discussion on that. Is there further discussion on the subcommittee, Mark? Hearing none, I have to go to the, we will now entertain en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Gallego for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? The en bloc amendment is now distributed. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to see this without my glasses, so it's a little bit more stumbling. For the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Amendment 724R1 by Representative Waltz, Amendment 745 by Representative Panetta, Amendment 760R1 by Representative Turner, Amendment 798 by Representative Stefanik. I apologize, Representative Turner. Amendment 848 by Representative Stefanik, Representative 941R3 by Representative Banks, Amendment 99R1 by Representative Larson, Amendment 1156 by Representative Green, Amendment 1212 by Representative Gallego, Amendment 1240 by Representative Crow, Amendment 1265R2 by Representative Cheney. And I believe that is it, Mr. Chairman.
Question is on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Gallego. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gallego, for the purposes of a motion.
1 second. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee Intelligence and Special Operations as amended.
Questions on the motion, the gentleman from Arizona. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted.
All right, my first one.
Okay. Committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark have concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for any comments she would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Military Personnel Subcommittee mark was adopted unanimously July 28th, reflecting the bipartisan nature of this effort and is inclusive of many members' priorities. I want to thank Ranking Member Gallagher, former Ranking Member Banks, for their efforts this year as we continue to work to improve the quality of life of our service members, their families, and retirees. The provisions included in this mark and military personnel provisions found in the full committee mark make significant strides in addressing the needs and concerns of service members. The full committee mark incorporates many of the recommendations of the Independent Review Commission on Sexual Assault in the Military. Addressing the scourge of sexual assault and harassment in the military has been one of my top priorities over 10 years, and this mark takes a great first step by removing the commander from decisions related to the prosecution of special victims' crimes. It also creates a much-needed article in the Uniform Code of Military Justice, making sexual harassment a standalone offense. In addition, we are requiring major reforms and improvements of the service's military criminal investigation organizations. The subcommittee mark strengthens military installations' relationships with civilian family advocacy organizations and streamlines the process to authorize exceptional eligibility for certain benefits for victims of domestic abuse. The mark also requires the Secretary of Defense to implement new strategies to increase awareness of the Family Advocacy Program for military leaders and family members, a deficiency the GAO has highlighted, and requires the Department to provide a list of approved civilian victim service organizations where survivors may seek legal assistance or representation. While the services may recruit individuals, by extension, they recruit the families as well. So we are making improvements by increasing the allowable parental leave for primary and secondary caregivers, including foster parents, and harmonizing postpartum deferments across the services. And because access to child care continues to be a challenge, we are expanding the in-home child care pilot program to provide fee assistance for in-home care, such as for service members who hire babysitters. This year's bill supports a military basic pay raise of 2.7% and authorizes the Secretary of Defense to pay a basic needs monthly allowance for low-income service members who meet criteria based on federal poverty guidelines for gross annual pay, not including the basic housing allowance. It also provides additional protections for service members from debt collectors who use unfair or threatening practices. The full committee mark authorizes $50 million to provide assistance to local education agencies with military-dependent students and $20 million to assist with students with severe disabilities. The mark also includes much-needed improvements to the Exceptional Family Member Program by establishing an Exceptional Family Member Program Advisory Council to better support military families. We are also requiring an independent review of the Department of Defense Comprehensive Autism Program to be completed by the National Academies of Sciences. The subcommittee continues to provide maximum oversight over the military health system reform by prohibiting the realignment or reduction of authorized military medical end strength until additional analysis on the impacts is complete. We are requiring the department to carry out a pilot in support of postnatal care and issue policy guidance to implement standard protocols across the military health system to treat obstetric hemorrhage. The bill also expands an ongoing pilot that is showing promising results. Now, incoming candidates at all of the military service academies will receive cardiac screening in an effort to prevent sudden cardiac deaths, which most often occur during intense initial training. Where the service members serve, so do their families. Together, they make sacrifices for our nation, and we must continue our commitment to them. Lastly, I want to acknowledge the staff's efforts. 24% of the 793 amendments have come to the Military Personnel Subcommittee. So the work of Ilka Regino, Dave Cicchetti, Hannah Kaufman, Glenn Deal, Forrest McConnell, and Sidney Fikes has been remarkable. They have worked diligently and tirelessly and always in a bipartisan manner to develop the subcommittee mark. From my personal staff, the outstanding work of my chief, Josh Connolly, my military expert, Brian Collins, and my fellow Chuck Jackson have made major contributions as well.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Gallagher, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the chairwoman for her remarks. I thank the members of the subcommittee and the incredible staff for your tireless work. You haven't slept in a few days, and you got a long way to go before you sleep again. But thank you. My personal staff as well, Charles Morrison, Tony over there, and Brent as well. Thank you for your work. This year's proposal continues to build the Space Force with increases in end strength, but we have decreases in end strength for active components of the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, and Air Force, which we'll have to monitor closely to ensure we don't stretch the joint force too thin. The proposal also includes an extension of special pay and bonuses for service members in high-demand fields and supports a basic pay raise by 2.7%. Another important section in the proposal requires DoD to review, assess, and standardize the definition of professional military education across the joint force with an eye on China. There is also a requirement for a report on how the art of wargaming is used at the war colleges and military postgraduate institutions. Additionally, there's a report that looks at manning of military specialties requiring digital, technical skills, and artificial intelligence, to include a review of the need for a U.S. Digital Service Academy. The proposed mark requires comprehensive reform of domestic violence proposals and programs in the military. The proposal expedites the process to authorize exceptional eligibility for certain benefits to victims of domestic abuse. It also strengthens military installation relationships with civilian family advocacy organizations and aims to improve awareness and training about family advocacy programs for military leaders and beneficiaries. Additionally, the proposed mark would continue to build on critical reforms in previous NDAAs and requires further refining of sexual assault prevention and response programs for service members and victims. It also provides additional oversight of the military health system on military medical end strength until a review of medical manpower requirements by the GAO can be conducted. It also requires, as the chairwoman mentioned, a study of the autism demonstration program, the blast injury health policy review, and a review of the Department of Defense contribution to the National Disaster Medical System. So I'm looking forward to our discussions and debates here today. I know many of them will happen later. Being on MILPERS, those range from critical race theory to sexual assault reform to firearm safety to the force health protection of the joint force as it relates to COVID-19 and the Wuhan lab, and many other important topics that affect our men and women in uniform and their families. But again, I just want to thank the chairwoman and the members and the staff for all of their work that went into this. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion of the subcommittee's report? Hearing none, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
The en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 677 by Representative Waltz, Log 682R1 by Representative Waltz, Log 688 by Rep. Whitman, Log 693 by Rep. Bacon, Log 719 by Rep. Spear, Log 722R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 739R1 by Rep. Langevin, Log 740R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 746 by Rep. Turner, Log 759R1 by Rep. Panetta, Log 768R1 by Rep. Panetta, Log 787R2 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 790 by Rep. Spear, Log 802R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 811 by Rep. Panetta, Log 813 by Rep. Crow, Log 814R1 by Rep. Crow, Log 825 by Rep. Bacon, Log 830 by Rep. Luria, Log 834 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 839 by Rep. Moulton, Log 842 by Rep. Spear, Log 845R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 862 by Rep. Panetta, Log 878 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 882 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 885 by Rep. Turner, Log 901 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 902R1 by Rep. Gates, Log 903R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 912 by Rep. Bice, Log 932 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 945R1 by Rep. Waltz, Log 947R1 by Rep. Kelly, Log 962 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 976 by Rep. Spear, Log 982 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 993 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 994 by Rep. Larson, Log 1003 by Rep. Bergman, Log 1006R1 by Rep. Kim.
Questions on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Ms. Spear. So many as in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We will now consider en bloc package number 2, and the chair recognizes Ms. Spear for the purposes of offering the en bloc package.
En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following: Log 1008R1 by Rep. Johnson, Log 1013R3 by Rep. Walt.
I think we skipped ahead here. We have to do the, we have to have the clerk read it. Sorry, unless I could be. I said we will now consider en bloc package number 2. I recognized, so then you have to say, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved by the minority. Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Let me begin again.
Yes.
En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following: Log 1008R1 by Rep. Johnson, Log 1013R3 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1016R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 1021 by Rep. Vesey, Log 1033R2 by Rep. Turner, Log 1045 by Rep. Kelly, Log 1055R1 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1060 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1078R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 1080R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1088R1 by Rep. McLean, Log 1095R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1147R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 1148R2 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1161 by Rep. Healy, Log 1162 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1164 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1166R1 by Rep. Kahili, Log 1186 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 1204 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1207 by Rep. Kahili, Log 1222 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1223R1 by Rep. Kahili, Log 1233R2 by Rep. Bice, Log 1241 by Rep. Smith, Log 1246 by Rep. Escobar, Log 1256 by Rep. Brown, Log 1259R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 1274 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1278R1 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1280 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1281 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1282 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1283 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1290 R6 by Rep. McLean, Log 1292 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1293 R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1304 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1307 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1315 R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1317 R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1319 R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1344 R2 by Rep. Escobar, Log 1416 by Rep. Gallagher.
Question is on adoption of on-block package number 2 offered by Ms. Spear. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. And now we have an individual amendment, the first one of the day. And I don't have the log in front of me here. There we go. We will now consider log number 826 by Ms. Loria. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Right now, if you're under the age of 26, you can stay on your parents' health care plan. This applies unless your parents are covered by TRICARE and you're a young adult military dependent. My amendment would create parity between civilian health care plans and those for our military families by allowing beneficiaries to remain covered by their sponsor's plan until they turn 26 without any additional cost share. This change could save our constituents, who are young adults and military families, $3,000 to $4,000 a year. The standalone bill version of this amendment has 78 bipartisan co-sponsors, including 18 members of this committee. I understand there'll be a point of order raised against this amendment because of its budgetary impact, and I do intend to withdraw it. But this issue is too important not to raise during this committee's single legislative markup for the year. Our military families deserve the same health care benefits as civilians, and I will keep fighting for them, and I withdraw my amendment. I yield back.
All right. The amendment is withdrawn, and if there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for the purpose.
Mr. Chair, I apologize. Mr. Waltz is a co-sponsor of
I
this
apologize.
legislation.
Mr. Waltz is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to support Ms. Loria in this amendment. I look forward to working with the committee to find the funds available in the future, and this is a critical retention issue for our service members going forward. I yield.
Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Spear, for the purposes of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Military Personnel as amended.
Question is on the motion of the gentlewoman from California. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. As opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. I'll start, and then we'll go from there. Okay. The committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Readiness. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendment to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to the subcommittee mark has concluded. Chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamini, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. It's an honor to offer the Readiness Subcommittee portion of the mark for the full committee's consideration. As always, I'd like to start by thanking Ranking Member Lambourne for his partnership on the subcommittee and the members for their contributions, and certainly the committee staff, both majority and minority, who worked hours in preparing this mark and providing valuable insight and assistance to all of us. This is a truly bipartisan product and the outcome of the cooperation between members on both sides of the aisle. The jurisdiction of the Readiness Subcommittee covers a broad range of topics, from civilian personnel, sustainment, contested logistics to military construction, energy safety, and environmental policy. With that in mind, I'd like to take just a few moments to highlight some of the important issues addressed in this mark. First, consistent with our work of the last 2 years, the Readiness Mark continues to address vulnerabilities in installations and energy resiliency, both in response to climate change and to ensure the Department can continue to operate when fuel supplies and utilities are disrupted. The health and safety of our military and civilian personnel will always be a top priority of the subcommittee, and we remain concerned that the military departments do not have a consistent approach to safety and that this failure is leading to avoidable accidents and training fatalities. Accordingly, the Readiness Mark elevates the department's focus on safety by establishing the Joint Safety Council and requiring the Department of Defense to develop a plan for the establishment of a mishap investigation review board to provide oversight and independent review of safety mishaps and the investigations. This mark also continues the subcommittee's work to improve the conditions of the quality of life infrastructure, such as military family housing, barracks, and child development centers. We work very closely with Ms. Spear in her work on this same issue and directly confronts the military department's utter failure to address the poor and failing conditions of these infrastructures. I'd also like to take this time to highlight a few readiness provisions that are in the Chairman's mark. First, regarding our ongoing work to control the cost of the sustainment of weapons systems, the Chairman's mark contains a provision that will require the Secretary of Defense to make progress in getting sustainment cost of the F-35 program under control. As part of our continuing work to create a more sustainable Department of Defense, the mark requires the Department to initiate a sustainable aviation fuel pilot to increase the Department's understanding of this burgeoning industry and how it can be incorporated into the Department's logistics program. Finally, the mark contains several provisions that continue our support of the Department's civilian workforce by strengthening the prohibition against managing this workforce against numerical caps, reinstating the one-year probationary period for newly appointed personnel, and requiring that force reduction decisions be made primarily on the basis of seniority and veterans' preference. I'm proud of the funding authorized by and the legislative provisions included in the Readiness Mark. I again thank Ranking Member Lambourne for his partnership and the members of this committee for their contributions. I urge my colleagues to support this mark. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Chairman Garamendi. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the subcommittee on readiness, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lambourne, for any comments that he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Chairman Garamendi. I'd like to echo your comments, especially regarding the bipartisanship that has driven the process thus far. Over the past several days, Readiness has received over 120 amendments covering issues like military infrastructure, sustainment, and quality of life for military personnel and their families, among many other topics. The primary job of the Readiness Subcommittee is to ensure that our troops have the resources they need to execute the missions they are assigned. And I know I share concerns with many of my colleagues on this committee when it comes to the situation on the ground in Kabul. When Secretary Austin and General Milley came before this committee in June, they dismissed the concerns I raised about the rapid advance of the Taliban and the decision to abandon Bagram Airfield and the unrealistic hopes placed on the so-called over-the-horizon capabilities. So I look forward to a robust discussion on the terrible and entirely preventable situation now unfolding in Afghanistan. And I also look forward to a discussion on the Department's top line. The President's failure to request a budget that kept up with inflation, let alone met the 3 to 5% recommended growth of the bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission to maintain deterrence against competitors like Russia and China will be remedied by this committee in a bipartisan manner, I hope and believe. Other amendments considered today will enhance the readiness of the national security enterprise. They build on the issues and themes already reflected in our underlying mark, such as contested logistics challenges with peer and near-peer adversaries, resiliency, weapons systems sustainment and affordability, and support for our organic industrial base, among others.
I'd also like to thank the staff for working tirelessly the past several days and months, including my MLA, Andy Braun, and Chris, my Space Force fellow. I again want to thank the committee members for their engagement and for their continued involvement as we work toward enacting another NDAA. I look forward to today's debates and voting on the final product, and with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lamborn. Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Hearing none, we'll now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will read the report. Please distribute the en bloc amendment.
I believe the en bloc amendment is ready to be read.
Okay. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. Yield now to... okay, the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The en bloc amendment, package number 1, is comprised of the following. Log 684R3 by Rep. Waltz, Log 692 by Rep. Bacon, Log 703 by Rep. Norcross, Log 713 by Rep. Norcross, Log 714 by Rep. Spear, Log 732R1 by Rep. Langevin, Log 758R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 771R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 791 by Rep. Bergman, Log 795 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 800R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 806 by Rep. Waltz, Log 817R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 829 by Rep. Luria, Log 852 by Rep. Crow, Log 853R1 by Rep. Moulton, Log 854 by Rep. Brown, Log 856 by Rep. Crow, Log 861R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 864R1 by Rep. Desjarlais, Log 875R2 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 877R1 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 892 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 897R1 by Rep. Bacon, Log 917 by Rep. Slatkin, Log 930R1 by Rep. Luria, Log 943R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 959 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 991R1 by Rep. Garamendi, a very fine amendment, Log 992 by Rep. Lawson, Log 997 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 1018R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 1030 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 1044R2 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1051 by Rep. Spear, Log 1052 by Rep. Lawson, Log 1068R2 by Rep. Scott, Log 1069 by Rep. Murphy, Log 1074R1 by Rep. Morella.
Questions on the adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider en bloc package number 2, and the chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 2, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. Will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 2 is comprised of the following. Log 1082 by Rep. Graves, Log 1089 by Rep. Scott, Log 1098R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 1101R3 by Rep. Moore, Log 1103R3 by Rep. Hulser, Log 1107R1 by Rep. Panetta, Log 1124R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1134 by Rep. Spear, Log 1135R2 by Rep. Franklin, Log 1142 by Rep. Norcross, Log 1144 by Rep. Spear, Log 1177R1 by Rep. Calais, Log 1178 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 1180R2 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 1184R1 by Rep. Calais, Log 1190 by Rep. Valea, Log 1200 by Rep. Kalehi, Log 1203 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1206 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1208 by Rep. Garamendi, Log 1214R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1219R2 by Rep. Kalehi, Log 1220 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 1257 by Rep. Luria, Log 1263R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 1267R2 by Rep. Scott, Log 1275R3 by Rep. Strickland, Log 1299 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1320 by Rep. Escobar, Log 1322R1 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1353R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1359 by Rep. Spear, Log 1360R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1411R1 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1414R2 by Rep. McLean, Log 1430R1 by Rep. Spear.
Questions on adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Garamendi. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log 1123R1. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to talk about my amendment.
You have an amendment at the desk.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment has to do with the chemical family of PFAS, which have been linked to a series of serious health problems, including cancer, and harm to reproductive systems, harm to our immune systems. Due to decades of the use of firefighting foam made with PFAS, military sites have some of the highest PFAS detections in the country. And even though the Department of the Defense has known for decades about the risks from PFAS, it's been slow to clean up contaminated sites, including in Michigan. One of the most important considerations when cleaning up a contaminated site is the standard you're using. There are not currently any federally enforceable cleanup standards for PFAS in groundwater or drinking water. The EPA has simply not done its job. But some states like Michigan have started to step in and develop their own science-based standards. The department has refused to commit to follow these standards at contaminated sites in states like Michigan, even though CERCLA or the federal Superfund law clearly allows for state standards to apply. My amendment would simply direct the department to follow the most stringent standards of a state, federal, or federal health advisory under the Safe Drinking Water Act to ensure that enforceable standards for PFAS are respected. My amendment builds on a provision from last year that required DoD to finalize cooperative agreements for cleaning up PFAS when requested by states. Unfortunately, that amendment included a pocket veto for the department, and my amendment would fix that. I would be remiss if I didn't say my healthy debate on this last year was with our colleague, Paul Mitchell, who has recently passed away. We were on different sides of the issue, but I must recall that he came up to me afterwards after a good back and forth and said, did I give you enough? Did I put up a good enough fight? Can I get you in the papers? He was a wonderful man, and I know we all miss him and that loss on our committee here. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be recognized. I strongly oppose the
recognized for
amendment.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is an amendment that sounds good on the surface, but actually I think is unfortunately going to possibly set us back. I don't really, I think we should be micromanaging the DoD procurement. The department certainly has enough to worry about. The DoD is proactively taking action to reduce the risks of PFAS exposure to human health. The DoD cleanup program follows federal cleanup law called CERCLA to address the health risk associated with DoD releases of both PFAS and PFOA. This amendment completely changes the way CERCLA operates for the DoD, and it'll disrupt current and planned cleanup actions as it applies stricter standards. Allowing a state to prevail over a federal standard goes well beyond current law, setting a precedent and reversing 4 decades of CERCLA cleanup protocols. It would present real difficulties if applied generally, and if applied just at DoD sites, could result in states requiring cleanup at non-detect levels. This has the potential to reopen past cleanups, which would distract from the department's current plan efforts under the current federal law. Furthermore, it would open legal conflicts for future hazardous substance determinations under CERCLA. This micromanagement would increase costs as DoD would have to comply with any number of standards. Moreover, this committee proactively addressed some of the PFAS-related procurement issues last year in the NDAA. In conference, it was adopted, a provision was adopted that broadly prohibits procurement of 2 PFAS of concern for certain items, and again, it's the so-called PFOA and the PFOS. The provision we agreed, or the last Congress agreed to in conference, gave the DoD until, let me repeat this too, it gave the DoD until 2023 to implement it, yet now we're revisiting this issue before the implementation. Shouldn't we wait to see whether DoD can comply with last year's ban before enacting an even larger one? And I would encourage the members to oppose this amendment. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Garamendi.
I support Ms. Slotkin's amendment. PFAS and the contaminants associated with it are a significant problem in our communities across the nation and a significant problem on the military basis. Since there is no standard presently at the federal level, it seems to me imperative that we push forward with a standard that has been adopted by the state. I would remind the members that some states, particularly California, do have standards that are enforceable on military basis, even though they supersede, even though they are stronger than the federal standards. So Ms. Slotkin is on the right path here, and I yield my remaining time to her.
I would just say thank you, Mr. Garamendi, that the gentleman on the other side of the aisle, you're referencing CERCLA, but CERCLA allows for contaminated sites in states like Michigan to be covered under state law. It's allowed for in the CERCLA language or the Superfund law. It allows for state standards to be the standard. Last year, you're right, we did do some good work, but it still maintained a pocket veto, and the Defense Department has since refused to finalize the cooperative agreements that they had originally committed to. So we need a perfecting amendment. That's what this is. And I agree with the top line point that the reason we're in this situation is because the EPA, under multiple administrations, has not done a scientifically based standard federally. If that were the case and they did their job, we wouldn't be here. In the meantime, the communities that live around these bases deserve some action from us.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Lambert is recognized.
Yeah, I would like to ask the sponsor of this amendment. Right now, under current federal standards, the cleanup cost is going to be considerable. And we know that that's something we have to do. I have a community that's impacted. But there are many sites like this around the country, and this could subject DoD to differing standards. But what will be the additional cost on DoD for states like California and Michigan? And I yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you, sorry. I would just say it's the right question. And again, I wish we weren't in this situation. We had a federal standard. I would not be nickeling and diming the Department of Defense on every state standard. I understand that that puts them under pressure. But we have people who literally can't drink their water, who can't swim in their lakes. And so what is our response when I can't get the executive branch to act? It's the right question, and I don't know the answer, but I think our commitment to those communities have to supersede the price tag.
Well, I would just, taking back my time, I would just say in response that I think we should have that a little more in mind. I mean, how many billions of dollars are we talking about? And then we make a decision. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? I'll just say that it's important to understand what Ms. Slotkin is doing here, and it has been a big challenge that the federal government has not been able to set a standard. They have an advisory. Basically, they're advising that this is the level of PFAS that is a problem. They don't have a standard, and we've been through an epic fight trying to figure out how to get that done. And as has been pointed out, states have set a standard. And the point is that the state standards are based on science and based on health. And if we are not cleaning this up, we are endangering the health of the community, but also of the service members. So if a state has determined this level of PFAS is a danger, we're harming people by not cleaning that up. Is it going to cost money to clean it up? Sure. It's also going to cost money to have people, get sick and potentially die from drinking their water. That too can wind up costing the Department of Defense money down the road. So the states have gotten out front on this. They've set standards. We ought to meet those standards. We ought to protect the community. As those of us who have worked with military bases know, there's a lot of cleanup issues that come with a military base. There's no doubt about that, but that's part of protecting the community and then also protecting the service members and the people who live and work on the base. There is no doubt at this point that PFAS chemicals are dangerous, and this committee has recognized this a number of times in coming at this issue in a variety of different ways. Requiring DOD to meet an actual health standard that is set by the states, I think, is a reasonable thing to expect for the protection of the community and for the protection of the people working on the base. So I support the amendment. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Pending the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a record vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Further proceedings, and this amendment will be suspended until we're done with this, which I think, until we're done with this subcommittee mark. With that, we are moving on to Amendment 1114, and the chair, sorry, I think I've got something I have to say before I do that. We will now consider log number 1114. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, but I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Magic, there we go. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thanks. We talked about in this previous amendment that PFAS was linked to serious health problems, cancer, harm to reproductive systems, our immune system. We know that our firefighting foam was made with PFAS, and our service members had disproportionate exposure to PFAS. My amendment directs the department to purchase or procure PFAS-free items when DOD is purchasing or procuring certain household goods, food packaging, cookware, furniture, carpets, floor waxes, and other items. I chose to focus on these items because they can be significant routes to exposure to PFAS. My amendment would not impact the vast majority of DOD purchases. The DOD Inspector General, in a recent report on PFAS, concluded that DOD should be taking an enterprise-wide approach to PFAS. That is, the department should be examining and limiting unnecessary exposure to PFAS like those identified in my amendment. Fortunately, there are many commercially available items and alternatives to these PFAS-laden products. They are PFAS-free. All of the items identified in my amendment are sold commercially without PFAS. Alternatives are in food packaging, et cetera, et cetera. We would do everything, we want to do everything we can to protect our service members from unnecessary exposure. Happy to talk and go back and forth, but that is the guts of my amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Fallon is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I strongly oppose this amendment as well. I think, while well-intended, I fear that it has unintended consequences. The amendment adds to the list of covered items that cannot be procured by the DOD and expands the scope from just PFOA and PFAS to include PFAS, about 9,250 new substances. This amendment represents a dramatic expansion of over the DOD, and it's just not necessary. The measure seeks to expand an existing provision that Congress approved in the FY21 NDAA, which is slated to take effect, as we mentioned before, in 2023, and would bar the DOD from procuring certain products with the two most common PFAS, which have now been phased out of use in the United States. The amendment would also accelerate the timeline to take effect right away, eliminating the benefit of determining if any adverse effect on the supply chain would occur. Most of the chemicals that might be included in these newly banned products have never even been studied by the government. Some of the PFAS have been studied by the FDA. The FDA just came out and said that it has not detected a PFAS problem in the food supply. It has not. Nevertheless, a new procurement ban would be food packaging materials, which the FDA is re-reviewing but previously did not claim had an overwhelming problem. Finally, this ban could result in an increased cost for certain items that may not have causal link to any adverse health effects at all. I would encourage the members to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion, Mr. Garamendi is recognized.
This committee really ought to focus on the effect of many of the chemicals that are in our environment. We do know that the Veterans Administration is spending a great deal of money dealing with the effects of the contamination that the service members have endured in the past. We do know that PFAS, the forever, and the related chemicals last forever. We do know that many of them are considered to be carcinogenic, and we do know that there's an enormous cost associated with this. And therefore, Ms. Slotkin's amendment pushes the military to deal with a set of problems that are pervasive. Her former amendment did that. This one pushes it a little further down the line and I would like to yield my remaining 2 minutes to Ms. Slotkin.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. Yeah, I would just note, as Representative Garamendi said, we passed a very similar amendment last year through this committee all the way through to final passage that had a long list of products that had alternatives that did not include PFAS. That was a bipartisan amendment. It's a bipartisan amendment now. Representative Posey is my supporter from the Republican side, not on the committee, but on the other side of the aisle. We know that all of these items have alternatives that are sold commercially. There's competition in the market. It will not put undue burden on our service members. It's just a continuation of what this committee passed last year. So the concerns this year seem different than they were last year when we passed without incident. And I appreciate everyone taking this seriously and voting for the amendment.
Further discussion?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Bacon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm concerned we're perhaps doing overreach on this. The previous amendment I was amenable to, because if we have contamination, we need to get that right. But there's over 9,000 applications to PFAS, and some are dangerous. You know, when we talk about firefighting foam, absolutely, we needed to act on that. But there's also some applications that are absolutely needed. We would not want to do without. Applications for heart surgery, aircraft manufacturing, and I can go on and on. So this amendment, the way I understand it, would restrict purchases if PFAS was used in umbrella purchases. That seems like it goes too far. Or furniture that has used PFAS. I don't think there's known issues with furniture or umbrellas that have PFAS. Even the food packaging that Mr. Fallon talked about, the FDA has already looked at that, has not seen a problem. So I want to make sure we have a calibrated, well-targeted approach because there are some needed PFAS applications. And my understanding is I thought we had in the last NDA an agreement to look at this or review this again in 2023. That was my understanding. So at this time, I'm not convinced this is an appropriate amendment, and I would vote against it. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed? No.
Nay.
Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Further consideration, this amendment will be suspended until we're finished with the mark. And now, we will now consider log number 1017. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The clerk has an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is actually incorporates legislation bipartisan legislation that was filed this Congress, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act, which is to address really an outrageous state of affairs for roughly up to 1 million Marine Corps veterans and their families who resided in Camp Lejeune between the 1950s and the 1980s. During that time period, there was contamination of drinking water wells that, again, the folks on that base were using, industrial solvents, benzene, and just a whole slew of other chemicals. It was investigated. The wells were shut down in 1985. And starting in the early 2000s, plaintiffs began to file claims because of health-related effects in using the Federal Tort Claims Act. Some of those health effects include kidney cancer, non-Hodgkin lymphoma, multiple myeloma, adult leukemias, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer, prostate cancer, breast cancer, bladder cancer. The list goes on and on. When those suits were filed, it began a legal process that would be a law school civil procedure case from hell because of the conflict of laws that existed between where some of the plaintiffs lived in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, which is where Lejeune is, did not have a statute of repose for after discovered tort claims. And as a result of that, the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals pretty much slammed the courthouse door shut because under the Federal Tort Claims Act, they use the law of the jurisdiction where the incident occurred. North Carolina did actually change its law, but unfortunately it does not reach back. And now we, again, are in a situation where all of these Marine Corps veterans who are suffering really life-threatening illnesses are still denied what, again, is standard access to the courts under the Federal Tort Claim Act. This amendment would basically untangle the problem that's here, and as I said, it has bipartisan support. Unfortunately, it's going to trigger a mandatory spending score of about $7 to $8 billion, and at this point, again, based on the budget, both at the Appropriations Committee and here, we have not found a solution to that. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to withdraw this amendment unless there are other members who wish to comment on it, because I know this is a situation that affects constituents who served in the Marine Corps at Camp Lejeune all across the country.
Is there further discussion on the amendment?
Again, I will withdraw then, and hopefully, again, we're going to find a way to bring justice to these folks who wore the uniform of this country. I yield back.
Question.
Thank you.
Yep.
See, it's always appropriate to do that before he withdraws the amendment. But anyway, Mr. Garamendi, you're recognized.
I'll withhold.
No, go ahead. You have a question, you ask it. No? All right. We are now going to proceed to the votes on those amendments where a roll call vote was ordered. And if I'm keeping track here, the committee postponed. So just for a heads up for those of you on the computer there, it's hard for me to tell. All those little boxes up there I can't see. Are those? But members, you should keep your video on at all times. I can't tell from here if there are members who don't have that video on, but keep your video on at all times if you're participating remotely. So we are going to do votes on the two amendments that were postponed. Inconveniently, someone has turned off the television, which gives us the numbers there. So I'll have to find it elsewhere. Okay, the first amendment that is in order is amendment number 1123. This was Ms. Slotkin's amendment that would have the states, have the DOD follow the state standard on PFAS cleanup. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin. Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner.
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly.
Nay.
Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Gates. Sorry, apologies. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman. No. Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green.
No.
Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice.
No.
Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin. No. Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morell.
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli is aye. Mrs. McLean. Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs. Ms. Jacobs.
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Jackson.
No.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele.
Aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl.
No.
Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland.
Aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore.
Nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey.
Aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon.
No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta.
Aye.
Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy.
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Gates.
No.
Mr. Gates votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz.
Are there any members who have not voted? Are there any members who wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally when she's ready.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 26.
The amendment is agreed to. We will now call the roll on log number 1114, amendment by Ms. Slotkin. I'm going to try not to describe it because I don't want to bias people. If people have questions, let us know. I think you all remember what it is. Clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner. No. Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Mrs. Spear. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates. Mr. Vella. Aye. Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz. Mr. Waltz. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr.
Let me
Green.
excuse the clerk just a moment, please. Some of the folks that are on line are apparently muting themselves. I would be okay with them doing a thumbs up or thumbs down if they can't figure out how to operate the computer once you call their name, and that be recognized as adequate.
Can't hear.
I would need to defer to council on this. Okay. Okay.
That is acceptable.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Green.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, or whoever's in charge here. What's the ruling on that request?
No.
Mr. Rogers asked if we can do a visual thumbs up, thumbs down. In the last mark, that was something you agreed with the ranking member.
So as I understand it, we have a member who's having problems with his audio. Can we try the audio just one more time before we go to the alternative here?
Mr. Gates.
Is that me?
Mr. Gates, how do you wish to vote?
I vote aye.
There we go. Moving on.
Mr. Gates votes aye. Okay. Mr. Green? Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden? Mr. Golden? Mrs. Bites? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria?
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs? Ms. Jacobs? Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Jackson votes no.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele? Mr. Kahele? Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore?
Moore's a nay.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Right. None of this happened before.
BC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon?
Fallon votes no. No.
Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta?
Aye.
Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves? Mr. Waltz? Mr. Waltz?
Waltz votes no.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Jacobs? Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye.
Have all members voted? Is there any member that wishes to change his or her vote?
Mr. Chairman, can I inquire how I was recorded?
You may. How is Mr. Gates recorded?
Golden.
Golden. I'm sorry. How is Mr. Golden recorded?
Mr. Golden is not recorded.
I would like to be recorded as voting yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye.
Clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 27.
The amendment is adopted. Before moving on, I'll make one quick editorial comment for those of you participating remotely. When you're asked to vote, speak up. Don't be shy. Don't be soft. Speak loudly, because we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. So let's speak loudly and clearly when you are asked to vote. All right. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Readiness as amended.
Questions on the motion of the gentleman from California? So many as in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. All right, well, moving on to the next subcommittee. I will let members know that between 12:30 and 1, depending on where we're at in the process, we will be taking a 45-minute break for lunch. So factor that in. My goal is 12:45, but depending on the timing of where the subcommittees are at, we may do it a little earlier or a little later. Sometime between 12:30 and 1, we will be taking a 45-minute break for lunch. All right, the committee will now receive the report of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. And the chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Langin, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud of the work of this subcommittee and its inaugural NDAA cycle. Through this year's process, we have created a strong and bipartisan piece of legislation that furthers the interests of the United States in critical areas like science and technology, cyberspace, emerging technology, the electromagnetic spectrum, and information operations. I'd like to start out by thanking Ranking Member Banks and former Ranking Member Stefanik, as well as all of our subcommittee members, for their close collaboration, transparency, and hard work in this mark. On a personal note, I'd like to take a moment to extend my congratulations to Representative Stefanik on the birth of her son Samuel, and wish her and her family all the best. Finally, I'd like to thank our professional staff, Michael Herman, Josh Stiefel, Bess Dopkeem, Troy Nienberg, and Sarah Moxley, as well as my legislative director, and Caroline Goodson, and defense fellow Julian Hitt, without whom this legislation would not be possible. As Mr. Norcross mentioned in his opening statement, this will be the last markup for our clerk, Caroline Curley, who has done incredible work for the subcommittee, and she will be greatly missed, but I wish her all the best in her next venture. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the provisions before you today strengthen the Department's science and technology ecosystem in a variety of ways. The city mark improves the transparency, the transition of technology across the Valley of Death, expands access to innovative and diverse science and technology talent, strengthens the Department's digital engineering and testing ecosystem, and ensures U.S. dominance in emerging areas of competition, including the information domain and electromagnetic spectrum. These provisions also complement many of the cybersecurity-related items that will be considered later today in the full committee portion of the markup. I'm confident those provisions in the Chairman's mark will substantially improve the security of the Department of Defense information systems, including by centralizing procurement of cyber threat information. I'm also very proud that it includes language that I authored to create a joint collaborative environment run by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and in partnership with the DoD, the intelligence community, the FBI, and private sector critical infrastructure owners and operators, to allow the cooperative analysis of cyber threats. So this provision is based on my work with Congressman Gallagher on the Cyberspace Solarium Commission, and I'm very pleased about its inclusion in the mark. Overall, this legislation is something that we could all be proud of. It reflects the commitment of the subcommittee to ensuring that technologies shaping today and tomorrow, including biotechnology, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, continue to mature and ultimately are rapidly applied across the defense enterprise. It lays the groundwork today for the threats of tomorrow through a concerted focus on maintaining the United States' competitive technological advantage. It encourages the department to be forward-leaning and unafraid to fail, and it cultivates our S&T and cyber ecosystems in accordance with American values. So with that, I'd like to thank my fellow subcommittee members once again for their engagement throughout the bill cycle, and I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems, the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. I want to thank Chairman Langevin as well. It's been a pleasure to work with you on this subcommittee. Also want to thank our extraordinary staff on this subcommittee, Sarah, Michael, Bess, Josh, Troy, and Caroline, for your hard work, and in my personal office, Lindsay Ratliff and Commander John Picone for your tireless efforts to contribute to this as well. And as well, I want to thank and congratulate my predecessor as ranking member, Elise Stefanik. We all celebrate with joy the birth of your first child last week. I've learned a lot from you, Elise, as I've taken over this role, and appreciate your work. The mark that the Cyber Innovative Technologies and Information Systems Subcommittee reported tackles two critical challenges: getting innovative technologies into the hands of the warfighter and securing our networks. Neither task is easy, but both are necessary because future conflicts will be defined by cyber and emerging technologies. As the chairman mentioned, many of the great provisions in our mark, I want to mention and highlight a couple more as well. When Representative Moulton and I co-chaired the Future Defense Task Force last year, we saw how many innovative companies struggle with bridging the valley of death. And in this subcommittee, Mark, we require the department to finally and clearly define this problem so that we can help to solve it. I also want to mention the work that this subcommittee, Mark, does to expand the important efforts of the Defense Innovation Unit. While innovation definitely occurs significantly on both of the coast in Boston and Silicon Valley, there's a great deal of innovation that occurs throughout the rest of the nation as well, especially in the Midwest where I come from. And that's why I'm proud that in this subcommittee, Mark, we will expand the efforts of DIU to create more branches, more offices, more resources dedicated throughout the country to foster greater defense innovation. These provisions and the entirety of this reported mark accelerate innovation and improve our security posture, and I'm very proud of the work that we've all done collaboratively to get it done. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the subcommittee mark? Hearing none, it is now in order to consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Langevin for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following.
I'm sorry, we got one more step here. Just read that.
Yep. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for the purpose of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 731R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 734R1 by Rep. Langevin, Log 766 by Rep. Panetta, Log 785R2 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 824 by Rep. Langevin, Log 859R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 869R2 by Rep. Waltz, Log 879R3 by Rep. Banks, Log 905R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 922 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 952R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 971R1 by Rep. Langevin, Log 979R2 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1004R3 by Rep. Moulton, Log 1009R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 1011R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 1015R1 by Rep. Fallon, Log 1028 by Rep. Larson, Log 1075R1 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1085R1 by Rep. Kim, Log 1159R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1237 by Rep. Escobar, Log 1239R1 by Rep. Brown, Log 1340R1 by Rep. Carl, Log 1347 by Rep. Gallego, Log 1351 by Rep. Gallego, Log 1396R1 by Rep. Franklin, Log 1431 by Rep. Crow, Log 1432R2 by Rep. Morelli, Log 1437 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1452 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1453 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1454 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1468 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1470 by Rep. Langevin, Log 1474 by Rep. Langevin.
Questions on the adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Langevin? So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log number 1001R1 by Mr. Banks. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier this summer, the department canceled the JEDI cloud procurement and announced the JWCC replacement. We are all pleased that the department is finally moving forward in a productive manner to obtain enterprise cloud capabilities in a modern and flexible way. JEDI, however, was a failure, and we shouldn't let this moment pass without trying to understand what happened and why. There have been allegations of corruption since JEDI's inception, and recently, even the DoD Inspector General's report on JEDI has come under criticism. Emails cited in the IG's report, later obtained in full from FOIA litigation, have shown that the emails were edited and manipulated, perhaps to draw a different conclusion than should be drawn. In one clear case, ethics guidance in an email written by the director of the Standards of Conduct Office had key provisions omitted, which would certainly impact the credibility of the report. Our oversight responsibilities compel us to seek out these underlying source documents to review them ourselves and draw our own conclusions. This amendment simply requires that within 30 days of enactment, the department must turn over the emails, documents, and other source materials used in the preparation of the IG's report. These documents are all public records, subject to the Freedom of Information Act. These documents aren't classified and should be readily available to any member of Congress, certainly members of this committee. I ask my colleagues to join me in including this simple oversight request in this year's NDAA. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. I recognize myself in response to the amendment. I oppose the amendment. And the one thing we do not need in the area of cloud computing is to further litigate past issues with the risk of further slowing down any progress in actually moving forward on the contract. Now, there's a lot that went on with the JEDI contract. There was a huge fight initially just to get the contract moving forward. And there were a wide range of allegations against a wide range of actors. Just to walk back through it, you know, Amazon was pushing hard for the contract award up front initially, primarily because they were quite confident that they were going to win. At the same time, a number of other companies, including Oracle and some others, were trying to slow it down and delay it because they felt that they would have a better chance of winning if they did. And then, of course, President Trump weighed in by bashing on Amazon in a variety of different ways for whatever reason. Amazon saw that as potentially having an undue amount of influence on the contract, which is all we all know, much to Amazon's surprise. They actually lost that went to Microsoft. There's a ton of stuff going on there, and it has been investigated and litigated, and all manner of different conspiracy theories have been spread all over the place. What I think this committee should do is not get in the way of moving forward with the cloud contract. It was bad enough that everything happened that slowed down the awarding of it and then stopped the contract and has put us behind. This will put us further behind unnecessarily. I would urge opposition to this amendment so we can finally move forward with the cloud computing contract that is so desperately needed to move the Pentagon forward on key technology issues. So I urge members to oppose.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Langevin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Likewise, I rise to oppose the gentleman's amendment and would echo the chairman's comments. In addition, I'll point out, a DoD enterprise cloud is absolutely vital warfighting enabler that will help us harness big data to protect our troops and ensure the success on the battlefield. Unfortunately, the JEDI contract to do just that was unnecessarily politicized during the last administration. But in political stunts, in endless litigation costs our warfighter dearly, as 4 years after JEDI was initially proposed, they're still waiting for an enterprise cloud capability. Looking forward, we absolutely need to prevent these cycles of award challenges and drawn-out protests. So I've actually introduced report language that addresses key actions in the bid process that can lead to unnecessary protests. This amendment, I believe, is less about fixing the issue moving forward and more about embarrassing key figures like Secretary Mattis and his staff. We do not need to be continuing to fight over a contract that died in part due to political interference from Congress and the White House. We need to focus on delivering the enterprise cloud solution that we still lack. So our work on this front isn't done, and I'm going to continue to pay close attention to this issue moving forward so that our warfighters never enter a fair fight. I'll yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Scott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I read it, it just allows the committee to do its job with oversight, provide all documentation and other materials that the Inspector General of the Department of Defense received, collected, or reviewed in preparation for publication of the report of the JEDI contract. It's part of our job, and I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Banks.
Thank you to my colleague for yielding. As he just said, this is a simple amendment. It requests information. That's part of our job as members of this committee to provide the proper amount of oversight. This is a gigantic contract, and the way this was handled from the beginning was riddled with all kinds of issues. And if we dare not repeat this disaster with JEDI in the future, we need this committee deserves to know what happened along the way. I'm reminded of the Washington Post slogan, "Democracy dies in darkness." This is a matter of transparency. We deserve to see, as members of this committee especially, but all members of Congress deserve to see these documents that have not so far been turned over to us. That's all this amendment does, is require the department to do that, provide the documents, and so that we can provide the oversight and transparency that it deserves. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Bice is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I agree with you and the subcommittee chair that expediency is important as we look to develop a cloud computing solution. But we have spent a significant amount of time and a significant amount of money investing in JEDI only to have it fall apart in front of us. And I think to Ranking Member Banks's point, it is imperative that we understand what happened so that we can prevent that from happening again. We don't want to waste resources, or more importantly, waste time in trying to come up with a solution that is critically important to the military currently. I encourage the members of the committee to support this amendment.
Thank you. Does anyone else seek recognition? Yes. Mr. Moore, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this amendment as well. I believe that the department's decision to cancel JEDI and move to multi-source enterprise cloud capabilities is a better way forward. I think we can largely agree on that. But we can't limit our responsibility here. We cannot repeat this again. This was a colossal, massive issue, and we're asking for the documentation to be provided. And I don't believe that's going to slow down this process, and if it slows it down, that we can get it right so we don't repeat this again. That's the important part, in my opinion. I don't have enough time. because I do support going to 3 minutes. But we don't have time to go through the entire memo that Senator Grassley has here. But this is wrought with issues, and our job in Congress is to be that balance and to be that voice that we can at least just get these documentation, get these emails, so we can actually have insight into this. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess, with all respect, I don't understand how this would slow anything down. The only substantive objection to Mr. Banks's amendment is that some process would not be able to proceed at due pace, but the documents that the Banks Amendment identifies are documents that are already in the possession of the Inspector General. So it wouldn't slow the contracting process down. None of the contracting entities would have a basis.
Will the gentleman yield for?
Yeah, certainly.
So, yeah, I'll answer that question. The dominant aspect of the JEDI contract, well, was really two things. One was we wanted to get into the cloud. We wanted to move forward with technology, and a lot of competition involved. The second aspect of it was politics infused it from the very start in 1,000 different ways and on all sides, okay? You know, Oracle had its interests. Believe me, I argued with Amazon about this because Amazon was all, we got to do it, we got to do it, we got to do it. And then they lost the contract like, whoa, 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 we don't have to do it now, okay? We turn these documents over and everybody does their little examination of every email and all that. How it slows it down is that politics, you just throw gasoline on the fire again. And the final point, sorry, and I will give you more time if necessary. The final point is that there isn't any particular mystery as to what happened here, okay? You can argue which side of it was more influential, whether it was Oracle or Amazon or Trump or Mattis or who you think was wrong, but there's no mystery to be revealed here. Politics came in because it was a $10 billion contract, and everybody wanted that money. Okay, so we can pull it back open again and have all those people go back at each other and restart the food fight, or we can move forward and actually get moving on the cloud. That's my argument.
I appreciate the chairman's argument. I appreciate the gentleman from Washington making the pro-Amazon argument. I too.
I'm sorry, will the gentleman yield? Did you not hear what I just said?
Well,
There's hardly a pro-Amazon
time.
argument.
I control the time, Mr. Chairman, and I graciously yielded to you. I would simply add that the initial objection to the Banks Amendment that you made was that it was going to slow down the contracting process. Now that your argument appears to have pivoted to saying, well, when things are involved in politics, they are inherently, soaked in gasoline. Well, there is an entire industry on K Street built around the politics of these contracts. It is what we're going to legislate our way through for a good part of the day. So I don't think merely saying something is political and so we shouldn't review Inspector General's documents is all that sound. If we were trying to get into technical documents, trade secret documents, the chairman would be right. That process could then slow the administration of additional contracts, but we also have to be reminded of why we have Inspector General reports in the first place, and it's to inform on future decision-making. And so it would seem to be a waste of the effort of the IG to conduct this review, to expose potential corruption, and then for us to not have that inform our future decision-making. I appreciate the chairman's indulgence, and I yield back.
I'll just make 2 quick points in that. First of all, the mere fact that you take the Amazon shot sort of makes my point. That's what's going to happen, okay? I'm trying to make...
I believe you were taking the Amazon position, not me.
Yeah, well, no, you were claiming that I was taking a position based on the fact that I'm sorry, it's my time now. And you were basically making the point that I'm taking the position I'm taking because I'm from Seattle, which I'm not, by the way. I'm from Bellevue. But that was... Oh, if you don't think there's a difference, then you haven't been to the Pacific Northwest. But at any rate, you were clearly, unequivocally, making the political argument that my argument must have less validity to it because I'm close to where Amazon is, okay? And that is exactly what happened over and over and over again as we tried to actually just move forward with the contract. I will point out, I never supported Amazon in this. In fact, I didn't support them like suing. Once the contract was awarded, yes, it was awarded to Microsoft, which also happens to be in my neighborhood. So they were competing with each other. But my point is, I don't care who gets the contract. I want to move forward with it, okay? And so if we do this, we will slow the process down. I 100% guarantee you of that. And there's always a balance. I'll grant you that. You got to do the oversight. we have protests for contracts, and those protests have a purpose. You want to make sure that DOD followed the rules. And if they didn't follow the rules, you want to catch them. On the other hand, I think every member here has experienced contracts. I've got a small glove manufacturer in my company that's been tied up in a protest over a contract they had thought they had won for a year, where they literally have to lay off people because they're waiting for it. So it's a balance. And my opinion, and the reason I oppose the amendment, is I think we have examined this enough, and it's time to actually move forward with awarding the contract, and this will open it back up. So, but, members can vote how they wish to vote. Is there further discussion? Hearing. Sorry, turned it off at the wrong time. I believe we are actually now done with amendments for this, so we will. Ah, my staff helpfully points out that I actually have to ask for a vote on it. So before we get to that, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman, as for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. So now we will suspend proceeding with that amendment for just a couple of quick seconds here. Are there any further amendments? Hearing none, we are now going to move to an entirely different tab here. Orange? Okay. All right. We are now going to proceed to vote on House amendments where a roll call vote was ordered, and that would be the one we just talked about. So the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes yes. Mr. Langevin.
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Khanna. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no.
No.
Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele, no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta?
Nope.
Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Cooper? No. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves? Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no.
Have all members voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Special shout out to the people on the remote. You did a great job that time. We heard you loud and clear. Appreciate that. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 30.
The amendment is defeated. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from One Island, Mr. Langevin, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Cyber, Innovative Technologies, and Information Systems as amended.
Question is on the motion of the gentleman from Rhode Island. So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. All right. I know I said between 12:30 and 1, but we're going to break 3 minutes ahead of time because I'm not sure how long the next subcommittee is going to take. So we will be back at 1:15. 1:15, folks. Do not be late. 1:15 we are going again, and we are in recess.
1, 2, I hear nobody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Committee will come back to order. Welcome back. The committee will now receive the report of the subcommittee on sea power and projection forces. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone all of the recorded votes on the amendments to this particular subcommittee mark until consideration of all amendments to this subcommittee mark has concluded. The chair recognizes the chair of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for any comments he would like to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Sea Power and Projection Forces mark before us represents the bipartisan work of all the members of our subcommittee in a very compressed time schedule. I want to thank all the members for their input, particularly my longtime friend and colleague, Ranking Member Rob Whitman, for his professionalism and collaboration at every stage. Here are some of the key highlights. Our baseline Sea Power mark authorized $23.7 billion for shipbuilding in 2022, $1.1 billion more than requested in the President's budget, and $2.6 billion more than was in last year's fit-up by the Trump administration for FY22. Our higher total supports 8 Battle Force ships, and with an amendment that will be in the en bloc, that number will go to 9. Notably, it includes the restoration of a second DDG-51 destroyer and the administration's robust request for 2 Virginia-class submarines and continued production of the Columbia SSBN submarine program. Our mark also continues the subcommittee's efforts to provide the Navy with tools needed to concurrently build the new 12-sub Columbia class without suffocating the rest of the Navy's fleet. Specifically, the mark expands the authority of the National Sea-Based Deterrence Fund to allow for multi-year continuous production of key components of Columbia. Recent data from the Navy shows that the use of this authority since our subcommittee enacted it in 2015 has already saved the Navy $1.4 billion in the Columbia program, which translates into over $100 million per boat. Our mark this year will increase those cost savings by expanding the scope of those tools to other components. This mark reflects our panel's continued focus on the urgent need to address our shocking operational gaps in sea lift. The mark includes building new ships, particularly a new John Lewis-class oiler, the backbone of sea lift refueling, and because of the diligent work of Mr. Carl, a new high-speed expeditionary vessel. The mark also includes full funding to start the new Sea Lift Tanker Security Program, an initiative our subcommittee passed last year to get more U.S.-built tankers to sea. And the bill supports the 5th Planned National Training and Sea Lift Capacity. Last month, we had a bipartisan codel to the Philly shipyard where these vessels are made, and I believe the efficient low-cost program we saw there is the model to build more sea lift platforms that I know our subcommittee is going to pursue in the future. Over the last 2 weeks, as support for a higher top line has grown, particularly after the Senate Armed Services Committee voted to take that step, the subcommittee staff has assembled a list of additional ships that our industrial base can actually build, including a 3rd DDG, another John Lewis-class tanker, another LHA, and another fast transport ship, as well as expanding submarine production facilitization. It also includes a cruiser modernization compromise negotiated by Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers that will spare 3 ships from the Navy's request to decommission 7. These amendments, which are all executable, are in line with the 30-year shipbuilding plans of the Navy going back to the Obama administration, as well as the strategic direction of the Pacific Defense Initiative, which our committee originated last year. There are many other components to the mark, which I won't go into, all of them bipartisan initiatives. None of that would get done without the hard work and outstanding professionalism of our staff, Phil McNaughton, Dave Sinicki, Kelly Goggin, and Sean Falvey. And with that, I urge support and yield back.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman, for any comments he would like to make.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for yielding. The Sea Power and Projection Forces Subcommittee mark is a strong bipartisan mark. I want to thank Chairman Courtney, who has done a fantastic job of advancing the interest of the Sea Power and Projection Forces of this nation. This Sea Power mark, and as I review the Chairman's mark, are worth supporting. Based on the blueprint provided by President Biden, the mark tries to address our nation's most pressing national security needs. The mark tries to address growing shortfalls as we try to match a strident Chinese military ambition and counter a new communist world order. For example, the mark adds another destroyer, the #1 unfunded request by C&O Gilday and the Navy. The mark also includes critical capabilities to support our nation's strategic deterrence with continued strong investment in the Columbia-class ballistic missile submarine and the B-21 Raider bomber. But here's where I differ. As we contemplate our nation's course and develop a new vision, I am reminded of a quote from one of my favorite movie characters. Jedi Master Yoda was training his new student, Luke Skywalker, on the powers of the Force. Yoda asked Skywalker to accomplish a seemingly impossible task. To this, Luke responded, "I'll try." Then came Yoda's iconic retort, "No, try not. Do or do not, there is no try." I believe the time for trying is over, and the time for doing is upon us. I think doing requires us to embrace a new reality that our nation's national security rests on establishing a military that is able to compete in the South China Seas and the Arctic. I think doing requires us to establish a path to an extended naval force and a deep penetrating long-range strike capability. My doing compels me to endorse Chairman Rogers' $25 billion amendment that adds additional naval combatants and rejects the administration's desire to retire naval combatants that, in their entirety, represent the entire strike capability of the British naval force structure. Doing requires us to expand investment in the science and technology sector, and doing expands the submarine industrial base to a rate of construction that enables 3 attack submarines a year. Ranking Member Rogers' $25 billion amendment does what our national security requires. I think the age of trying is over. The age of doing is upon us. I seek to do what our nation requires of us. Doing compels us to assure our national security. Anything short of doing will not fulfill our constitutional oath. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Before entertaining amendments, is there any discussion on the subcommittee's report? Hearing none. Sorry, I got to stop doing that. Sorry, we will now consider en bloc package number 1. The chair recognizes Mr. Courtney for the purposes of offering the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with the minority.
Without objection, so ordered. The clerk will please distribute the en bloc amendment. Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes for the purposes of explaining the en bloc amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. En bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following: Log 694 by Rep. Bacon, Log 710 by Rep. Whitman, Log 711 by Rep. Spear, Log 715 by Rep. Spear, Log 718 by Rep. Spear, Log 736 by Rep. Langevin, Log 753 by Rep. Panetta, Log 770 by Rep. Whitman, Log 784 by Rep. Whitman, Log 794 by Rep. Bergman, Log 831 by Rep. Luria, Log 863 by Rep. Kim, Log 868 by Rep. Jackson, Log 886 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 890 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 893 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 954 by Rep. Vesey, Log 956 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1019 by Rep. Scott, Log 1025 by Rep. Scott, Log 1117 by Rep. Moore, Log 1120 by Rep. Scott, Log 1145 by Rep. Scott, Log 1264 by Rep. Scott, Log 1342 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1395 by Rep. McLean.
Thank you. Question is on the adoption of the en bloc package offered by Mr. Courtney. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. Ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We will now consider log number 723 by Mr. Whitman. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment seeks to modify the provisions that are underlying the current mark, and that is that there's a requirement that anchor chains be purchased from U.S. manufacturers. this amendment seeks to modify the underlying provision to include major partners and allies in that requirement to purchase anchor chains. Just as some background, the single manufacturer of anchor chains in the United States is Lister Chain and Forge, which is located in Blaine, Washington. Previously, auxiliary ship anchor chains were required to be manufactured in the United States. That was done in the FY21 NDAA. The underlying provision seeks to expand this Buy America provision to all Navy vessels, including those of our partners and allies. This is not a complex manufacturing item. Therefore, the issue becomes, I think, broader than just saying we ought to have something manufactured in the United States that has national security implications. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a point of order. As there is only one company in the United States that can perform this work, I ask a ruling from you as the chairman whether the underlying provision is a House Rule 23, Clause 17 violation.
No, sir, it is not.
So you would rule that this is not an earmark?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. With that being said, this is again a single company. What we want to be able to do is to look at it and say if it's good for providing the requirement that we buy anchor chain, which is a item that is not related to complex manufacturing, unique to the United States, and a national security issue, that if it's going to be required for United States ships, should it be required for our allies and our major partners? So with that, Mr. Chairman, I have the amendment before the committee and ask that our members vote in favor of the amendment.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
I have an amendment to the amendment.
I believe you have a perfecting amendment, is that correct?
If you prefer that word, I have a perfecting amendment.
I think my lawyer prefers that word. So will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of explaining his perfecting amendment.
This amendment would strike one sentence in the proposed amendment, or is organized under the laws of a country designated as a major non-NATO ally under the Section 517. The point of this amendment is to maintain the American ability to manufacture a key part of our naval ship, that is the anchors and the anchor chains, and also for buoys and the like. We've been talking for a long time about making it in America. This committee has had several discussions over the last several years about the supply chain. This is all about a chain, but it's also about the supply chain. If we're going to have, if we're going to be able to be secure in producing our implements of war, we're going to have the ability to have all or nearly all of the parts and pieces, engines and the like, made in America or made by our close allies, of which that would be Australia, Canada, the United States. Unfortunately, the amendment offered by my good friend from Virginia basically opens the door for closes the door and puts in a coffin an American manufacturer of anchor chains. It's going to be very difficult for the United States to be able to compete with very low-cost, heavily subsidized countries that would be allowed to produce chains for the American Navy. So this, my perfecting amendment, makes Mr. Whitman's amendment perfect in that it basically negates his amendment. So I can put it in more blunt words along the way, but if we're going to really build things in America, that means we build all or nearly all things in America except those produced by our very close allies. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. That is somewhat of a biased way to phrase an amendment, but it's just legal. Who seeks recognition? Mr. Larson is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. thanks for recognizing me. I just don't think that we ought to punish an American manufacturer for managing to kick and scratch and spit over the years to end up being the last standing chain manufacturer. There's nothing this committee did to make that happen. There's nothing this committee did to not make that happen. But an action like Mr. Whitman's amendment will put them at an extreme competitive disadvantage. Just some background, the contractor, one of the contractors for the Navy sought an approval for a design for chain that changed the design from 4 inches to 4.02 inches, which would allow them to go purchase chain from a South Korean company. For the sake of 0.02 inches on a chain, we would get rid of, or at least put at extreme competitive disadvantage, the last chain manufacturer in the U.S. So, I mean, if Buy American means Buy American, then let's do that. If we don't believe that, then let's not have that. So, I just would suggest folks, I ask folks to support these U.S. workers and support Mr. Garamendi's perfecting amendment. Thank you.
Is there further debate on the perfecting amendment? Mr. Whitman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Listen, I appreciate the gentleman's effort here. I still would oppose the perfecting amendment. Ironically, the anchor chain swivels are actually manufactured in South Korea, and they're finally assembled there at Lister Chain. Listen, I understand, and I think everybody here wants us to look at where we can, at every turn, have U.S. manufacture of these items. But remember, this is not a complex manufacturing item. When it's something that's related, as I said, to national defense, we ought to be looking specifically at U.S. manufacture. In this situation, I believe it does set the precedent for us being in a non-competitive mode to look at where we can be able to gain resources to do the things we need to do to rebuild our fleet. I think where it makes strategic and tactical sense and economic sense, yes, by all means, we ought to be buying in the United States. But when it doesn't, we shouldn't close the door to things that are not complex manufacturing items. With all due respect to Lister Chain, listen, I think the folks there, great workers, great company, nothing against them. I think it's a broader issue, though, that we have to address as this committee, and that is, how are we going to use our dollars in the most efficient way possible as we look to rebuild our Navy? And if we're going to be spending inordinate amounts of money on things like anchor chain, then I argue those won't go to things that are incredibly important in modernizing ships and having the things that we need to do to make sure we have the naval force structure and capability we need going in the future. So those are my thoughts, and again, why I'm opposing the perfecting amendment.
Is there further debate? Mr. Bacon is recognized.
Question for Mr. Garamendi. It says here non-NATO allies. Does that mean we can buy chains from Australia or Japan? I mean, I'm a little confused.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your question.
It says here non-NATO ally, to strike that out. So does that mean that we can, because Australia is not a NATO ally, neither is Japan, would we be able to buy from them? And the concern would be, at some point they're going to start restricting buying from us. So there's always a counter to these things as well. But no, Australia's a close ally, so is Japan. Would they be excluded? Thank you.
Just very quickly, the perfecting amendment basically maintains the present law. Mr. Whitman's proposal changes it to allow non-NATO allies to compete and to sell their chains, and Mr. Whitman described South Korea. Mr. Whitman, if he's so concerned about the cost, the cheapest shipbuilding country in the world is China. So perhaps, Mr. Whitman, we would want to buy our naval vessels from China if it's all about cost. I would suggest that it is not about cost. It's about maintaining
Would the gentleman yield?
Industry.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'm sorry.
It's
Ho.
It is not my moment.
Just a second. It is Mr. Bacon's time.
Well, just to say what I'm hearing is that even perhaps Australia or Japan, we won't be allowed to buy from them. If we take Mr. Garamendi's
Mr. Bacon, will you yield to me so I
Okay, I'll yield to the chairman, then maybe Mr. Whitman.
Yeah, the substance of the argument aside, you are factually correct. That is the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to make sure that we cannot buy, the purpose of the perfecting amendment is to make sure that we cannot buy from non-NATO allies, and that you have to buy this from the U.S. So yes, your facts are correct. You can argue what the right policy is. Mr. Bacon,
I yield to Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Bacon. I want to be clear. The gentleman from California's assertion is incorrect. My original amendment only seeks to include major partners and allies. Nothing in there about buying warships from China. And I can tell you that has nothing to do with my amendment. It's a complete fabrication about what the assertion of this amendment is, and I want to make sure that we're focused on the truth, and that is what this amendment, my amendment's about.
Before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I think it's important to engender a close relationship with Australia, Japan, and our NATO allies. And what I read here is we'd even exclude Australia, which is one of our closest partners. So that would be a concern. I yield back. Thank you.
Who seeks time?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Debate about China, Australia, Canada, South Korea. This is a small company, U.S.-based, U.S. workers. Voting yes on Whitman puts them at an extreme disadvantage to a very large contractor based also in the United States. But they are going to be put at an extreme competitive disadvantage doing work for our Navy. And I dispute the notion that this is not a complex manufacturing process. There are very few of you on this committee who can manufacture chain for the Navy. It is a complex manufacturing process, requires Navy standards, which we all know are high, are complex. There's extra steps they have to go through beyond commercial chain. Just keep in mind that you're putting a company at an extreme competitive disadvantage to essentially a large contractor of shipbuilding in this country. And that's what this is about. They want to save a little bit of money, and while they're getting another chunk of the $25 billion we're going to add on to that, and this company will be at an extreme competitive disadvantage. Less than 50 employees, I think, perhaps. So for all the talk about allies, our allies are going to be fine as well. This company will not. The workers, the U.S. workers there, will not be fine if we pass Mr. Whitman's amendment. I yield back.
I yield back.
Thank you. Just point of clarification, I was wrong in providing that information, and this is a little bit complicated, but apparently Mr. Garamendi's amendment, we could buy from Australia. I don't know if Australia makes anchor chains or not. Phil, would you mind go ahead and explaining this? What are the countries that are in that? I didn't even recognize the initials you were telling me, but go ahead.
Yes, sir. The underlying provision is actually, we refer to it as Buy America. It's actually the National Technology Industrial Base that allows for United Kingdom, Canada, United States, and Australia as countries that qualify under what we call the NTIP.
So, if Australia wants to sell us anchor chains, they are able to do that, apparently. Who seeks time? Sorry, under all provisions, actually, Mr. Garamendi's amendment does not stop Australia from being able to sell that, and neither does Mr. Whitman's, obviously. Who seeks time? Anybody? All right. Hearing no further debate, the question occurs on Mr. Garamendi's perfecting amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. I will register that as a neutral, not influencing the outcome. And opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Mr. Garamendi's perfecting amendment is adopted. It is now in order to consider the underlying amendment as perfected, which is essentially the exact same vote that we just took. All those in favor will say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We'll say no.
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, that just struck me funny. But all right, the ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. And it is now in order to consider Amendment 1211 by Mr. Garamendi. For what purpose does Mr. Garamendi seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continue the discussion about making
Actually, you have an amendment at the desk.
Yes, I have an amendment at the desk.
And I got to get to the right thing here. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Garamendi for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Colleagues, the discussion that we just had about the chains, this is one additional step in the direction of making them in America. You heard the discussion, the clarification from our eminent staff that the current National Technical Industrial Base, or whatever those words are, include Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, and of course America. This particular amendment strengthens the Buy America requirements for our naval ships, and in so doing creates a more robust and secure supply chain for critical elements that go, critical articles, parts, pieces that go into a naval ship. Specifically, this amendment would require that ship shafts, say that 3 times fast and you'll probably be thrown out of kindergarten, electric power generators, electric propulsion motors, degaussing systems, power distribution equipment, breakers, switchgear, load centers, on and on and on. Some of the basic elements of a naval ship would be required to be made in America. The purpose of this is twofold. We heard before about jobs in America. Chains may be 50 employees, but you add all these together, we're talking about tens of thousands of employees in America rebuilding our industrial base by requiring that electrical systems of all kinds on a ship be made in America. That some of the basic propulsion systems on a ship be made in America. So if we want to have a secure shipbuilding industry in America in which the key parts of that ship are made here, and we're not relying on, you name the country, other than Australia, Canada, and the United Kingdom, then we're going to have to do it here. We've talked about pharmaceuticals made in China. We've talked about other key components like circuits, electronic circuits, not made in America. And all of us have heard the debate about the supply chain. We've heard about the automotive industry. Here we're talking about a key national security issue. Are we capable in the United States of producing, manufacturing the key elements of a naval ship? Presently, the answer is not really. If we adopt this amendment, these key elements of a naval ship will be made in America. And with that, I yield back.
What purpose does Mr. Whitman seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Garamendi. Do you, with this amendment, do you have an estimate of the costs associated with this, the changes in schedule, how this would impact existing contracts?
I know that you're about to offer an amendment that would deal with the costs. And I would suggest that the answer to the question is in the hands of the Department of Defense. All of the waivers that are standard and unfortunately often abused are available. If the particular element is not available, for example, a ship shaft is not available. Go ahead, repeat that 3 times.
Yeah.
If it's not available, then the Secretary can get a waiver. Similarly with all of these, if the cost is excessively more, then a waiver is available. So whatever the cost might be that would increase it, if it is excessive or not available, the waivers that have been standard for years would still be applicable.
Mr. Chairman, I have a substitute perfecting amendment at the desk.
sorry, will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, we will dispense with the reading of the amendment, and the chair now recognizes Mr. Whitman for the purposes of explaining his perfecting amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The perfecting amendment is about getting to the information to understand what will be the impact of adding these items for the Buy America provisions. And listen, I think all of us want to make sure we're buying as much as we can for our ships under the Buy America provisions. But we also want to be mindful of what the impact is, not just on cost, but on schedule of delivering these ships, on schedule of these ships getting in and out of the shipyard. These things do have impacts. And if you do this without understanding that and how you would transition this in, I believe it will have a big impact. And the reason I say that is we already have delays in maintenance availabilities in shipyards right now. We already have things that are either adding to cost or delaying not only delivery of new ships, but also ships coming out of repair yards. So what this would do is to make sure we fully understand this so that there are the proper provisions in Buy America requirements that don't interfere with schedule, that don't create exorbitant increases in cost, instead of having to prove a negative, instead of saying, oh gosh, we're already years into this process with setting a new contract for ship purchases or for repairing ships and then figuring out, gosh, if we're going to Buy America, these are the additional costs, and then having to make an application for an exception. Let's know what those things are up front so, again, we don't end up with delays, we don't end up with additional unexpected costs. So my amendment purely says for these components that Mr. Garamendi spoke of, that the Navy is going to provide a report to our committee on schedule impacts associated with the following components and make sure we understand what those impacts are going to be. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. And this is actually a substitute amendment, not a perfecting amendment.
Yeah, substitute.
And please don't ask me to explain the difference. But it is different. Ms. Loria.
Yes, I would strongly urge my colleagues to support Mr. Whitman's substitute amendment. I think, and knowing from the industrial base in Hampton Roads, where 1/4 of the shipbuilding and repair in the country happens, we build all the ships and all the submarines. Both of us have spent much time at all of our shipyards and understand the challenges that we have in the supply chain, and adding an additional hurdle to the challenges that we already have in both our shipbuilding and ship repair is unnecessary. I also think that we should work collaboratively to support the industrial base between our closest allies and our NATO allies. And for that reason, I think a very close and in-depth study is warranted before we consider moving forward with any provisions such as offered by Mr. Garamendi. So I recommend your support for Mr. Whitman's substitute amendment.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Oh, I think I have something to say.
Mr. Garamendi seeks recognition in his own unique way. Go ahead.
Every time we come up against this issue, whether it has to do with naval ships, whether it has to do with steel for bridges, whatever it is, we always come down to the aha moment. Gee whiz, maybe we ought to study it, which is a rather well-known way of killing an idea. Let's go up and down on this. Either you want to make it in America, taking into account the available waivers, which are, in my view, far too wide, but nonetheless readily available, dealing with cost, dealing with availability, or you don't. If you want to do it on the cheap, you can get it done in China. You really could. But if you want to put America in the proper position of sustaining our industrial base, of sustaining our ability to build ships under adverse conditions, then we ought to put in law requirements such as my amendment. If you want to study it, we'll study it to death, and then sometime off in the future we'll wonder why we're not doing this or that, why we can't do it in America, and why we can't complete the ship because somehow the supply chain from South Korea or somewhere else in the world broke down. If you want real national security, you're going to have to begin making things in America. If you want a real economy here, you're going to have to make things in America. If you want to study things to death, then vote for this amendment.
Sure.
Who seeks recognition?
Sure.
Mr. Lamburn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time to the gentleman from Virginia.
I want to thank the gentleman from Colorado. This is purely and simply about determining the cost and schedule. There's a deadline for DOD to send it back to us. I would fully envision that the information that we would have from this would be used for us to make a definitive requirement for how we purchase American-made components with the list that you put forward there. So it's certainly not in any way, shape, or form meaning to torpedo this, but this is merely about making sure that we are doing things the right way. I think we can set the proper provisions here to make this long-lasting instead of finding that it's creating problems coming back and then changing it again. Let's get it right to begin with, and then let's run.
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
I'll yield, yes.
Thank you, sir. The chairman said this is a substitute amendment, not a perfecting amendment.
A substitute, yeah.
Substitute means it replaces my amendment.
Yes.
Therefore, members, it would be 1 year before we revisit this issue. And how many electrical circuits, how many circuit breakers, how many shafts, how many American industrial manufacturing opportunities are going to be lost in that 1 year while we study it. And the end of that study, I suspect, will say, yes, it's likely to cost more. However, we have that ability right now. The Secretary of the Navy has the ability to say it costs much more, and therefore we're going to waive the requirement for all of these pieces and parts of a ship. If you want to make it in America, then vote no on this amendment. Mr. Whitman, thank you so very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Lors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to Representative Loria.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I'll just state again that I urge you to support Mr. Whitman's amendment. I believe that this requires further study. It will have far-reaching implications on the operations of the fleet. And I'm also going to reiterate what Mr. Whitman said earlier, that none of us are insinuating that we should purchase any equipment or components in China. I believe that's insulting. And I believe that we strongly support both bolstering our industrial base as well as that of our closest allies. And I think that this study is warranted because by jumping into this headfirst without full study and understanding, it will hamper the operational readiness of our fleet, and it will further delay maintenance availabilities with which we are already struggling.
Thank you, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. First question is, will this affect existing contracts? Does anybody have an answer on that?
Mr. Garamendi.
I assume the question was on the base amendment, not on the substitute amendment?
Yes.
Yeah.
If the part, piece, shaft, switch, whatever, is not available, it would not affect it. There would be a waiver immediately available. If it adds significant cost to an existing contract, it would, I would assume, I don't have an answer for that question.
Well, if I make a stab at it, and Phil, you can sort of shake your head furiously if I go in the wrong direction here, but I think the answer to your question is yes. It would affect existing contracts. Now, it has all the exceptions that it has for future contracts as well, that Mr. Garamendi had pointed out, but the effect of the amendment is to affect both existing and future contracts.
Well, I think that we would have a problem going retroactively into a contract to try to change it. I think it's the exact opposite. And the point I'm trying to make is something we've discussed here over at least the last 4 NDAAs, and that's the Swiss cheese effect on existing major acquisition programs, which as I look through these, it's rare that these things are bought individually. They're usually part of a shipbuilding contract. And in the Swiss cheese, non-availability, you get a waiver. Cost, you get a waiver. 27 countries currently, you get a waiver. That means NATO. That means every one of the countries you just mentioned already have a waiver. And this is part of the problem, but it's already built in there. And with that, I'll yield back.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, question occurs on the substitute amendment offered by Mr. Whitman. All those in favor will say aye.
In favor will say aye. In favor will say aye. In favor will say aye.
All right, we got it. So if you could, All right, that was interesting. All those opposed will say no.
No.
That was loud. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Opinion of the chair, the no.
Mr. Chairman,
A recorded vote has been requested, so further consideration of this amendment will be suspended until we are finished with this subcommittee, which I believe we are now finished with this subcommittee. And I'm sorry, you can't give me a third book. I don't have room for a third book. You have to take at least one of them back. So there we go. All right. So we are now moving on to consider the amendment that we just voice voted and ask for a roll call. So we're now going to proceed to vote on those amendments where a roll call was ordered. So we are voting now on Mr. Whitman's substitute amendment to Mr. Garamindi's amendment. No, I'm right about this. So let's go. Just for point of clarification, we had two amendments that were then one was perfected, one was substituted. The perfected amendment was voiced. We do not have a roll call vote on that. We do have a roll call vote on what we just did, which is Mr. Whitman's substitute amendment to Mr. Garamindi's underlying amendment. So we are voting on Mr. Whitman's substitute amendment to Mr. Garamindi's amendment. So the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Oh, this is so confusing. I'm sorry, no.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
No.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego.
No.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
Houlihan.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no.
Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill. Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green.
Aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean? Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kaele?
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kaele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
No.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
No.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye.
Are there any members who have not voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The substitute amendment is adopted. We now, just like we did last time, will vote on the underlying amendment, which is now the same thing. Well, can we just do this by voice?
Yes.
Yeah.
Amendment's gone.
Well, the no. All those in favor of this of the amendment as substitute will say aye. Aye. Opposed? The amendment is adopted. Just got to get my glasses on here, just a second. If there are no further amendments, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney, for the purpose of offering a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt the subcommittee report of the Subcommittee on Sea Power and Projection Forces as amended.
Questions on the motion from the gentleman from Connecticut? So many as are in favor will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Quorum being present, the ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Committee will now consider the chairman's mark. Pursuant to Committee Rule 17 and in consultation with the ranking member, we will postpone recorded votes on amendments until a mutually agreed time. We'll work out the details on that. There's going to be a lot of amendments here. I think it might be good at some point to do a block of them, not save them all until the absolute end of the evening so that they don't get too disattenuated there. But we'll talk about that as we go forward. You know, I made my opening statement already. This is the chairman's mark. I don't really have anything to add to it. We have a lot of important issues to debate. The only thing I would add is the degree to which we can have a robust argument, but keep it civil and keep focused on the underlying mission here, that would be appreciated. But with that, I'll turn to Mr. Rogers for any comments he wishes to make.
I do appreciate the chairman and the bipartisan nature in which he's conducted this. This mark includes several carefully crafted compromises on significant policy issues that I support. However, I do disagree with the funding levels contained in this mark. Fortunately, I have an amendment in a few minutes to address the top line, and I urge all our members to support it. I thank the chairman again for his bipartisan work on this product, and I urge a favorable vote.
Okay. All right, we're now going to get into Amendment Palooza. There's going to be a lot here, so there is a list up there. It should be on your computer screen as well if you want to keep track of what's coming up. But in particular, if your amendment is coming up, make sure you're here and ready to offer it. If there's amendments you wish to comment on, please follow along, and we will be ready to do that. So we will now consider log number 1463R1 by Mr. Rogers. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bipartisan amendment would increase the defense top line by nearly $25 billion. It will ensure defense spending grows by 3% above inflation, meeting the recommendations of the Bipartisan National Defense Strategy Commission. It reverses the cuts proposed by the President's budget. The amendment fully authorizes combatant commanders' unfunded priorities. It provides over $15 billion to fulfill unfunded procurement, research, and readiness priorities for the services, and it includes over 200 member priorities not fully addressed by the underlying bill. Most importantly, this amendment ensures we have the resources necessary to counter the growing threat from China and other adversaries. I urge all members to support it, and I yield back.
Sorry. Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Rogers, question for you after a few comments. I believe you're adding $25 billion to the base bill.
That's correct.
If I may, just say, technically it's 23.9. But just want to be accurate about that. Go ahead, Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chairman, you've kindly corrected me twice, both of which were necessary. Mr. Rogers, I understand you're adding $23.9 billion, not $25 billion. Could you tell us what you propose to do with that $23.9 billion?
I think I just told you in my opening statement.
I thought you might go item by item.
No, I don't think so. It basically funds all the UFRs for the various commanders.
I'm sorry.
Unfunded requirements.
Unfunded requirements.
Yes. And 200 member requests from both the Democrat and the Republican side.
And so we have 200 member requests.
Right.
Could you list the member requests?
No, sir.
They are earmarks, are they not?
I don't care what you call them. I like them.
We need it. We need it.
Mr. Rogers, you're a serious person. You're adding $23.9 billion. You're increasing the deficit by $23.9 billion, which is small compared to the other deficits that we're creating. But nonetheless, it is that. And I think this committee deserves, and the general public deserves, to know what you intend to spend the $29.
And there has been a table released to every member of this committee itemizing everything in it, all the UFRs and all 200 of those expenditures. Nobody's hiding anything from you, John.
There's a process that occurs for earmarks, a public process that all of us have been made aware of. We use that in the other earmarks that went on. Has that process been used in the earmarks that are in this bill?
May I take a stab at this? You can pause the time for just a second. There is nothing out of order about the amendment that Mr. Rogers is offering. We can argue the merits of it, but it is within the rules of the committee, and we have followed all of those rules, and it is perfectly in order to be considered.
Okay. Call them what you want. We have 200 member requests here. Is it possible to determine which members added what to the $23.9 billion deficit increase?
I'm sorry, I'll take that. It's certainly possible.
My time has expired, but I'll let the question hang out.
Okay. All right, let me take a stab at this. I do not support the amendment. Now, I do think Mr. Rogers has worked with this entire committee in putting together this amendment. And, you know, yeah, it's a lot, but the bill's a lot for that matter. You know, it's not something that you can simply pick up by glancing at it for a minute or two. But if you want to know what's in Mr. Rogers' amendment, it is there, all printed out, $23.9 billion. That is allocated to all these different programs. The reason I oppose the amendment is because I really believe that the single most important thing that the Defense Department needs to do right now is spend its money wisely, is do a better job of acquisition and procurement, do a better job of anticipating what the threats are now versus what they were 30 years ago. And if we give them another $23.9 billion, it takes the pressure off. It makes it easier for them to just keep doing what they've been doing. And that, I think, is the largest problem. I certainly agree that our national defense budget needs to be strong. Consistently, there are members of my party that have argued to cut the defense budget by 10%. We've had amendments on that by 20%. I've rejected those amendments. Last year, in Donald Trump's last budget, we had a $3 billion increase in the entire defense budget, which passed without anybody saying anything. This year, under President Biden, we had a $12 or $13 billion increase, and then all of a sudden it became an issue that we weren't spending enough. My concern on this has always been that if you're trying to measure, okay, what is a good, strong national defense budget, the easiest way to do it is, well, if you spend money, you're doing better, right? By definition. And I think far too often that is the path that we have taken. Whatever it is, we got to spend more so that we show we're stronger on defense than somebody else. I don't think that works. I think we have too many programs over the course of the last 20 years that we've spent billions of dollars on and gotten nothing for the taxpayer out of it. I think what we need is a more rigorous approach to the money that we have. And we can go through the list. Future combat systems, the F-35, the Expeditionary Fighting Vehicle, the Ford-class carrier, the MOX facility down in South Carolina. Item after item after item, we have spent billions of dollars without getting anything for that money that we have spent. That does not make us safer. This is the argument that I've had. We have had a very numbers-focused approach to the defense budget. And look, I have, been on this committee for 25 years, and very early on I noticed something. Basically what happens is people come in here and testify before us and scare us about one problem or another that we're never ready for, all in the pressure cooker to spend more money. And too often we have not spent that money wisely. So I think the president's budget, and I am aware that not too many people out there are willing to defend the president's budget, but I am one of them. The president's budget had the exact right number to get to the right results. Simply throwing more money at the problem does not solve it. So I don't support this amendment. I understand the spirit in which it was brought, and certainly there are some programs in there which you might like and some that you don't like. I just think that the focus of the Defense Department going forward needs to be on transformation, on being ready for the threats we face today, stopping wasting monies on programs that aren't working for us, and improving their acquisition reform. And this amendment will take the pressure off, and it will make it less likely that they do that. So therefore, I oppose it. Who seeks recognition?
Chairman?
Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate your comments, but I do support the amendment. The way I understand it is the President's proposed budget's a 1.7% increase. That's below inflation. So this will end up being a net reduction for DOD. The Senate, Republican and Democrats alike, saw there was a need to be filled here. So it was a bipartisan vote to increase this by 23.9 with only one dissenting vote, the senator from Massachusetts. So this has had huge bipartisan support in the Senate to keep us even with inflation. I think we'd be wise to do the same. We talk about China being this rising threat, their GDP matching ours, their Navy exceeding ours, their ICBMs matching ours soon. And while we're trying to deal with China, we still have NATO, we have the Middle East, we still have counterterrorism. I think the least we could do is try to keep our spending even with inflation, and this measure does that. I think we should match the bipartisan bill in the Senate and do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry, one very important announcement that I should have made up front. We are going to vote on this amendment as soon as we are done talking about it. So if there are members out there scattered about, come on back. We're going to vote on this one amendment immediately. So we will have a recorded vote on that as soon as we are done talking about it. Lucky for those of you scrambling back, I suspect we're going to be talking about it for a little bit. Mr. Khanna is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leadership. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment. My question is simple. If we are getting out of Afghanistan and we have money, why are we spending this $23.9 billion on increasing defense as opposed to, for example, giving the money to all our veterans who served in Afghanistan for 20 years? Why wouldn't that be a better use of the money? Or my Republican colleagues who have spoken eloquently about our obligation to our Afghan allies and to Afghan refugees. Why not spend the money on resettling them or helping with their evacuation? I don't understand why we need, at a time where we're withdrawing from Afghanistan, when we have been withdrawing from Iraq, a budget that is higher than at the height of the Cold War, than it is higher than 3 of President Trump's budgets, and that has no allocation of a modern advanced defense strategy. Here is the question people are asking. The Democrats right now have the presidency. We have the Senate. We have the House of Representatives. And you're telling me our party, when we have both chambers and the president, are going to succumb to a Republican addition to the defense budget? If we don't stand up now to make sure that we are not increasing the defense budget beyond what Trump wants, what good is it to control both chambers and the presidency? Let's be very clear. This is an addition beyond what President Biden wants. This is an addition beyond what the Pentagon wants. This is an addition beyond what almost every Democratic voter wants across this country. I wanted more cuts than the president's budget, but I support the president's budget. I would vote for the president's budget through this committee. I have voted for in my 4 years in Congress, I have voted every time to advance the budgets, even the president's budgets, President Trump's budgets, through this committee. But I cannot in good conscience vote this time to advance this budget if we are going to disregard the president, if we're going to disregard the Pentagon, if we're going to disregard the facts on the ground, and if we're going to not show any spine as a Democratic Party and say that we actually have the presidency, we have the Senate, we have the House of Representatives, we ought to have our values. And if we're not going to prioritize what needs to be prioritized in this country, which is taking on the pandemic, which is supporting our veterans who served in Afghanistan, supporting resettlement of those who are our allies. So I oppose this amendment, and if this amendment passes, I cannot vote to advance this to the House.
Thank you. Ms. Loria is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I rise today in strong support of this amendment. And in response to my previous colleagues' remarks, I think in one word we can sum up the why, and that's China. We are ending our longest conflict of 20 years, but more than ever, the world is watching what we do here today. What is the future of America's armed forces? What message does our defense budget send not only our enemies, but also our allies? Today, we need to put forward an authorization that projects strength, is forward-thinking, and treats our service members with dignity and respect. Right now, there are malign actors who seek to attack us and do us harm, whether that's through provocative and illegal maritime claims in the South China Sea, devastating cyber attacks, or confrontations with our allies such as Israel. With the president's budget, I have been saying ever since it was released that it does not do enough. We needed 3 to 5% real growth, and I want to applaud Mr. Rogers and my other colleagues who support this legislation and finally doing what we need to do with deal with China. Our law says we need 355 ships, we need 11 aircraft carriers, that's required by law, and when a budget comes over that proposes decommissioning more ships than we build, that doesn't get us in the right direction to have the force that we need to deal with China. This amendment is incredibly important. It increases the number of ships that we build this year to 3 destroyers. It adds an additional amphibious ship, an additional oiler, an additional EPF. It saves 3 of the cruisers that were threatened for decommissioning. This is absolutely essential. It's a step in the right direction. It's not enough, but we have to start somewhere. And I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to strongly support this amendment.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's remarkable to me that as we end our long and expensive campaign in Afghanistan, so many are concluding that what we need is more war, more weapons, and billions of dollars more than even what the Pentagon is asking for. And that many of the very same people who say that they are worried about our debt and deficit are also demanding a sizable increase to this bill. It's as if we've learned nothing from the past 20 years. We need to have an honest conversation about the Pentagon budget. We need to ask ourselves what is achievable and deliverable and make funding decisions based on the threats of the future, not the past. We need to make decisions based on threats, not on what is good for our districts, and we need to actually prioritize. And I want to be clear, there are some good things that would be funded in this edition. And there are some areas in the defense budget where we need to increase funding, especially as it relates to military personnel and families. We need to expand resources for mental health and housing and childcare, but these are priorities that we can address within the existing top line number that we have. And if we're really serious about competing with China, as I've heard so many of my colleagues talk about, what we need is a better resourced and funded diplomatic corps. Greater investments in our development practitioners so we have resources to compete with China's investments. We need to invest in our education system, in innovation, in our domestic infrastructure, in pandemic preparedness. That is what will determine if we're competitive with China, not whether we have one more F-35 that even the Pentagon says they don't need. For the last 20 years, we've been told we need more. But I think it's time to recognize that there are simply not military solutions to every problem. I am voting no on increasing the budget by $23.9 billion, and I urge all of my colleagues to do the same. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Moulton is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that I completely agree with you and your philosophy about amendments like this. This is not about the top line number. I mean, imagine if I said, hey, I just took a great vacation with my family to Cape Cod and it only cost $1,000. And then Mr. Rogers and Mr. Bacon came up and said, well, I had a much better vacation because mine cost $5,000. Well, where did you go? Well, it doesn't matter where I went. It was a better vacation because it cost more money. But then likewise, if Mr. Khanna came up to me and said, well, my vacation was much better because it only cost $500. Where did you go? What did you do? Oh, that doesn't matter. It just cost $500. What matters is what's in the budget. What matters is what we're actually spending the money on. I mean, to this point, I think my colleague Ms. Luria is right. We do have a real threat from China. Now, how we face that threat, how we address that threat is not solved by the number of ships we have. I hate that argument. It doesn't matter how many ships we have. It matters what their capabilities are. What are they doing? China has figured this out, folks. They're investing in a lot of capabilities that are much less expensive but more effective than our own. So when I actually look at the substance of this amendment, it's somewhat compelling because I think there are a lot of future capabilities embedded in this spending. It's not perfect. There are parochial priorities as well that do not advance our national defense. Sometimes, to Ms. Jacobs' point, spending more money is effective at deterrence. So spending more money in the Department of Defense does not necessarily mean more war. Sometimes it can mean preventing more war. But at the end of the day, the point is that what matters is the substance of the bill. That's where we should have this debate. And to be frank, I'm torn because I think that there is a lot of wasteful spending in the underlying bill that should be cut because it's spent on old capabilities we don't need. At the same time, this amendment include some of the capabilities that we do need. Taken overall, though, if we were effective at spending our money more wisely, we probably could cut the national defense budget significantly. China's beating us at our own game because they're spending their money more effectively. And that's the true challenge facing us on this committee. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Spear is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the ranking member, I'm just reviewing this amendment for the first time. And, you know, part of the funding is going, just in this one area, Secretary of the Air Force may acquire real property and carry out military construction projects related to science, technology, test, and evaluation. And I'm looking at California, there's, you know, $100 million there, Eldon Air Force Base, 662. Where are all these numbers coming from, and what is the purpose, and how does that really improve our status in terms of meeting the needs of our military?
These are military labs that the service chiefs requested. All of the items that we funded came from the unfunded requirements list from each of the service chiefs. Nothing was pulled out and given special attention or added other than the 200 member requests that are added in the tables that were distributed to all members.
So I guess I was behind the door when you were seeking to get members to request.
I wasn't seeking, members were coming to us.
I see. So is there any money here for the 130 child care centers in the military that are defined as failing or in poor condition? Or is there any money for the barracks construction that is woefully inadequate and not meeting the $10 billion commitment that was made some years ago?
What's that now? I'm just told that the money is in the base bill for those particular items that you.
Well, no,
suggested.
actually it is not. All right, I yield back.
Thank you. I will say that in the underlying bill, we did fund a number of those child care centers and a number of those barracks priorities. There are a couple things we didn't. I believe Mr. Brown is offering an amendment later that we're working on to try and fund some of those. But we did take a stab at those from other pots of money within the bill. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to support the underlying amendment. I've been in Congress for 5 years. I spent 5 years on active duty, another 25 in the reserves. During my time in Congress, I've sat through, like all of you, posture hearings, and this year's posture hearings made real clear that our leadership in the Department of Defense has expressed a need for funding that exceeds what has come in the President's budget request. I've traveled to every combatant command in the 5 years that I've been in Congress: AFRICOM, EUCOM, SOUTHCOM. We all live in NORTHCOM, and most recently, last month, traveled to INDOPACOM. I think the threat is real. I think our qualitative advantage is at risk. I think the adversaries, China and Russia, create dilemmas and threats in technology, in force structure, and force posture. We are an expeditionary force. It is an expensive force. We take good care of our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians, and it isn't cheap. And as a Democrat, I'll also tell you that not only do I support this $25 billion, I'm going to support the $3.5 trillion that used to be called budget reconciliation, and now it's called the Build Back Better Act. Just like I'm going to support the additional $600 billion in the bipartisan infrastructure deal that we're going to be voting on either later this month. I believe as a nation we can do more, both at home and abroad. And I think we owe it to the men and women in uniform to support them, and I think the $25 billion does it. Having said that, as I look at the $25 billion, I see a lot of technology, torpedoes, tactical everything, vessels, vehicles, fighters. I don't see a whole lot when it comes to quality of life and soldier and family support. So as the chairman mentioned, I'm working with committee staff. I will admit at this point it is very frustrating because as evidence in Ms. Spear's question and comment, it is not clear to me yet whether every child care center has been funded, and I'm going to make sure that they are, and that every barrack is funded and every family housing is funded. When I added that number up on the Army's unfunded priority list, it was 2.7% of $25 billion. Well, coincidentally, 2.7% is the pay raise we're about to give our men and women in uniform. If we can fund $25 billion more for torpedoes, technology, et cetera, we should certainly be able to carve out enough for the quality of life issues to support the men and the women who are going to man and equip those resources. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back, and I look forward to bringing that amendment forward as soon as I can get committee staff working with my staff and other members to identify accurately what those items are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Is there further debate? Yes, Mr. Fallon.
This is my first year here, and I'm a little startled by some of the things I've been hearing. Seems to be there's three sides to this. There's those that are going to support it. There's reasonable and reasoned opposition that you can respect. And then, unfortunately, there's partisan or illogical rhetoric. I'm looking around under the desk and around the room. Some of our friends across the aisle have found fiscal discipline and responsibility. They become suddenly deficit hawks. We are talking about a Congress that passed $1.9 trillion in COVID relief, which 91% of it didn't have much to do with COVID relief, a $3.5 trillion reconciliation bill, and then I don't even know how much the infrastructure bill is because it started out at $2.25 trillion, then it was $1.2 trillion, and now I hear it might be $600 billion. Regardless, we're talking about folks that have supported 6,000 billions. That's what 6 trillion is, 6,000 billions, and are now deficit hawks suddenly over 23 billion, about 0.3% of that other astronomical figure. China has increased their defense budget. I think they announced it was 7% increase. And you know what's expensive? This is expensive. Our defense budget is expensive. But you know what's even more expensive? A war. And even more expensive than that is when you lose a war. This is money well spent, and I thank you for the time, and I'm going to fully support the amendment.
Thank you, and I do hope you'll remember that partisan nonsense comment later in the evening. So we'll take you up on that.
Mr. Chair,
Cheryl is
Mr. Chair, point of inquiry. What is that gentleman's name? We don't have a name tag.
No, I'm sorry. It's Mr. Fallon.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Fallon. He moved
Mr.
next
Fallon.
to his name tag.
Welcome, Mr. Fallon, to your first NDA markup.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Cheryl is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to be clear that I certainly don't take decisions about funding levels of this scale lightly. And making these hard decisions is exactly the task we've been entrusted on this committee and the role we're meant to play in hearings like today's markup. This is not a funding increase simply for the sake of a funding increase. As we complete the drawdown of our nation's longest war and look to confront the emerging global threats, we need to take the necessary actions to modernize our armaments and bolster our capabilities for the challenges ahead. This also means increasing our cyber capabilities, and this amendment contains robust investment in our cyber security. I've long been concerned about that since my early days on Task Force Sentry with other members of this committee, and I have to say that the attacks by SolarWinds and the Colonial Pipeline have just really brought to the fore our need to invest in our cyber capabilities and cyber security. The amendment also contains millions of dollars that would invest in our munitions and armaments development, directly benefiting, of course, Picatinny Arsenal in my district. And each dollar of this additional funding will aid us in doing what's needed to modernize our force. I share Mr. Moulton's concerns with some of the spending actually in the underlying defense budget that I think we will continue to discuss over the next year for our next NDA to ensure that we are spending the taxpayer dollars wisely. And that's why later on I intend to support my colleague's amendment to do just that. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. I believe debate is completed. There's a reason we need to complete it. We have a member who's going to need to vote who has a tight window to do that. So the question occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Rogers. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. All those opposed will say no. No.
No.
I will request a recorded vote on this and save us the trouble. The clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross.
No.
Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green.
Green votes aye.
Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice.
Aye.
Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
Aye.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes yes.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele.
Kahele votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl.
Carl votes aye.
Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
DC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Cooper.
Vote no.
Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye.
Are there any members not recorded? Mr. Carbajal.
Mr. Chair, how was that recorded?
How is Mr. Carbajal recorded?
Mr. Carbajal votes no.
I'd like to change that to aye.
Mr. Carbajal changed his vote to aye.
Mr. Carbajal votes aye.
Are there any members that wish to change their vote? The clerk will report the tally when you're ready. No rush.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42, the noes are 17.
The amendment is adopted. It is, sorry, I gotta get my glass. We will now consider en bloc package number 1. I ask unanimous consent to call up en bloc package number 1, consisting of amendments that have been worked and approved with minority. Without objection so ordered, will the clerk please distribute the en bloc amendment? Without objection, the amendments are considered as read. And en bloc package number 1 is comprised of the following. Log 1071R1 by Rep. Rogers, Log 1113R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1415R3 by Rep. McLean, Log 1433 by Rep. Brown, Log 940 by Rep. Carbajal, Log 1448 by Rep. Lamborn, Log 689R1 by Rep. Whitman, Log 717 by Rep. Norcross, Log 747R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 773R2 by Rep. Banks, Log 775R1 by Rep. Banks, Log 801R1 by Rep. Bergman, Log 911R1 by Rep. Gallego, Log 915 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 921R1 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 970 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 980R2 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 983R3 by Rep. Whitman, Log 1087R2 by Rep. Houlihan, Log 1132 by Rep. Scott, Log 1160R2 by Rep. Moore, Log 1174R1 by Rep. Moore, Log 1182 by Rep. Wilson. Sorry, Log 1182 is down here twice. I can't imagine that's... For those of you who didn't hear, Rep. Wilson said it was that good. All right, Log 1182 by Rep. Wilson, Log 1183 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 1198 by Rep. Brown, Log 1227 by Rep. Slotkin, Log 1271 by Rep. Brown, Log 1276R1 by Rep. Norcross, Log 1305R1 by Rep. Bice, Log 1323R1 by Rep. Loria, Log 1365R2 by Rep. Jackson, Log 870R4 by Rep. Waltz, Log 1056 by Rep. Waltz, Log 701 by Rep. Bacon, Log 807R1 by Rep. Turner, Log 815 by Rep. Banks, Log 821R1 by Rep. Crow, Log 850R2 by Rep. Moulton, Log 896R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 899R2 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 946 by Rep. Kelly, Log 958R1 by Rep. Gallagher, Log 1067 by Rep. Murphy, Log 1119R3 by Rep. McLean, Log 1126R1 by Rep. Desjardins, Log 1130R4 by Rep. McLean, Log 1165R2 by Rep. Jacobs, Log 1169 by Rep. Lamburn, Log 1173 by Rep. Kahele, Log 1194R2 by Rep. Bacon, Log 1285R1 by Rep. Scott, Log 1298 by Rep. Jackson, Log 1300 by Rep. Jackson. Did I mention that there were 780 amendments submitted? Log 1364R1 by Rep. Spear, Log 1382R1 by Rep. McLean, Log 1412R3 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 1413R1 by Rep. Hartzler, Log 1435 by Rep. Rogers, and last but not least, Log 860R1 by Rep. Brown. The question is on adoption of en bloc package number 1. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We will now consider Log 680 by Mr. Waltz.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Yeah, getting ahead of me there. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the chair recognizes Mr. Waltz for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment prohibits the sale of products of the sponsors of the International Olympic Committee on military installations unless they terminate their sponsorship of the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing. Some of those sponsors include companies like Alibaba Group, Coca-Cola, Procter & Gamble, Toyota. I want to be clear, this amendment does not affect the sponsors of Team USA or the U.S. Olympic Committee. All of these companies can continue to sponsor our athletes. But I do want to take a moment and remind our colleagues of the State Department's report on Chinese genocide under President Biden, where they've called what's going on against the Muslim Uyghurs genocide and crimes against humanity. These crimes, I'm reading from the report, are continuing to this day and include the arbitrary imprisonment of more than 1 million civilians, forced sterilization, rape, mass torture, forced labor, and the imposition of draconian restrictions on freedom of religion. So we've all heard many of these corporations speak out against or talk about their moral responsibility and speak out on social and political issues in the past year. And I think we have to ask ourselves, where is their moral responsibility now when addressing the Chinese Communist Party's gross violations of human rights? We cannot, and the world cannot, continue to legitimize the CCP's act of genocide, destruction of human rights in Hong Kong, dangerous suppression of the coronavirus outbreak in Wuhan, that cost and so many other abuses that have cost so many lives. By financially supporting the 22 Beijing Winter Olympics, both American and global corporations are complicit in whitewashing these offenses. Now, it's worth noting, this Congress passed similar legislation last Congress, barring any company from doing business with the Maduro regime, from also doing business with the Defense Department. Now, you're going to hear that it only hurts our athletes. Again, not true. I have here, these are the sponsors of the Genocide Olympics, and these are the individual sponsors of Team USA. That is an option. You're going to hear that we can't break our contracts. Not true. Toyota just broke theirs with the Tokyo Olympics. You're going to hear it only hurts soldiers. Not true. They have lots of other options. At the end of the day, we cannot continue to turn a blind eye. We cannot stand by while corporations pump billions into the CCP and fund the very military buildup that this committee is so concerned about. It's like giving fuel to the arsonist as we spend billions to fund a firefighting service. This is how China wins. They're going to win economically, and I encourage my colleagues to use this as an opportunity to make a stand. I yield.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment for a very simple reason. I do not support boycotting the Olympics. I don't think that is the appropriate reaction to dealing with China. We have a wide range of other provisions in this bill, and have for several years, that go after China and confront them in a variety of different ways. I don't think boycotting the Olympics will advance our interest. It will drive divisions with potential allies across the world for no particular accomplishment. This will in no way change China's trajectory. It will simply ramp up the conflict to no particular benefit to us. And that is what this would wind up doing, is effectively boycotting the Olympics, which I don't believe is a step we should take. China is horrible and horrific in many ways. We are not actually at war with them at the moment. We have a variety of different options for confronting them, and we should take those. Boycotting the Olympics is not one that I think we should do. There are, I think, several different amendments along these lines, and at the end of the day, that's the choice. This is not to defend China whatsoever. It's just to say that boycotting the Olympics is not an effective way to deal with them. So I oppose the amendment. Mr. Carbajal is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I claim time in opposition. While I agree with my colleague from Florida on his focus on human rights violations in China, I have serious concerns with the implication of this amendment. If enacted, this amendment would bar Olympic U.S. sponsors from contracting and selling services and products on Department of Defense property. It would ultimately be an American boycott of American companies. The companies potentially impacted are critical to the U.S. supply chain and to our global competitiveness. For example, Intel supplies processors in almost every laptop and desktop bought by the Department of Defense. This amendment would prevent the department from doing business with Intel. As competition with China is growing and at the forefront of all foreign and security policy discussions, why should we purposely undercut the American industrial base? If passed, the amendment does not impact Chinese products, so by eliminating access to American products, it only opens more opportunities for Chinese companies. It should be no surprise that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, yes, the United States Chamber of Commerce, is opposed. In addition, this amendment would negatively impact military families, which is why the National Military Families Association is opposed as well. Preventing companies such as beverage and household product brands from doing business with the department would unfairly hit military families by limiting product opportunities that they can purchase in military commissaries. In essence, this amendment would be telling military families they cannot purchase Coke Zero or Tide laundry detergent on base. No General Electric, GE stoves or microwaves allowed on any base housing. The impact on military families is wide-ranging and unfair. Lastly, if my colleague does not want more effective counter human rights abuses, which I agree should be a bigger part of our overall policy towards China, then targeting the Olympics is not the best avenue to actually address our human rights concerns. The Olympics have been historically about goodwill and transcending our differences. By targeting funding of the Olympics, you are cherry-picking an event that would negatively impact Olympic athletes, not the Chinese government. Some of the sponsors also provide direct support to American athletes through stipends, trainings, facilities, nutrition, and more. I understand my colleague introduced a resolution calling on the U.S. Olympic Committee to withdraw from the 2020 Olympics unless the IOC finds an alternate site. We should not be supporting policies that unfairly target Americans whose dream is to represent the United States at the Olympics. I appreciate my colleague's commitment to human rights, but I urge this committee to vote no on this overbroad amendment. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Second. Mr. Lamburn is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it pains me to go against my colleague from Florida because normally we agree on issues in this committee. But before I say anything else, I want to ask unanimous consent to submit the following letters for the record: a letter by the Athletes Advisory Council, a letter by the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee, and a letter by the National Military Family Association, all opposing this amendment. 4 groups are going to suffer under this amendment of Americans: the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, major companies employing 700,000 people, U.S. athletes, and military families. And here's why. And we shouldn't be holding companies like Coca-Cola liable for supporting Beijing. They've been in partnership with the Olympic Committee for more than 100 years. And Procter & Gamble's been a sponsor since 2012, Visa since 1986. So these partnerships predated any knowledge of Beijing even being selected for the 2022 Winter Olympics. And sponsors have no say in what cities get chosen for being a host for the Winter or Summer Olympics. Now, the sponsorships that are being talked about here generate 1/3 of the revenue for the Olympic Committee. And that committee goes to the athletes so they can train and have facilities. So by taking out 1/3 of their funding, we're hurting our athletes. And military families are impacted. These companies that would be blacklisted from providing commissary and other goods do sell products that are wanted and needed by military families. The Military Family Association says it's unfair, this amendment is unfair to accept military families who already serve and sacrifice to bear the entire burden. Now, I agree, let's go after the Chinese Communist Party. We probably all, on a bipartisan basis, would agree with that, and there is a way to do that. There is language in the Senate, NDAA, that calls for a diplomatic boycott, letting the athletes participate, but calling for a diplomatic boycott by nations. And there's language, a bill pending in Foreign Affairs Committee here in the House. Let's do that. That would be a great way to accomplish what I think the sponsor is really after here. So I'm afraid it's a case of aiming your gun at the Chinese Communist Party, but you're hitting an innocent bystander, in this case, American companies and military families and athletes. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Langevin is recognized.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Mike's on. I appreciate the sponsor's intent of this amendment. There's a number of things we can list as concerns about China. I think the problem is we are going to, as the previous speaker just said, going to be punishing U.S. companies and more than likely the U.S. Olympic Committee, and most especially would be punishing our athletes more than anything. As one of the co-chairs of the Bipartisan Olympic and Paralympic Caucus, therefore, I have to oppose this amendment. I understand and appreciate the intent behind the amendment. China is certainly committing genocide and many other human rights abuses, and has been for some time. They will likely exploit next year's Olympics to advance a false narrative of peace and unity, and we should condemn them for doing so. However, corporate sponsors have no role in deciding which country will host the Olympics. They cannot veto a decision or provide input into how the International Olympic Committee makes its decisions. So punishing sponsors does not solve the problem. Again, it will hurt U.S. companies, and it won't influence the IOC to change its host selection criteria. It will also punish our athletes, many of whom have worked their whole lives for the opportunity to compete. The Olympics are not publicly funded. Sponsor dollars support athletes directly. We need to address the failures of the selection process by going through the IOC, not by going after U.S. companies. So I believe, though, that there are diplomatic measures that we can pursue, including a diplomatic boycott, to make clear that we condemn China's horrendous human rights record. I'm looking at pursuing that option right now, and I hope to work with and earn the support of my fellow co-chairs, Representative Perlmutter, Representative Curtis, and Representative Stefanik in the coming weeks. Sure. So, do you want to yield to him? With that, I oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Scott is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know what the answer is here or how I'll vote yet, but the goal is not to remove these items from the military bases. The goal is to get these companies to stop supporting a country that engages in these human rights abuses that quite candidly are not going to stop as long as corporate America supports things like the Beijing Olympics. And so I would just remind you that in this very room, Admiral Fowler testified that Chinese money laundering was the #1 source of illicit funds for transnational criminal organizations. General Townsend testified that Communist China's illegal fishing off of the west coast of Africa was going to lead to widespread hunger and famine in that part of the world. And Communist China is not going to let these companies put the ads on the TV without Communist China's approval. So I commend my colleague, Mr. Waltz, for bringing the amendment. I think it's a shame that corporate America will not speak out against the human rights abuses of China. But the bottom line is, you know, they care more about their money than they do the human rights abuses of China, just like China cares more about those corporations' money than they do the people that live in China. So I applaud my colleague for bringing the amendment. Not sure how I'm going to vote on it yet, but let's remember what we're dealing with here.
Mr. Garamendi.
Mr. Chairman, I've determined that I'm not sure I can add much to the debate. Nevertheless, nevertheless, I'm going to do you a favor and pass.
Thank you. Mr. Larson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor it. I have a question for Representative Waltz. It's probably a fairly easy one. Just explain line 23 on page 2. The termination date is either when the Olympics won't be held or on September 30th, 2025. Could you explain the significance of September 30th, 2025?
We were looking there at the next Olympic cycle, and then also giving, again, there, as members have highlighted, there have been a number of attempts to push the IOC to move the games. And I think we have to think about whether our athletes, whether as members of Congress, whether as a country of conscience, we would take this same position if these games were being held in Bosnia during Srebrenica, Rwanda.
Thank you.
Right? I mean, Germany in the middle of the Holocaust.
Mr. Larson has the time, Mr. Waltz.
That's fine. No, I appreciate it.
Mr. Larson has the rule.
I got my answer. That's clear. Yeah, thanks. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Gallagher.
Before yielding to Mr. Waltz, let me just say I support a boycott. I called for a boycott in December 2019. In addition to giving a genocidal communist regime a massive propaganda victory, they're lying about their Delta numbers right now. The math doesn't add up, and we're going to send our athletes there in less than 5 months. So there's a host of concerns, but I do think this amendment is a microcosm of what makes this competition so difficult, right? There is no painless way to selectively economically decouple from China, and yet that is what we must do to be successful going forward. With that, I'll yield the rest of my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Just in response to some of the concerns raised, I do believe we are grossly underestimating the massive and global propaganda benefit that the Chinese Communist Party will gain from these gains in promoting their form of government, as Z says, the China dream over the American dream. To address some of the concerns about the sponsors. Sponsors have backed out of these contracts on multiple occasions. Most recently, Toyota backed away from the Tokyo Games because of COVID. They backed out of protest. And we need to look at places in history, and this is a moment in history, where we could or couldn't have supported the games as a symbol of our form of government and our way of life. No one had issue with pulling corporate sponsors away from South Africa during apartheid. In fact, South Africa was not allowed to host the games or even participate in the games because of their gross abuses under apartheid for 28 years. Look at the countries where we probably should have acted. Germany in 1936. Russia, just in 2014, invaded Crimea months after the global legitimacy conveyed on them by the Olympics, and we've all seen China's behavior since 2008, despite the many promises they made in the run-up to those games. At the end of the day, our financial sector, our economy is pouring billions into our greatest adversary, from the thrift savings plan to state pension funds to these corporations through international events. It is our money that is funding our greatest adversary, and we are going to regret not taking a stand. I yield, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Norcross is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If
if the underlying premise is helping Chinese economically, why do we have iPhones we're looking at right now? Look in the back of your shirt, see where they're made. Look at your shoes. If it is economics, it starts right here at home. And I'm not pleading that I'm perfect, but I pay attention to those things. I think we start right here in this committee, and then they'll follow us. Stop buying Chinese products. It's that simple. I yield back.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that previous comment because the way I answered the broader question about China, even back on the campaign trail, I'm a freshman, so I have to think beyond just the last 8 months. If we want to make a real impact with China, we can't completely economically rely on them for everything we're doing. All right, all of our manufacturing is based there. If we want to make a real impact on making a change with China, we need to be able to create an international coalition to be able to go after all of our manufacturing that's there, find other alternatives. I oppose this amendment because I think it's misguided and maybe even more too myopic in our approach. So I align my comments with Mr. Gahalva and Mr. Carbajal and Mr. Lamborn. Like, these companies didn't choose China. P&G didn't choose China. They're subject to what ultimately gets presented, and they've been long supporters of the Olympics. I believe in the Olympic. I believe in the Olympic spirit in creating positive change in our society. And so, with that, I look at that letter from the Military Family Association, and will ultimately oppose this, but absolutely support the overall concept of we need to make an actual effective change against China. And I yield back.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, question occurs on the adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Wall. So many as are in favor will say aye. Opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Ask for a recorded vote, Mr.
Recorded
Chairman.
vote is requested. Further consideration of this amendment will be suspended until we vote on it later. All right. We will now consider log number 1031R1 by Mr. Kelly. For what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Kelly for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congress spent the past 3 years working to safeguard the United States 5G network deployment. In the FY19 NDAA, Congress banned federal agencies from acquiring and entering into a contract with a company that uses telecommunications equipment or services produced by Huawei, ZTE, and a variety of Chinese video surveillance and telecommunications equipment manufacturers. Congress then passed H.R. 4998 to secure the Secure and Trusted Communications Network Act of 2019, RIP and Replace Bill, in March 2020, which required the FCC to identify untrusted communications equipment based on determinations made by agencies with national security expertise, prohibit federal support for such equipment and services. These directives respond to threats posed by telecommunications equipment and services manufactured by companies owned or supported by the PRC. However, national security concerns go well beyond the network core. This amendment takes the next logical step to ensure the U.S. maintains a secure domestic industrial base for optical fiber and ensures the federal government will not acquire or subsidize untrusted optical fiber components for use in U.S. 5G infrastructure. The language requested will do so by linking DoD policy with the process authorized by H.R. 4998 and would require DoD determine that optical transmission equipment manufactured or supplied by a covered communications equipment or service provider poses an unacceptable risk to U.S. national security. It is appropriate and necessary for DoD to make such a determination since fiber technology plays a pivotal role in U.S. digital communications infrastructure, and only trusted manufacturers should have access to U.S. communications network. Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, I did not receive all the waivers that I need. I continue to hope to work with this committee to push this for the floor, but at this time, I withdraw my amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. We will now consider log number 681. Amendment offered by Mr. Waltz. For what purposes does this gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment would prohibit funds appropriated, otherwise made available by this bill to be used to provide transportation of any U.S. officer or official to attend on official government business the 22 Winter Olympics in Beijing. This amendment does not preclude American government officials from attending, although we have heard, I think, a number of colleagues support the concept of a diplomatic boycott. It does preclude them from using military aircraft to fly them there. Again, Mr. Chairman, we need to take a stand against not just the human rights abuses that are going on. This is, if you understand Chinese military theory, they seek to win before any type of conflict. They are seeking to win diplomatically, politically, on the international stage, and economically, far before we ever have to deal with the training and equipment coming out of this committee. I think this would be a tremendous step towards limiting our participation at an official level in the Genocide Olympics. I yield.
Thank you. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Larson.
Yeah, again, sorry, with apologies to my representative, my friend, Representative Waltz, a sincere question. Would this prevent the administration from, say, transferring Air Force One to a civilian agency so they could fly? Would it prevent them from working around the particular language that is related only to funding from this act and not using some other fund to provide transportation using a government vehicle? I've asked Mr. Waltz. I'm hearing some people talk down there. I prefer Mr. Waltz.
The gentleman yield for just a second. There is a significant increase in sort of the ambient noise here. I understand that we're all got our own things going on, but we do also have the big picture here. So if we could keep it down so that members can be heard and we can all track what's going on in the hearing. If you have something to talk about, as they say, take it outside, take it to the hall, take it to the anteroom so that we can keep the noise down and be able to focus on what we're doing here. Mr. Larson.
Yeah, just for Mr. Waltz. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. It does not preclude, per se, American officials from attending the Beijing Olympics. It does preclude them from using military aircraft or military pilots to fly there. And to clarify, it would not prohibit security personnel assigned from DOD for our athletes or staff of the U.S. Olympic Committee. That is an interagency concern we sought to work around.
Yeah, sorry, not to belabor it. Could the administration assign Air Force One to the FAA for the purposes, so it becomes a civilian aircraft for the purposes of flying there?
I can't accurately answer that question of whether under current authorities they could reassign Air Force One, but for the rest of the fleet, it would preclude.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. I rise in support of this. And actually, thank you for saving my staff a little bit of time, because it's very similar to the amendment that we had drafted up that we won't need to submit now. With regards, this goes along the lines of a diplomatic boycott and making a stand, making a statement to show our opposition to the atrocities that go on in China. So thank you for offering this amendment, and I support.
Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I oppose this amendment, and I think to my good friend from Florida, the way you're describing it isn't exactly the way it's written. It appears as if the amendment is written a bit more broadly. But let me just kind of make a couple of points here. To be clear, you know, I'm about as hawkish as anybody can be when it comes to the Chinese Communist Party. And I share all the same concerns that we've heard about the CCP's military aggression, their diplomatic coercion, unfair trade practices, and their human rights abuses. And I have condemned CCP's conduct as it relates to the Uyghurs, Taiwan, and Hong Kong. And there are so many good, strong, bipartisan provisions in this year's NDAA that address these challenges posed by the CCP, that have the real ability to affect change in the way that the CCP conducts themselves. But I think this amendment, like other amendments related to the Olympics, constitutes bad policy, even though I do share the underlying concerns with the CCP that's animating these types of amendments. You know, I think Congress should be really careful about using international sports competitions to make political or policy points. International sports are a good and positive thing. And I mean, there should be at least one sacred place where politics doesn't ruin it. And this amendment would harm American athletes. You know, they prepare their entire lives for the Olympics and the Paralympics. And so if athletes who participate in the Paralympics, you know, they're disabled, some are disabled military veterans who are wounded in combat. And so if a U.S. defense official wants to show their support for these athletes, to honor their sacrifices that are made, we shouldn't be the ones to stand in the way. Because to what end? Does anyone really think the CCP is going to change its conduct towards the Uyghurs or Taiwan or in the South China Sea because we prohibit U.S. officials from traveling to China to cheer on our athletes? Do we actually think that such travel signals to the CCP that the U.S. condones their behavior? Of course not. If that were the case, the fact that we have a U.S. embassy and consulates in China would provide that same signal, which it does not. So this is too serious an issue to waste time on unserious steps that harm innocent athletes and are virtually certain to be ineffective at altering highly objectionable CC practices. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Ms. Spice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually disagree with my colleague from Florida and agree with the author of the amendment. I think that we should be very cautious about spending government taxpayer resources to send officials to this particular Olympic Games, which is being held in China. I believe that we have a much better use of taxpayer dollars in other areas. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we don't support the athletes. I think we all can recognize supporting our athletes is incredibly important, patriotic even, but funding it through taxpayer dollars is not something I would support. And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to yield the rest of the balance of my time to Mr. Waltz.
Thank you, Mrs. Bice. I just want to be clear, the goal has always been, myself, Senator Scott, and others have requested for years now that the IOC move the games. The goal has always been allow our athletes to compete in an international competition. But the IOC has now put them in a position where they have to choose their values versus their ability to compete and do what they love. I wonder if the United States was imprisoning 1 million Muslims with mass torture, mass rape, forced abortions, forced sterilization, the gross abuses of women that's ongoing as we speak, if those same athletes would then still want to compete here or in any other country for that matter. So I think it's the exact opposite. The least we could do is not condone that behavior by sending American officials, and the least we could do is not spend taxpayer dollars to fly them there. So if we want to make a decision on, but I do agree with you to some extent. What the Chinese Communist Party cares about the most is the money. And it's that money, our money, that they're using to fund all of these activities, including their military buildup, that is so concerning to this committee. So I would encourage my colleagues to, again, consider the massive propaganda value of having the American flag flying in Beijing and us collectively turning a blind eye to these abuses and to a country that seeks to replace the United States as a global leader. I yield.
Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you for the debate. I said earlier that I'm not sure I could add much to the debate, and I'm still not sure that I could. However, Mr. Waltz, in the course of this debate, you have brought back to me a memory a memory of the California legislature in the early 1980s, when one of our colleagues, Maxine Waters, stood alone and said, apartheid is a problem, and we need to address it. And she began about a 4 or 5 year effort using many of the same arguments that you've made here. The end of that process then led to a worldwide boycott of South Africa and ultimately the end of apartheid. You're on the right track, Mr. Waltz. And for all of us, we should pay careful attention here. Sometimes big things start small. And this one seems to be starting with the Olympics. And we've gone through one Olympic having been boycotted by President Carter. And that didn't work so well. But often it's one voice that starts a movement. Mr. Waltz, I want you to stay with it. You'll have my support.
Anybody else seek recognition? I will just make one comment about this. If we're talking about in the language of the debate about this amendment, we're taking little bites at it, but the language behind it is that China is so awful that we need to engage in a full economic boycott of China. That basically, if you have anything to do with China, you are aiding and abetting some of the worst crimes in the world, and you should try not to do that. I hope members of this committee will think about the implications of that. China is very much not South Africa in a variety of different ways in terms of the role they play in the world, regardless of what may think about how they are treating their people or others. It's a very difficult policy issue that we have to handle. For one thing, are we going to stop borrowing money from China so that we can fund all of the things that we keep doing here in the U.S.? Now, I suppose you can argue at an absolute minimum, China's going to want their money back, so what can they really do? But this is a huge issue of whether or not we just want to say, China, you're so bad, let's go. Okay, we're just going to fight you to as far as possible. The implications of that, I think, are a little bit more devastating than the rhetoric of this debate would imply. So, you know, I mean, this amendment doesn't really matter one way or the other. It's not terribly significant in terms of the impact, you know, but if we walk too far down the road of under no circumstances are we going to do business with China on anything, then I think we are getting ourselves in trouble and would be wise to sort of think about how we take that step, how we contain and compete with China in a rational way. So, you know, I'm not going to fight this particular amendment, but I hope we'll think about the broader debate about how we really do compete with China and how we, you know, push them in a more positive direction without just saying, let's go to war because we just don't agree and there's no reconciling those differences. I think the costs there are pretty high as well. Does anybody else seek recognition? If not, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Opposed? Pending the chair, the ayes have it. Ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 873R1 offered by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the wrong tab here. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Now, without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes Mr. Gates for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment would eliminate the Office of Chief Diversity Officer at the Department of Defense. I have no objection to diversity in our military. Matter of fact, the diversity of our military brings diversity to my district and my community in magnificent and terrific ways. The feedback I've gotten from service members is that the focus on diversity at DoD has become a focus on difference, and that has created real challenges within unit cohesion and the fighting force. I don't pretend to have the knowledge of that personally that many of my colleagues on the committee have on both sides of the aisle, but it seems to me, and based on the feedback I've received, as our service members go through the same training, built on the same patriotism, building bonds with one another that certainly go beyond one's identity or background or faith, that that prioritizes unity properly. And then what we see out of the Department of Defense now is an otherizing of people, and the sense that as a consequence of someone's immutable traits, they're somehow frail or fragile or privileged and didn't get what they earned and are the consequence of structural racism, not merit and contribution to country. I believe that the metastasizing of these chief diversity officers across the enterprise of government is a harmful thing. But I will say, Mr. Chairman, I believe there are some upcoming amendments that get to this issue with greater specificity and particularity, and thus I'll withdraw this amendment this time in favor of those other provisions.
Chairman withdraws his amendment. Consider it withdrawn.
Yeah, withdrawn. Say it and it happens.
Then I'll just continue.
Sorry about that. It is now in order to consider log number 1081 by Mr. Lambourne. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and Mr. Lambourne is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Oh, 5 minutes, great.
I misspoke.
Oh.
You are recognized.
I object.
We'll determine the time later.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, members, the Department of Defense has an office dedicated to providing training on diversity, equity, and inclusion called the Defense Equal Opportunity Management Institute. I'm going to call it DEOMI. Conducting these types of personnel training through DoD's DEOMI office allows us to ensure that our commanders are provided with clear, unambiguous guidance as to what their parameters are when instructing men and women in uniform under their command on these important matters. Going through DEOMI ensures that our troops are receiving proper and vetted instructions approved by their chain of command and ensures that Congress can review and provide appropriate oversight. This gives our committee and Congress in general accountability and transparency. So the problem arises when different departments within the DoD start spending money on their own for who knows who the people are who are providing this kind of training. The Air Force Academy in my district recently spent $100,000 on diversity, equity, and inclusion training without going through DEOMI. And who really knows, I don't know really where that money went or if the materials were vetted properly. So this amendment says that this type of important training goes through DEOMI, goes through the office that is set up to actually do this function. And that's all that the amendment does, and I would ask for its adoption. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Carvajal.
Thank you. I appreciate my colleague, Mr. Lambourne's amendment, but I will say that this is creating a bottleneck in actually trying to get out the type of diversity training we need across the services in the Department of Defense. It's sort of like saying, let's have one university in our country teach history only, and all students can come there and get that training if they want it or need it. We need to have such a training available and dispersed throughout the entire department and services. And I'm certainly amenable to having Patrick Space Force Base, where DEOMI is located, participate in the development of perhaps a uniform set of guiding trainings that could be implemented across the services in the department. But to create a bottleneck or a focal point where that becomes the only door by which service members can come and receive such training, I think provides a limitation to what we're trying to accomplish here, and that is create the availability of diversity training across the services. Look, diversity training may come as not essential or be seen as not essential to some. But I will tell you, as we look at the diversity of our men and women who serve in the military, in the department, it's imperative that we are able to have the discussions and look reflectively on all our similarities and our differences so that we could further coalesce as a country, as a people, and work through our differences to focus on that mission. Having served in the Marine Corps myself, when I served in the Marine Corps, I know that wasn't a focal point in terms of the background of people. The focal point was our mission. But certainly, I will tell you, it would help to be able to provide such training and discussion opportunities to all our personnel to get beyond some of those issues that tend to divide us. So I will say, Mr. Lamborn, I appreciate your stab at coming up with the solution, but I think the solution is in search of a problem that doesn't exist, provided that we're able to ramp up development of a training that could be implemented throughout the entire department and services. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Is there further debate on the amendment? I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Congressman Lamborn.
Mr. Chairman, in response to what my colleague just said, and those are very thoughtful and helpful comments, and I appreciate that, I think the solution would be to expand DOMI, give them more resources if that's what it takes to address any possible bottleneck. I'm not
gentlemen,
sure.
yield just a second. I'm sorry. Hey, guys, we're doing something here. So, you can go outside and have the conversation. Mr. Lambert, you are recognized.
Yeah. So I think the solution, if there would be a bottleneck, which hasn't been proven, but if there were to be a bottleneck, is to expand the resources that DOMI has, or to have them subcontract out these services so that they are vetted. I just want to make sure that there's a uniform system going on here and not unvetted actors participating that we don't know, we have no idea whether their materials are sound or not. This is a controversial area. Let's make sure we do it right. Let's do it professionally. Let's go through DOMI, and that's what this amendment does. And if there were to be a bottleneck, I don't think that there is, but if there is, we can address that through more funding or through them subcontracting out. And with that, I would yield back and ask for an aye vote.
Any further debate? Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if the gentleman from Colorado has seen Naomi's schedule. If you look at their calendar, you'll see they're booked. DOMI is booked. They do a lot of work, and they do a lot of good work. I think the goal of ensuring quality, diversity, equity, inclusion training is certainly important, and we should do that wherever the training resides. I think you're putting the cart before the horse, because right now you're asking DOMI to take on a responsibility. I don't think that they can do it. Diversity training is happening throughout an enterprise of over 1 million men and women who serve in uniform, and the other hundreds of thousands of men and women who serve in the civilian side of the DOD. DOMI today could not possibly manage that. So what I would recommend, let's work together, and let's take a look at what we can do to make sure that DOMI is doing not only its mission, but accomplishing some of the goals that you're talking about. And I think you're right. I think we will need to spend more money and more resources on diversity, equity, and inclusion training, including that's provided in DOMI. But unfortunately, that's not in the mark, nor in any amendment offered. So why don't we work on that for maybe another session? I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I mean, look, I don't disagree with the overall point that, diversity training, diversity training I think is absolutely necessary, and I think we also, like anything, it can be a work in progress in terms of figuring out how to do it and how to do it right. It certainly has generated a fair amount of controversy, and if there was a legitimate effort, to get greater focus on that, to figure out how to do it right, I don't think you're going to get to uniform diversity training. Part of it is, People are going to have different opinions, and part of diversity training is letting people express those opinions and working through them. But I think Mr. Brown is fundamentally correct. The effect of this amendment would be to kill off about 90% of diversity training with no possibility really for going any further than that by putting it into a place that simply can't handle it. So I oppose the amendment. Is there further discussion? Mr. Crow.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I do a lot of work with my friend and colleague from Colorado, and we work together. This is one area where I just have to respectfully disagree, you know, on two grounds. Number one, I just think back to my time as a platoon leader, knowing my paratroopers, knowing my Rangers very well, and having to have the flexibility to understand when there was tension within the unit, when they needed to come together, talk with one another, have that convening that we would often have, and taking away the ability of those commanders, those platoon leaders, those people who are closest to our men and women to be able to do this, I think would be misplaced. And secondly, to address some of the challenges that my friends on the other side of the aisle have brought up, I actually have an amendment that I hope you will support called the Remedy Act, which would codify and update diversity training requirements to include discrimination based on race, sex, sexual orientation, religion, and other topics that would provide some additional clarity and structure around this issue. So I don't believe the way you're going about it is the right way to do it, and I will oppose the amendment, but I would welcome you to support my amendment to help promote some additional training later this afternoon as well. Thank you.
Does anybody else seek recognition? If not, the question is on adoption of the amendment offered by Mr. Landburn. So many as are in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number, or sorry, log number 930. I don't know why I keep doing that. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
I always forget this line. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm offering this amendment today that would prohibit funds for the Countering Extremism Working Group until 30 days after the Secretary of Defense submits a report to the Congressional Defense Committees that, 1, provides a clear definition of the term extremism, 2, sets forth due process protections for service members accused of extremism, and 3, certifies that the Secretary will not violate the First Amendment rights of service members. We all agree that lawlessness has no place in our military, and those who intend to commit crimes, regardless of motivation, should be investigated and brought to justice. However, people are free to dislike or disagree with the direction of society and culture. They are also free to petition their government. These are core tenets of our country's foundation. For months, I've been asking the Department of Defense to provide a clear definition of extremism. I'm concerned that service members who have and espouse political or religious viewpoints counter to military leadership may be deemed extremists. It is imperative that the military's terms and definitions do not blur the line between violence and constitutionally protected political and religious beliefs. This committee held a hearing on this issue, and there was agreement on both sides of the aisle that the Department of Defense needed to define the term and quantify the scope of the problem. To date, the Department of Defense has failed to provide a clear definition to my request. How can the department have a military-wide stand-down to discuss extremism if it can't define the term? One of the darkest moments in the history of Congress was when a senator from Wisconsin, Joe McCarthy, began a fear-mongering campaign against government employees because he believed they had extremist views. Senator McCarthy spent almost 5 years accusing people of being communists and loyalty risk in the U.S. government, all in vain, hurting people's reputations and disrupting lives along the way. I'm afraid that if we are not careful, we could venture down that road again and create another dark stain against freedom, of expression and of religion. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense amendment, and I yield back.
Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the amendment makes sense, and if you like this amendment, you should oppose the amendment and prepare to support my next amendment, 1252R2, because I do exactly what you do. Okay, I say Secretary of Defense, and you'll see in the amendment that I'm offering, where my team, working with a lot of folks in this room, we were going to define it here, and then we said, let the department define it. Secretary, you're instructed to come back with a definition and also to come back with procedures for how you deal with folks who are participating in extremist activities. I will say that your third point about certifies that the Secretary shall not violate the First Amendment rights, and that's also a concern of ours. There's really strong laws already on the books that prohibits the violation of First Amendment rights. There's the Religious Freedom Act of 1993, signed by President Clinton. There was this committee before I got here. You all did fantastic work in the 2013 NDAA. And we passed another provision specifically safeguarding religious liberties in the DOD. So you'll find that that's already there, and the Secretary of Defense, like every other American and every other department official, has got to abide by the law. So the law is pretty much in there, in large part because of the good work that this committee has done. So I would urge that my colleagues, let's reject this amendment. It goes 1 inch towards solving a problem that's about a mile wide.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Would the gentleman yield?
Sure.
Yep. Why don't you just support my amendment?
Because everything that, like I said, you have 3 points. One of them is redundant and unnecessary. That alone would be enough to not support your amendment, because you're asking the Secretary to say that he won't violate existing law, and that's kind of assumed when he took the oath of office. And your first 2 points are more robustly included in the amendment that I'm hoping you'll support 2 amendments from now. That's why. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I wish we had the benefit of Mr. Brown's amendment for review when considering Ms. Hartzler's amendment. What I do remember is that under withering questions from Ms. Hartzler, it became very apparent to every person paying attention on this committee that there was no real definition of extremism, yet we were having an extremism stand down anyway. And there are people in the military who are being driven out as a consequence of their viewpoint. And the fact that we have strong laws on the books is fascinating, but it doesn't have its own fiat. Because the problem is those laws aren't self-affecting. If there is a culture that has infected the upper-level brass right now at the Department of Defense, where we've all got to view service members as potential extremists and white supremacists and disruptive to the force as a consequence of something as simply as sharing an America First hashtag or indicating support for former President Trump, then we really have a problem. And I actually, though I don't have the benefit of Mr. Brown's amendment, I see very little tension in the prospect of saying we have a definition of extremism, and then until that is ultimately implemented, we are not going to hunt down people by virtue of labeling any politics that we don't like as extremism. And if you think that's hyperbole, if you think that that's not really happening, there are no people empowered at the DOD right now to target people as a consequence of conservative-leaning viewpoint, you can reference my questions to Secretary of Defense Austin on the very subject of Bishop Garrison, someone who is a senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense on these very questions, on how we interpret extremism, and it was Bishop Garrison himself that said that if someone supported Donald Trump, there could be no nuance. They had to be viewed as a racist. They had to be viewed as a national security threat. That is not what tens of millions of people in our country believe. I would venture to guess that's probably not even what folks on the other side of the aisle would believe in this committee. There probably are people of all kinds of viewpoints that are both, both enjoyable and not as enjoyable, that support both President Trump and people on the other side of the political aisle. Our service members are reflective of our country. They ought to be able to have diverse viewpoints. But right now, in DOD, people that have a conservative viewpoint do feel that they're being targeted under a nebulous definition. That violates due process, it violates our values, and any review of the answers that the DOD leadership gave to Congresswoman Hartzler on this question would show that they're just using the veil of extremism to go after people whose politics they don't like. I yield back.
Does anyone else wish to comment on the amendment?
Could you go and yield to me?
Well, let me just say this. I don't believe that the Secretary of Defense, or anyone in the office is, using the veil of extremism to go after politics they don't like. I think they're trying to deal with a very real problem. And that problem is, there's a lot of different aspects of extremism. Certainly, as you know, we've had people sympathetic with al-Qaeda and others who have been in the ranks and caused problems that they wish to identify. And specifically after January 6th, there was a specific focus on the number of service people who were part of an effort to overturn the election and go after the government. And there was concern, what's going on here? We need to figure it out. Now, I completely agree, and as Mr. Brown mentioned, he's working on an amendment to define extremism, that we need to define that. But I really don't want to tie the hands of the Secretary of Defense to deal with this any more than I would want to tie the hands of the Secretary of Defense to deal with people who are sympathetic to ISIS or al-Qaeda in the ranks. This is clearly a good order and discipline issue, and part of the reason that Mr. Gates references. There are people who don't like the way necessarily it's being handled. The leadership needs to be involved in this, because trust me, whether the leadership is involved in it or not, these discussions are going on in the ranks, back and forth. It is controversial. It is something that the leadership needs to be involved in. And amendments like this that tie their hands in terms of their ability to deal with it, I am concerned about. I do feel, and Mr. Brown is working on that, that a definition of extremism is needed. And I think that is a way that we can be helpful, and that is included in that. It does not prohibit them from dealing with the issue. It just pushes them towards that end. So I don't support this amendment. We're working on the other amendment with Mr. Brown to deal with that issue. But we also need to acknowledge there is a problem here, a problem that I think should be addressed, and it does impact the good order and discipline within the military that's important to what they do. So I oppose this amendment. We will have others that we're going to be discussing. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mrs. Hartzler.
Thank you very much. I just appreciate the discussion we've had, and I look forward to seeing Mr. Brown's amendment here, but I don't think what we are doing here is going to be damaging that effort. In fact, it's very, very important. As you know, Secretary Austin had a stand down all over the military, and we pulled our soldiers off the battlefield to sit around and talk about this issue. And that's a very extreme action in itself. But then he set up a countering extremism working group that was supposed to produce a report by July 14th, and we have yet to see it, based on a definition that we don't have of extremism. And what he has directed them to do is to set up new screening capabilities to continuously vet those who serve our nation to see if they are extremists. He set up a new education and training for individuals who they view as extremism, and including whether they read, follow, or like what they say are extremist material on social media. They are setting up a new screening questionnaire for individuals who are coming into the military to see if they have any extremist views. How can you do any of these items without the clear definition to begin with? And so what my amendment simply says is that you have to, for 30 days, wait, and you can't work on this until you give us the definition. If you give us the definition and you set forth the clear due process protections and make sure the First Amendment rights aren't violated, then please complete your report and we'll feel more confident in it. But this is just a common sense action by those of us who have been charged with overseeing our military to make sure that this is done in an orderly and proper way. And I look forward to working with everyone and ask for your support of this amendment. I yield back. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I completely agree with my colleague on this amendment. And we had
a discussion about extremism in the military in this committee, and we asked each branch of the service how many people were separated for extremist activity. 2 branches didn't get back to us and 2 did. I believe the Army was, out of the 1.1 million Guard active reserve, were 9, a total of 9 out of 1.1 million, if I'm not mistaken. And the Marines, out of 222,000 active in reserve, I believe the number was 4. We've talked to some of the flag officers in the Army and the Navy, the Navy and the Air Force, who haven't gotten back to us, but they do believe that that number will be consistent. So we don't know the exact number, but it's probably in the neighborhood of about 26 members. And we had a stand down. We pay the military $146 billion total in payroll. And if you factor in weekends and leave, that leaves about 231 work days, which is $632 million is what that stand down cost. Or $24 million for each moron that was separated from the service due to their extremist beliefs. It's an extraordinarily expensive decision. So I completely support this amendment. We have to define what the hell we're talking about. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. As I said, it also just clarify, it says within 30 days, but basically until they define it, they can't deal with it, I believe is the gist of Ms. Hartzler's amendment, basically. And I just think that goes too far. I think we certainly should have them define it, but there's definitely issues and challenges in telling them they can't deal with it at all. Until that point is further than I would like to go. Any further discussion? Hearing none. The question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Hartzler. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Further consideration of this amendment will be suspended until we decide to vote on it. All right. It is now in order to consider log 9.
Mr. Chairman, based on the last amendment, I'll withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. So it is now in order to consider log 1027R2 offered by Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to start. I think there is honorable intentions in this amendment or this part of the chairman's mark. However, I think it may actually be a solution looking for a problem. So I'm actually asking to strike part of the chairman's mark, in that part which establishes the mayor in the chain of command of the D.C. National Guard. And I've served for many, many years in the National Guard, and I will not stand here and say at no point is it political, because I can tell you, if you look at the border, if you look at the civil unrest, if you look at all the things that happened this summer, we very much know that governors did make decisions based on political decisions. I will tell you the current chain of command goes directly from the D.C. Commander-in-Chief to the President through the SecDef. I do not think that needs to change based on the past administration, based on the current administration, or based on a future administration. I think all that will do is take away a capability and an opportunity for the D.C. Guard to respond quickly and without too many bosses, too many people who are in charge of one problem. It will cause them to be unable to respond as quickly as they need to. As we witnessed on January the 6th, people got engaged in a problem that were not in the chain of command, and during that time, what we had is we had D.C. National Guardsmen ready to come to respond to this Capitol when it was attacked, and they were not allowed to because of a murky people getting inside of a chain of command that should not have been inside a chain of command. It is imperative that this president, the last president, and all future presidents have the ability to call up the D.C. National Guard. What this would require now, if for whatever reason the president had a local emergency here in the Capitol, it would require them, if they refused or the mayor of D.C. disagreed with that president, regardless of their party, it would require then that the president reach out to Maryland or Virginia or Mississippi or Michigan or California to get those guardsmen there. I think what we need to do, if we need to study this, I'm fine with that. But right now, we need to strike this language, and we need to keep the chain of command in D.C. straight to POTUS and straight to SecDef until we explore it and make sure that we know what we're doing rather than taking that away. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Further debate? Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in opposition to this amendment, and I'd like to point out to my colleagues that the whole reason why this structure even existed is because DC did not have local government. Local government now exists in Washington, D.C., and so I think it's important that we keep local control over decisions like these, and that is why I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. And I oppose this amendment as well. There are options, as there are in any state, even if the governor of a state does not want to use the Guard. It has been used where the federal government has nationalized it, federalized it, and used the federal Guard in that regard. But the city of D.C. is the only area in the country that doesn't have control over its own National Guard. And that played out in a series of problematic ways in the last year. When we had the protests that happened over the course of the summer, there was a lot of controversy about the way the D.C. mayor and D.C. police interacted or didn't interact with the Chief of Staff of the Army, and how they conducted themselves. Then certainly on January 6th, there was a lot of controversy about how that played out. D.C. should have the right to have some say in what goes on inside of their own territory, and the mayor of D.C. is in charge of that area. It will always be a cooperative effort, as it is now, for that matter, as it is in every state with the Guard. But I just feel that D.C. should have the same rights as every other state in terms of how the Guard is deployed within the territory that the mayor, in this case, governor in other cases, is responsible for. And so I would urge a no vote. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully disagree with you. D.C. does not need to have the same rights as every other state because D.C. is not a state. And until they do gain that status, I think they should be treated as such, a city.
Sorry, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. I do believe that the senior elected, chief executive elected officer of the District of Columbia, whether that person's a mayor or a governor, but is the top elected official with the responsibility to coordinate and fuse together resources to address things like civil disturbance and natural disasters and terrorist attacks. I think that the senior elected official in the District of Columbia should have similar control over the D.C. National Guard as my governor has in Maryland, and the governor of Mississippi and every other governor has. Do I think that addresses the challenges that arose on January 6th in terms of command and control and who was responsible for what? No. But I don't think that this amendment is about January 6th. I think this is an amendment about ensuring that the residents of the District of Columbia are led by a mayor who has at his or her full disposal the resources to address the kinds of activities that the National Guard is deployed throughout this country. I certainly respect my colleague from Mississippi. We travel to the National Training Center. He knows the Guard inside and out. There is no doubt about it. But I respectfully disagree with his view on the leadership and where of the D.C. National Guard, and for that reason, I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. Sure.
Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I presume that maybe this was covered in committee hearings. I would have sure enjoyed hearing the pros and cons to this. This is really the first time I've seen this come up. It surely merits more conversation. But with that, I yield to Mr. Kelly.
And I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. I think we need to study this. And if not, D.C. does not have the right of every other statehood. And if this is an end around to be D.C. statehood, then that's what we need to call it. However, Every city with a population of around 1 million does not need to have a National Guard at their disposal. If we do, then Memphis gets one. Los Angeles gets a National Guard that is answerable to their mayor. There is a difference between a mayor and a governor. There are constitutional differences between mayors and governors. And I do agree, D.C. may in some way need to have some input in that. But I don't think it's giving it to the mayor. And I think if we do that, we open it up to say if you're a city with over 1 million population, you should be able to have your own National Guard, and we don't need that. What we need is to take time and study this and do the right thing, but we don't need to leave this in the chairman's mark to allow the D.C. mayor to have authority that other mayors of larger or the same size cities do not have. And with that, I yield back.
Is there further debate? Mr. Bergman, sorry.
Thank you, and I wholeheartedly support Mr. Kelly's amendment. Having been involved in Title 32, Guard, Title 10, Department of Defense, and other agencies, it is hard enough when you're doing everything from disaster relief to humanitarian assistance to coordination for a civil unrest threat, to figure out in some simplest case, the unseen commander, who's bringing the resources, all of that. Now is not the time to inject another layer of government into this. The idea to study this in this unique situation of Washington, D.C., I believe we could all agree on both sides of the aisle that the goal is to keep our citizens safe and secure, to prevent any negative outcomes, and be able to respond in a coordinated effort to whatever outcome does occur, that we take care of all the, all the people who were involved in it to keep them safe. But this is not the time to add another layer to an already complex problem when it comes to coordinating Title 10 and Title 32. Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Opposed will say no. 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 Sorry, I'll slow that down. Depending on the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested. Further consideration of this amendment will be suspended. It is now in order to do amendment number 1338R1 as offered by Ms. Escobar. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. We all recognize and honor the hard work of our National Guard and the incredible sacrifices that they make when they have to leave their work and their lives and they're called to duty to serve honorably. This amendment, a quick summary of what my amendment would do: no deployment of a state's National Guard forces in another state, federal district, or U.S. territory, regardless of whether those forces are operating under this title, Title 10, or in state active duty, may be financed in whole or in part by a non-governmental grant, donation, or other private source of funding, unless for emergency or disaster relief efforts. My fundamental view is that what we have seen recently is our National Guard being funded by an outside source. I don't believe that our National Guard should be up for auction or up for sale. I think that limits transparency. We have no idea who is funding private donations for what some could or might possibly consider political purposes. We don't know if any of those sources are foreign government sources that are being funneled through private entities. We don't even know if those sources are adversaries to our interests. And so my amendment would essentially eliminate the putting up our National Guard for sale. unless for some reason, and I think this, I'm hard pressed to even want to do this, but unless for some reason there are no resources and the National Guard are needed for disaster relief or emergency relief, and even then the federal government should foot the bill. But that's it in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm opposed to the amendment. I think that's an absolutely ridiculous accusation that National Guards are up for sale. You know, the governor of one state would have to coordinate with the governor of another state, so you've got two or multiple sets of elected officials that would have to be in agreement for the Guard to be deployed into a separate state. There's just no reason for this amendment, and I'm opposed to it. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I do want to point out that sadly this is not a hypothetical. This actually did happen. All that coordination that Mr. Scott just mentioned would have to happen, happened. And a private person basically worked with the governor to rent out the National Guard to go perform a mission outside of that state. So you can have reasons for opposing this, but the fact that it's not going to happen is not going to be one of those reasons, because it did happen. And I share Ms. Escobar's concern that that is not the way the National Guard should be used, and we should in fact prohibit it. Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say I think this is an area that clearly falls under the authority of the individual state's governor. It's the governor that has the authority to fund and deploy the National Guard, and it should not be the role of Congress to restrict that authority. Regardless of the source of the funding, I would say that it is the elected governor that is ultimately accountable for such a decision, and the funding doesn't overcome that. For that reason, I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back in 1884, Congress passed the Anti-Deficiency Act, which basically said that if there are not appropriated funds for a government obligation, you can't make the obligation. That applies to the federal government, right? It means that even if we worked at the Department of Commerce and by goodness the printer broke and there's no money, so let me bring my printer from home under the Anti-Deficiency Act, you can't even do that. This is very much consistent with that. If you're going to obligate the National Guard, I'd like to see this for both in-state, interstate, and intrastate, and I know the reasons why we're not doing intrastate. But if you're going to obligate the National Guard to perform missions, you ought to have the funds. And if not, for the same rationale that 130 years ago or more, we passed the Anti-Deficiency Act, you shouldn't be able to use the dollars. So I support it. Do I think that the National Guard is up for sale? Absolutely not. Because again, I refer to my colleague, General Kelly. He's an honorable man. He's not up for sale. But do I think that decisions that are made by political officials, and these kinds of decisions are, this is why we have so many protections in the law, right? So that we don't have a mixing of interests, private dollars funding public officials or public expenditures. So governors could be influenced by that. That doesn't mean that the Guard's up for sale, but it means that public officials can be influenced by dollars, and that's why we have so many laws that try to keep those private dollars away from public decisions. This is a big public decision that one would make to deploy the National Guard to put them in harm's way. There ought to be public appropriations for that. So for those reasons, I support my colleague from Texas' amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Gallagher.
Well, I oppose the amendment. I echo the concerns voiced by my colleagues about the way in which this might undermine accountability at the state level, undermine accountability of governors. And I also wonder if there aren't unintended consequences in the way in which it might limit the ability of states to perform some missions. One can imagine disaster relief being part of that. And so I just worry that there's a series of secondary and tertiary effects that we might not be thinking of. I understand the incident that motivated this, but I worry it may limit missions that governors feel are important that could be funded from, from other governors or interstate cooperation. And so I just would encourage we study this issue a little bit further before we undermine state authority and unleash some unintended consequences.
Would the gentleman yield for
Yes, ma'am.
20 seconds?
Yeah.
That's why in the amendment it exempts the emergency situations that you mentioned.
Yeah.
And so that we right now, we don't know who funded the use of the National Guard. As I mentioned, by raising outside funds and with zero transparency, it could have been someone adverse to our interests. It could be an outside foreign government. But I took into consideration your concern, and that's why I wrote that in as an exemption.
I appreciate that. And obviously I think, different governors could define different contingencies, different way. I wonder if there's a way to get at the transparency issue without raising some of the concerns that my colleagues have raised about state authority and governor authority in this area. Admittedly, I don't have that solution right now. I'd be eager to work with you on it, but that is my concern, and I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Seeing none, and I hesitate to point this out, but we have not yet had anyone participating virtually weigh in on a debate. I do not wish to encourage that in one sense. On the other hand, if you are confused about how to do that, please clarify that with your staff. We do not wish to exclude you from the discussion. Having said that, and gotten myself in trouble, the question occurs on the amendment offered by Ms. Escobar. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log number 1407. Amendment offered by Ms. Sherrill. For what purposes does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purposes of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Rogers, for bringing this amendment up for consideration. I'm bringing this amendment because I believe deeply in ensuring that the role of our military as an apolitical body is protected. In recent years, we've seen too many examples of our men and women in uniform being used to further partisan political goals. I believe that Congress has the responsibility to guard the rights of the American people, and since the 19th century, American citizens have been able to have confidence that the armed forces are there to protect them, not police them. We've all seen over the past 18 months National Guard units step up to help, whether it be with natural disasters or COVID-19, under Title 32 orders. Unfortunately, last year we saw a novel interpretation of Title 32 under which Guard units from out of state were brought to Washington, D.C. to perform law enforcement functions. We know that the law specifically prohibits our military from acting in a law enforcement capacity when under federal command, except in very clear circumstances. The Posse Comitatus Act exists for a reason, to protect Americans and our service members from having the military act as a police force. Likewise, the Insurrection Act exists for a reason, to guarantee that the President has the ability to ensure that Americans' constitutional rights are protected even when facing stiff opposition or outright insurrection. The use of Title 32 that we saw last year was an end run around both of these protections. When I brought this amendment last year, I heard objections. Many of you had concerns that had this amendment been enforced during the Civil Rights era, it would have prevented presidents like Eisenhower from using the National Guard to support school integration. This is not true. President Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson followed the law. When Americans' constitutional rights were threatened, they invoked the Insurrection Act and deployed Guard units. My amendment would not change that. Congress and this committee has a responsibility to protect the role of the military in American society, and we have a responsibility to make sure that no president, regardless of party or political climate, has the ability to circumvent the law that is meant to protect everyone. I urge you all to support my amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Further debate on the amendment. Mr. Gallagher.
I respect my colleague immensely, but I oppose the amendment. I worry that any attempt to alter the current statute and executive orders affecting the way that the D.C. Guard is administered and employed could impact the support to federal and law enforcement agencies, such as the Marshal Service, U.S. Park Police, U.S. Secret Service in the District of Columbia. For example, I fear this may have prevented the use of National Guard in cases like James Meredith at University of Mississippi, Brown versus Board of Education. It could potentially delay the deployment of the National Guard in a time-sensitive situation, consider a national disaster, civil unrest, as well. And the National Guard Bureau feels there is no need for governors' consent if they're already in control of the National Guardsmen. So with that, I oppose the amendment. I yield back.
Ms. Escobar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the gentlelady from New Jersey, for her amendment. Our National Guard troops perform vital missions across the nation under Title 32 orders, and over the course of the COVID-19 pandemic have proved themselves to be irreplaceable to helping defeat this virus. However, last year we saw what can happen when the executive branch takes advantage of the Title 32 process and use National Guard troops to police Americans. The actions performed by the executive at the time were a drastic overreach, and this amendment provides a simple solution by requiring consent from each state or district involved in a troop deployment under Title 32 orders. This will ensure that the states have a say in where and why their National Guard troops are deployed and prevent future presidents from using these troops as a pseudo-police force. Thank you, and I yield back.
Ms. Slatkin.
I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Sherrill.
Thank you to the gentlelady from Michigan. I just want to make clear this does not change historically what we have used our Guard troops for when they are deployed under Title 32 orders, not Title 10 orders, which are military orders. If the President wishes to use our troops to protect our civil rights and civil liberties, that is something that he or she can do under the Insurrection Act, as has been done historically, and that is how our presidents in the past have utilized troops in that manner. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly.
Like my colleague, Mr. Gallagher, I also respect Congressman Sherrill very, very much, and I respect Congressman Brown quite a bit. He and I are friends. On this, we disagree. You know, Ole Miss is in my district, and I truly believe that had it taken longer, James Meredith would not have been admitted into Ole Miss. And you can say that it might have, or he can declare the Insurrection Act, but we know around this nation right now we have some governors who do not want to enforce federal laws because they disagree with them. That is not their prerogative. This would allow a governor who thumbed their nose, or a mayor who thumbed their nose at the federal law which they disagree with, to not allow troops there if it was something that didn't rise to the level of insurrection. And I would just say, we're very, very dangerous ground when we don't allow this. There's not an example that someone can give me where a governor not being allowed would have made it better. If it is a federal law and it is enforcing federal law or enforcing something that is in favor of the federal government, our president, regardless of which party, should be able to send the National Guard, federalize them to respond to that. Otherwise, I will tell you, it is not right if you are in a state that is racist to say, I don't want to comply with the civil rights laws, to not allow. My governor can just say, I don't believe that that is right, and I don't allow them in. I think we need to leave it like it is. It's worked well in the past. If we need to declare the Insurrection Act, the president, the chief executive can do that, but we shouldn't require them to do that because some things will not rise to that level, and we don't want to take away the ability to do the right thing in America ever. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Mr. Courtney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield to Representative Sherrill.
Thank you to the gentleman from Connecticut. Mr. Kelly, actually, that is how Mr. Meredith was protected. As the President used the Insurrection Act, that is traditionally how presidents have protected civil rights and civil liberties. The recent administration used it. It was an aberration, really, from the traditional law. There is a posse comitatus act which protects and prevents our military forces from acting as a police force. This is to protect citizens in this nation who should not face a military as a police force. That has always been the interpretation, and this simply reasserts the traditional interpretation of the law.
Thank you. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Hearing none, the question occurs on the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider log number 700. Offered by Ms. Spear. For what purposes does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This amendment is really about basic fairness. The Affordable Care Act requires insurance coverage of FDA-approved contraception without copays, but those benefits do not extend to TRICARE. Why should our military families have fewer rights than those they serve to protect? Right now, active duty service members do not pay copays for contraception, but dependents and non-active duty service members do. This disparity impacts a large population, since only 20% of all contraceptive medications filled by TRICARE are for service members. Birth control is health care, plain and simple. It enables people to achieve their educational, economic, and professional goals by allowing them to plan for and space their pregnancies. For military families, it's vital to ensure readiness, well-being, and equality. It's also critical for treatment of health conditions like endometriosis and as a tool for menstrual suppression. To quote patients, birth control is more than just the obvious. It helps control painful symptoms so we can function in our normal daily lives. Out-of-pocket costs for birth control can be insurmountable as an insurmountable barrier. The total cost of long-lasting methods such as IUDs can exceed $1,000, which can lead to women delaying or foregoing care altogether. One study conducted before the ACA benefit found that only 25% of women who requested an IUD went through with it after learning about the costs. Another study found that women spent between 30 and 44% of their out-of-pocket health care costs on contraception alone. For our military families, that's about $600 a year for birth control pills. Service members and their families deserve to be able to take their reproductive well-being and their goals for their families and careers into their own hands. Saddling our military families with fewer rights than the civilian population is simply wrong-headed and unjust. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Further debate. Ms. Hartzler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Spears' amendment would lead to taxpayer-funded destruction of developing human lives. This amendment lifts the copay requirements for contraception for the service members' families, increasing federal funding for abortion-causing drugs and putting taxpayers' consciences at risk. And the one specifically that I'm concerned about is Plan B. It is what's called emergency contraception, which TRICARE does cover for the service member. But right now, our taxpayer does not have to pay for it for their dependents. And this Plan B may cause abortions by preventing a newly conceived embryo from implanting in the womb, ending a unique human being's life in its earliest days. Our military prides itself on protecting Americans and our allies around the world, and it should extend that protection to the most vulnerable members of our society, unborn babies. Our service members also fight to protect Americans' cherished freedom of conscience, and we should not trample on this freedom by spending more taxpayer dollars on something that many Americans find abhorrent. So I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. Yield back.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs of California for 3 minutes. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to speak in support of Representative Steyer's amendment to eliminate cost sharing for contraception for TRICARE beneficiaries. We already don't pay our service members enough, especially the young enlisted ones, and having our service members who need birth control pills have to pay a cost sharing when we don't ask the same thing from civilians is simply unfair. I also want to speak in particular about emergency contraception that my colleague just talked about. It is important that we support and cover all forms of contraception. We know, and many studies and doctors have shown, that emergency contraception prevents pregnancy and does not harm any existing pregnancies. It is critical care for our service members and their families, and they deserve uninhibited access to all forms of contraception and family planning. We are asking so much of our military families. The least we can do is make it easier for them to plan when they're ready and when they want to have a child. Thank you so much. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Escobar is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to speak in support of my colleague and my MilPERS chairwoman, Representative Spears' amendment. Earlier today, we heard from one of our colleagues in the majority. She spoke about equity. In fact, Ms. Luria spoke about equity and parity and ensuring that in healthcare that we create systems for our military that are similar to those that exist for civilian personnel. There's bipartisan support for what she is leading on, and from my perspective, this is very similar in that we are trying to create equity and parity, trying to ensure that the women in the military have access to the same kind of benefit that they would have if they were not in the military. We are doing everything possible and should do everything possible to maintain the talent that we have, to maintain the diversity and grow the diversity that we have. And this would be one of those tools and vehicles, is my view, to ensuring that women have access to the same kind of care and benefits inside the military that they would outside of it. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much in support of our chairwoman, Ms. Spear, for introducing this very important piece of legislation, and I rise in support of it, and I want to emphasize Ms. Escobar's thoughts on equity and inclusion and making sure that we retain the people that we are able to support and enlist in our militaries. And the ways to retain them largely are in support of their families as well as the active duty member, and also in support of those who are non-active duty as well. And that's what this bill is trying to address, is that inequity that exists right there, where we're competing with the outside economy for people, highly skilled and highly talented people, and we should expect and demand that they have similar, if not better, benefits than those on the outside economy do. I also want to make sure that we talk about this in the sense that this is, I rebut any effort or objection to restricting the Spear Amendment or refuting that it should only cover regular methods of contraception, because I believe that that's clearly an attempt to carve out certain forms of birth control, including emergency contraception and also including IUDs from coverage. Such an effort is part of a broader and more extreme effort to conflate abortion and contraception and to block access to any type of reproductive health care. All contraceptive methods prevent pregnancy. They do not interfere with an existing pregnancy, and any claims to the contrary are not based in science. Our service members and their families deserve access to every method of contraception, and that includes emergency contraception. Emergency contraception is as important of an option to someone who has had unprotected sex, their primary method of birth control has failed, or they have been sexually assaulted. I stand in violent support of this particular amendment, and I yield back my time.
Further debate. Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Ms. Fire.
I thank the gentleman. I have great respect for my colleague, Ms. Hartzler, but I really must correct the record. every FDA-approved contraceptive method, including emergency contraception, acts before implantation and is not effective after a fertilized egg has implanted successfully in the uterus. Not that we want to get specific here, but the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists make the point that all types of emergency contraception are effective only before a pregnancy is established and therefore are not abortifacients. And I yield back the rest of my time.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to Ms. Hartler.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, maybe you misunderstood, but the concern with Plan B is that a baby, it's like, when does life begin? And many people believe, including myself, that's upon conception. And so even before implantation, there's a little life that's getting ready to be implanted. And what Plan B does is prevents that implantation. So in our view, it is taking a life. If that Plan B had not been taken, that life would have been able to been implanted and it would grown to full development, and it would become a little girl, a little boy that would contribute to the world. So just wanted to clarify, I understand that, but we believe that before implantation, there's still life, and Plan B takes it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to recognize Jackie Spear's leadership on gender equity issues. And I was honestly surprised that this amendment isn't going en banc in the year 2021, that we're actually debating the issue of birth control for women. Last I checked, the Supreme Court resolved this issue in 1965 in Griswold versus Connecticut, where the court said that people may have different personal beliefs, but the right to contraception is actually a right rooted in our Constitution. And here we are in 2021 with members saying that military families, some of the individuals shouldn't have access to birth control. Is that really a valuable use of this committee's time? I mean, think about what people are going to think 10 years from now, that there were people on this committee who weren't in favor of women getting birth control as something that was decided in 1965. I just admire Jackie Spear for having the guts to fight for sort of basic gender equality she'll be vindicated years from now. And I admire her persistence, and I feel bad that things like this aren't just common sense and aren't being passed en banc. I yield back my time.
Thank you. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to correct the gentleman who just spoke. The debate isn't about access, it's about paying for it. So I just want to make sure that's clarified. And then I just want to echo what, Congresswoman Chair Hartzler said. The issue of implantation, we have things called ectopic pregnancies and things like that because the egg can actually be fertilized well before it gets to the uterus. And so an ectopic pregnancy, dangerous. I'm an ER physician. We rescue those patients when they come in and have those circumstances. So the point is, if you believe that life begins at conception, when the DNA is there, interestingly enough, in vitro fertilization happens, and then they put those fertilized eggs on ice. There was an incident where some of those eggs were destroyed recently, and the headlines were, "What a tragic loss of human life." So lots of people think that way. Lots of people think that once the DNA is complete, that the human being is there, and so things that prevent implantation actually destroy that life. After implantation isn't the issue in this particular bill as I understand it. So the point is made that the conception is when that life begins for many of us, myself included, and that's why I'm voting no.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? No, we already got him. Any further debate? Hearing none. All those in favor of the amendment offered by Ms. Spear will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Ask for a roll call vote, please.
Roll call has been requested. The further discussion of this amendment will be suspended. Before we're moving on to the next amendment here, it is my plan to do some roll call votes probably, 5:30-ish. And as we get through those roll call votes, we will then have a break for dinner. I'm thinking an hour. I think that probably works. So I don't know, dinner, and it depends on how long those votes take, but somewhere between 6 and 6:30. So we'll try to take a series of votes around 5:30. And then take a dinner break once we're done with those votes. Just as a point of information, you might not know this, but do you know how many roll call votes there are currently in the queue? 17. I'm hearing all kinds of comments from the peanut gallery, but for the ones who actually know.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 recorded votes.
There are four recorded votes in the queue. All right.
In the queue.
Including the one we just did, I assume.
Yes, sir. No. Yes, sir.
Okay.
4.
Right. All right. It is now in order to consider log number 910, amendment offered by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Surprisingly, the number one issue that I've heard from service members about in recent weeks, vaccine mandates. There's increasing concern that based on the Secretary of Defense's demand for 100% compliance with vaccine mandates, with unfortunate support from the leadership of this committee for vaccine mandates, people who already have natural infection COVID immunity could be forced to take a vaccine. And I am increasingly persuaded that those who have natural infection immunity have a greater likelihood of side effects as a consequence of the vaccine. And that's not to say that I'm anti-vaccine. I'll tell you, my parents took the vaccine. It was the right decision for them. I know plenty of people who've taken the vaccine, but to suggest that our military members, who are largely very healthy individuals. This is, they are comparative to the general population in better shape, have fewer comorbidities, and any frailties that they have could potentially impact side effects of the vaccine. There's been no study on the impact of readiness from vaccine mandates, and so this amendment would simply say that if someone could demonstrate that they have already had coronavirus and that they've developed natural infection immunity, that they would not be subject to these mandates. Mr. Chairman, I was quite surprised to learn that on a question of whether or not DOD service members are going to get stuck in the arm with a needle, we got a cross-referral, lack of proper order notice with potential referrals to the Homeland Security Committee and the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, which just seems wild to me. I don't know much what they do over at TNI, but I thought it was like roads and bridges and stuff. But the notion that they would somehow be involved in a decision that is so central to our military personnel
Would the gentleman yield for just one quick second?
Yeah, I will withdraw the amendment if
I just want to, you're forgetting about the Coast Guard.
Very well. So if the Coast Guard were removed, would it not draw subsequent referrals? Perhaps
probably not to TNI, but probably to the others.
I appreciate the indulgence of the chairman. Mr. Chairman, why is it that the Homeland Security Committee gets to tell the Armed Services Committee whether or not DOD employees have to be subject to vaccine mandates?
See, I don't know the answer to that question. I got myself in trouble by answering the first one.
But if we remove the Coast Guard, okay, well.
It wouldn't help you with Homeland.
Very well. Perhaps with an amendment on the floor, those subsequent referral issues will not be a problem, and so I'll withdraw until that time.
Sure. Thank you. The amendment is withdrawn. It is now in order to consider Amendment 1473R1 by Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a physician, I looked at the data on the coronavirus and I chose to take the vaccine. I also understand that the law allows the Department of Defense to mandate vaccines once they've been FDA approved. And as a former commander, I also understand that commanders want to arrive at a location knowing that a large portion of their force isn't going to go down with an infection. However, in the past, the vaccines mandated had decades of longitudinal data to understand how the vaccine affected tissue over time. Keep in mind that this vaccine has been available less than a year and approved by the FDA less than a few months. Some Americans obviously have reservations about taking such a recently developed vaccine, and based on this lack of longitudinal data, I believe that punishing military service members who refuse to take the vaccine is unfair and could undermine the strength of our all-volunteer force. That's why this amendment prohibits the Department of Defense from discharging service members without an honorable discharge solely because they chose not to get the vaccine. Any discharge other than honorable denotes a failure to serve the United States to the best of one's ability, and it significantly impacts an individual for the rest of their lives, future employment, things of that nature. Our men and women in uniform put their lives on the line to serve, and we should not destroy their lives with a dishonorable discharge just for making a personal medical decision. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. One big thing that's missing in this whole debate is that you're not just getting vaccinated for yourself. You know, if it was an individual choice and if it only impacted that particular individual, I mean, even if it only impacted that particular individual's readiness, you know, because you can make an argument within the military, okay, it's your individual choice, but it's going to impact readiness, so you have to make that decision. It impacts everybody else, and that is the problem. The more people who contract the disease, even if they're young and healthy and, knock on wood, you know, relatively likely to get through it okay, they spread it to other people. And we are seeing that happen throughout this country to devastating effect right now. And you know, personal story from a friend who, you know, family didn't get vaccinated, son caught it, gave it to his father, father died. That is happening all over the place. So part of what I hope we will consider here is what we are asking our service members to do is to do something to protect the country. And frankly, I find this astonishing. We ask service members to put their lives on the line. I mean, forget about before they go to Afghanistan or Iraq and actually fight. I mean, you all, many of you have been through it. You know, the training that you're put through, you're asked to jump out of airplanes, you're asked to go through survival school, all manner of different incredibly risky things, and you are asked to do that so that you can protect your fellow Americans. So what we're asking service members to do now is to take a shot to protect their fellow Americans, okay? Is there absolutely zero risk from that shot? No, okay? But I'll say this. There is a hell of a lot less risk from that shot than there is jumping out of an airplane, okay? Than there is going through survival school, than there is all manner of different other things that we ask them to do without batting an eye. So all we're asking them to do is to help protect the country by getting vaccinated so that there is less of the disease to spread. That is a huge part of what we're doing. And it is just baffling to me that service members and everyone supporting them doesn't sign up for that, okay? You put your life on the line to take the pledge, to do all sorts of stuff to protect the country, and you won't take a shot to protect the country? It's something that as long as I live, I will never understand, okay? So I oppose this amendment. We need to do everything we can to get as many people vaccinated in this country as is humanly possible. Now, I should also point out that the science makes it very clear that there is virtually no risk from getting this shot, okay? We asked service members to get vaccinated for all manner of different things. In fact, we asked them to get vaccinated against, what's the CIPRA? Anthrax, okay? You know, now that's a shot. To get vaccinated against anthrax, for those of you in here who have gone through it. So I oppose this amendment. We need to get people vaccinated to stop people dying in this country. And we need to do everything we can to encourage it. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your view. I disagree. I have been very open that I believe that the military should be able to require these vaccines. I think every person of sound judgment in this country should take a vaccine. However, I think Mr. Green's amendment is meritorious. If somebody in good faith in the military says, I can't do it, they shouldn't be stained for the rest of their lives with a dishonorable discharge. That's just completely unreasonable. If they say, I can't do it, I'm ready to go back into the private sector, give them an honorable discharge and send them on their way. I yield back.
Mr. Carvajal.
I pass.
I'm sorry. Actually, if the gentleman can yield for a question. I'm not sure the amendment sheet that I have here, and I oppose it either way, but just
Yes, sir.
I want clarification here that it says it prohibits adverse action against a service member, not just discharge, but any adverse action against the service member.
Yes, basically, if a person gets a discharge, for example, even if they get an honorable discharge, they could get a letter of reprimand or something like that.
That's not my question. I'm not asking, my question is, the amendment seems to say that they're prohibited from any adverse action against the service member, even busting in rank, anything. So
agree. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
that
it's
is what I'm
not-
saying.
I mean, it'd be a little bit different if you were saying they couldn't be dishonorably discharged, but I just want to assure Mr. Rogers understands. So in effect, you know, if there is no punishment, I mean, if there's a speed limit and no one's around to enforce it, there is no speed limit. Okay?
Yeah, they can
So-
kick them out of the military and give them an honorable discharge.
Well, no. But what I'm saying is, if your amendment passes, they can't do anything to them for refusing the shot.
That's correct. They would just have an option to get out of the military.
So I just want to point out, for those of you who, you know, wherever you want to be on this is fine, but if you support this amendment, you're basically saying that you don't have to require a vaccination because there's no adverse penalty for requiring it.
For this specific virus, because of the lack of longitudinal data.
Got it.
And,
Okay.
and I, as I said, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I understand why a commander needs to be able to have the ability to mandate a vaccine. And I took that anthrax shot you mentioned, which, by the way, Rumsfeld lost in a court battle.
Yeah.
Right. But I took it. I took rabies. I took Japanese encephalitis. I took all of those because my commander had the legal right to make me do that. But there were decades. I mean, most of our vaccines are, I mean, some of them are 43 years in the making, and we have all this longitudinal data.
I understand the broader argument. I'm just trying to make that narrow point to make
Well, I
sure
appreciate
people
that.
debating it do understand it. I'm sorry, Mr. Rogers.
But I want to make sure I understand that if they choose not to take the mandated vaccine, they are required to exit the military.
It can be required to.
That is the consequence of not taking.
It doesn't require, the bill doesn't require them to force them out, but if they force them out, they can't give them a dishonorable discharge.
Well, now we're getting into the area the chairman's talking about. I don't see how you can stay in the military if you're not willing to be vaccinated, which means you're deployable.
They could
'Cause if
choose.
you're not deployable.
It doesn't
we don't need-
prevent them, Mr. Ranking Member, from kicking the person out.
Say what?
It doesn't prevent the Army from kicking them out.
Okay, so
All right,
that's
I
not
hate-
considered adverse action.
I'm sorry, I hate to drag the staff into this, but as I read the language, the amendment says it prohibits any adverse action against the service member. Okay, maybe I just don't understand what adverse action means, but it seems to be much broader than discharge. Mr. Gischetti, could you help us out there?
Sir, I think in this case, asking a service member to discharge or retire, essentially against their will in this case, could be considered adverse.
Okay, you guys are killing me here. I understand that. I understand that. I understand that if you are discharged from the military, certainly dishonorably, that is an adverse action. Got it. And that's what we're trying to get at. What I'm trying to get at is the language says it prohibits any adverse action. So what does that mean?
Sir, in effect, it means that nothing can be done to the service member for
This is what
refusing
I'm
that
saying.
shot.
All right, I got a whole
It
bunch of
says-
hands here, and I
I'm-
apologize.
just for a point of
Mr. Kelly, I haven't
clarification.
recognized you. Just one second. Just one second. I just want to get everything calmed down here. Got a lot of hands. We're going to get through everybody. We're going to start with Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly is recognized.
I just refer to line 13, I think it's on page 2, where it says adverse personnel action defined. which does define it, and it says, in this section, the term adverse personnel action includes any discharge other than honorable discharge. So I don't know if that clarifies it for me. That says
clarifies it a little bit. However, again, I went to law school and I apologize for that. But it says
me both.
Includes. It doesn't say just.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask you a quick question? If
Please,
we took section, section 7A, subparagraph 3 out with a verbal amendment, would that, my goal is to make sure soldiers aren't dishonorably discharged and ruined for life just because they make a medical decision.
Yeah. And if, in fact, the amendment in front of us is just to say they should not be dishonorably discharged for making this decision, I'd have to think about that one in a little bit more detail. It's vastly less troubling. But if, with everyone's permission, if we could, we got quite a bit more to get through here, so we got some time. If we could take a look at that, get clarity on that, and then we can have the debate on, if that's the gentleman's intent, then that's the amendment that should be before us.
Thank you.
And we should debate that. So we will suspend that one for the moment and move on to Mr. Gates. Let me just say, Mr. Gates, I remember years when you offered no amendments at committee. In prior years, yes. And I'm just being whimsical for the moment. So, Mr. Gates has before us log number 1486. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me for this amendment. And perhaps in the past, I got more of my amendments en banc.
Perhaps.
Than this
Will the
year.
clerk please, I'm sorry, you have an amendment at the desk you want to say?
I do.
Okay. Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was moved recently when I observed an online video of a statement given by a member of Armed Services, a Marine, Stuart Scheller. He reflected on the failures of our military leadership in Afghanistan, and particularly the big lie that was told over and over again in this committee room, in the Senate Armed Services Committee, by generals and politicians all over the country, that somehow we were building capabilities within an Afghan government and an Afghan military. The reality is, it was all a mirage. The Afghan government was a mirage, and like many mirages, when you get close, it just dissolves into the sand that has been stained by far too much American blood. And so this particular Marine made a video, put it online, and said he wanted answers. Answers from military leaders who suggested that they could trust the Afghan government to effectuate a withdrawal, that we should trust that by abandoning Bagram and moving to Karzai, that we would still be able to protect the interests of Americans and our allies. And there hasn't been the accountability that's been called for those telling the big lie, for those who kept us in Afghanistan far too long, for those who still might believe that another 5 months or 5 weeks or 5 years would create a different result than that which was inevitable in the takeover of the Taliban. But what wasn't inevitable were the deaths of our Marines, the abandonment of our fellow Americans, and the total catastrophe around the disorganization of this particular withdrawal. This particular Marine, Mr. Scheller, gave 17 years to our country fighting, and as a consequence of his statement, he is no longer a member of our armed services and was pressured to depart as a consequence of that statement. And so I think it should be the sense of Congress, embedded in this National Defense Authorization Act, that the treatment of Mr. Lohmeyer was not proper. That's my amendment.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Scheller. I yield back.
Oh.
I got the two. I yield back.
No, fair enough, fair enough. You know, there's a lot of detail here to get into, but my position and the reason I oppose this amendment is, you know, we could relitigate a whole lot of different individual decisions within the military. There are ways to appeal these, ways to go forward. I don't understand this case. I haven't looked into it. I haven't talked to the military. We haven't had the chance to research whether or not the military's discipline here was appropriate or not, and there are appeals processes in place. I do not think it is right to have this committee be part of that appeals process. I just don't. I don't think we have the knowledge base. I don't think we have the understanding to make a judgment on this one way or the other. So I oppose the amendment for that reason. Is there further debate? Anybody else want to speak? You look like you want to talk. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My opinion on this is I agreed with everything the gentleman said, but I just disagreed with the way he did it. As a former commander myself, there are certain ways that members of the military can go about disagreeing with their bosses, and doing it the way this was done was inappropriate. I also agree with you that it's not Congress's duty to adjudicate personnel actions of individual members of the DoD, and so I'll be voting against this.
Is there further debate? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 1485, also an amendment by Mr. Gates. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? And without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purposes of explaining his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that expressing Congress's disapproval with an action is a reversal of that action or even placing ourselves somehow in the chain of command. We are simply saying we disagree with the outcome, which is the elected leaders of our people. I think we ought to be able to opine on, not for the sake of some prior employment action, but for the sake of the vision and the policies and the culture of the military that we're a part of overseeing going forward. Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer gave an interview about a book he had written where he critiqued the military's embrace of critical race theory. And apparently people who support critical race theory in the military are allowed to express that opinion without a negative personnel action. But if you oppose critical race theory, if you critique it, if you have an indictment of the military's embrace of it, somehow you're a danger to the force unity and the force structure. So I disagree with that personally, and so I've offered this amendment to log Congress's displeasure with the treatment of Lieutenant Colonel Lohmeyer. And I yield back.
Thank you. I oppose this amendment, and again, I want to emphasize as well, one of the biggest reasons, if I knew all of the facts that were contained in this, then, maybe you could say Congress should disapprove of it. But I'll tell you, I've worked on enough issues as a member of Congress, and I'm sure all of you had, where people come to me and say, here's what happened. And they walk through it, and I think, gosh, that's terrible. And then I look into it and go, well, okay, that's not actually what happened. There were a few other things going on here that we were unaware of. That's the main reason. I certainly think it is questionable for this committee to engage in judging personnel decisions of the military for other reasons. But the biggest one up front is we don't know what the heck we're doing. If you're involved in an employment law case, you do all the research, you go in, you look what was said, what was done, what actually happened versus what people think, and you make an informed adjudication at that point. I just don't think we're in a position to make that informed adjudication, and so I oppose this amendment for the same reason. Hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment will say aye. All those opposed will say no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to, and it is now in order to consider log number 675, offered by Mr. Waltz. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes Mr. Waltz for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, we have a terrible situation in our country right now as it pertains to our Gold Star spouses and our Gold Star families. They rightly, given their sacrifice for all of our freedoms, receive a benefit, a survivor's benefit, from both the Defense Department and the Department of Veterans Affairs. However, should these spouses decide to move on with their lives, should they decide to remarry, they lose that benefit. That's unfair and that's wrong. And every Green Beret that I lost, every soldier that I know, knew what they were doing, volunteered for what they were doing, in many cases loved what they were doing, and when the worst happened, they would want their loved ones, and particularly their spouses, to move on and to be able to move on with their lives and not be faced with a choice of financial hardship or financial penalty should they decide to do so. We're now 20 years into the war on terror. It has not ended despite this administration and this president's proclamations. It is going to continue, and this is an ongoing retention issue. As special operators in particular, those on the pointy end of the spear, look to their left and right and see their families not being taken care of and how they should be. And finally, we have a whole ecosystem now of shadow marriages because of this dynamic. Unfortunately, in this case, we are, despite a significant increase apparently to the budget, we were not able to find the $8 million a year, $8 million a year, to continue this benefit for so many that deserve it. And I look forward to working with the committee in the future, but with that, I withdraw the amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn, and we will now consider log number 737 by Ms. Spear. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. And the chair recognizes the gentleman, for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before doing so, I just want to say to Mr. Wallace that I totally agree with him, and we're spending $29 billion on a lot of stuff. I'd love to see us spend some money on this, and I have personal reasons, having been widowed and having to survive on Social Security benefits for my children for a number of years. That did not cut off when I remarried, so maybe on the floor we can do something on that.
If the gentlewoman would yield for just one quick second, there's a point of clarification here, and it's the difference between mandatory spending and discretionary spending. And it doesn't necessarily undercut the argument, but it's unrelated to discretionary spending that we increase. That's an entirely different pot of money. Mandatory spending is much harder to come by. It doesn't change the basic. We found it in some instances, but it's not a matter of, well, we could have done it as part of the 29 or 23 billion. We couldn't have. It's mandatory. It's a different number. So we'll have to look at that. I'm sorry. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have a serious suicide problem in the military. This particular amendment is an effort to try and assist our service members to learn about safe storage. This does nothing to your right to bear arms. This does nothing to identify whether you have an arm or not. It is a voluntary, confidential survey of service members about lethal means safety to improve and monitor the effectiveness of the department's suicide prevention efforts. Lethal means safety is a powerful tool for reducing suicide. It should not be controversial. It was one of the 10 recommendations of President Trump's task force to prevent service member and veteran suicide. Recommendation 8 of that report reads, quote, increased implementation of programs focused on lethal means safety. For example, voluntary reduction of access to lethal means by individuals in crisis. Free, inexpensive, and easy, safe storage options. Safe storage works in 2 ways. It prevents unauthorized people, such as children who might be experiencing suicidal ideation, from accessing lethal means, such as medication and firearms. And for authorized users, it provides valuable time between an impulse and action. Just the seconds involved in disabling a gun lock or opening a safe can be enough for some in crisis to change their minds and prevent a death by suicide. We know that more than half of the service members who die by suicide did not have mental health diagnosis. They were experiencing acute crisis. And we know that 60%, 3 in 5 of the service members and almost as many military family members, 55%, who die by suicide use a firearm to take their own life. So we cannot address this problem without talking about firearms. This amendment does not take away guns or otherwise restrict gun ownership. It also requires that any voluntarily provided information regarding gun ownership be kept confidential. It would help the DoD get data it needs to implement effective voluntary methods of promoting safe storages. Service members' suicides, unfortunately, are on the rise. The suicide rate for service members increased by 27% between 2014 and 2019.
Thank you. Any other members wish to be recognized? The chair recognizes Representative Jacobs. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go with Representative Gallagher first, and then Representative Jacobs next. Representative Gallagher for 3 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairwoman for her dedication to this issue. I think the ongoing problem of military and veteran suicide is one that all of us deal with every single day. Those of us who've served know friends that have taken their own lives, and all of us have constituents that deal with incredible problems. And so I think we're all united in an effort to try and reduce the amount of veteran suicide. That being said, I have concerns about this amendment. Some of them related to privacy, who would maintain the results of the service, the survey. Some related to Second Amendment, but most of them, I think, methodological. I mean, I guess I have some questions about who would be the initial population that we would do the survey on? How do we target that survey? And as I suspect it's voluntary because we recognize that there are problems with making it mandatory, well, then you have the results you get from the survey are going to be skewed and methodologically useless. You have what's called an endogeneity problem, right? I mean, if people are opting into it, you don't have a representative sample size. You could also get skewed results depending on geographically where the results come from, right? I mean, there's higher instances of firearms ownership in certain areas of the country than others, and so I'm just not sure that this would produce the results or the data that would actually help us prevent veteran suicide, to say nothing of the broader concerns about privacy that I have. But I thank the gentlelady for her work on this, and I've been on this committee for 5 years, and this is something I've seen a lot of committee members, Democrats and Republicans, try and do everything they can. I mean, that number of 22 veterans a day taking their own lives is, until we get that down to zero, mission is not accomplished. So with that, I oppose the amendment and I yield back.
Chair recognizes Representative Jacobs for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to voice my support for this amendment and thank Congresswoman Spear for her leadership on this and so many issues that are impacting our military service members and their families. I represent a proud military community. I know many of us do, and I think that I know from talking to my service members, from talking to veterans, that they know how important training is. They know exactly how dangerous firearms and other weapons can be and how much training they have to go through to be able to use them in the military. And I think that it's important to recognize just how difficult this summer has been for so many veterans and members of the military community. Right now, the Veteran Crisis Hotline is experiencing a severe surge due to Afghanistan veterans needing mental health care. So this bill is incredibly important, and we have to do everything we can to protect our service members as they're protecting us. And we can't move forward with the right solutions if we don't have the right data, and that's what this is all about. This type of survey from service members would help DoD know which populations to focus on for incentives or education, what incentives would be effective, what misconceptions need to be addressed, and monitor whether education and incentives are effective at increasing safe storage practice by service members. These are confidential surveys. We don't want or need to know which service members have guns, how they store them, but without information about the population-wide practices and attitudes, it's hard to design effective ways to encourage service members to voluntarily Adopt the safe storage practices that we know work and that we know so many gun owners across this country support. An average of 20 service members and veterans die by suicide every single day. Since 9/11, more than 30,000 active duty personnel and veterans have died by suicide. We owe it to them to do everything we can to help prevent any more. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back.
Is there any further debate on the amendment? Hearing none, all those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Pending the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order. I did even give you like a dramatic pause there.
Like a unanimous consent agreement that
but basically,
if there's food in your mouth, you can't ask for a vote.
Yes, no, the gentleman's request will be honored. A recorded vote is requested, and we will take it up with the rest of the recorded votes when we get there. It is now in order to consider log number 926, amendment by Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, amendment number 926. I ask for its consideration at this time.
I ripped it. It is dispensed with, and the chair recognizes the gentleman for the purpose of explaining his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of folks know that we've been, a lot of us on both sides of the aisle, working very hard for our K2 veterans, those that were at the base in Uzbekistan, the increased incidence in cancer, as high as 500% higher than their similar aged population groups. This air base is basically where, if you saw the movie 13 Strong, the lead elements going into Afghanistan staged from this base. We know now that there were all sorts of toxins that are probably the cause of this increased incidence of cancer. This amendment would essentially force the consideration of any health condition to be caused by those toxins and would provide the benefit through the VA for those soldiers who served there and wound up with the condition. Unfortunately, the Veterans Committee did not give a waiver granting this to be heard in this committee. So because of that, Mr. Chairman, I withdraw this amendment.
Thank you. It is now in order to consider log number 1318R2, offered by Ms. Escobar. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Will the clerk please distribute the amendment? Yeah. Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman for the purpose of explaining her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fiscal year 2018 NDAA required the General Services Administration to establish and manage a pilot program using e-commerce marketplace platforms to enable federal agencies to purchase commercial off-the-shelf products. Essentially, we were paying a portal provider to serve the federal government and run the portal for us. Congress directed GSA to include multiple commercial e-commerce portal providers in pilot tests to validate their suitability as procurement vehicles and not to focus only on a single marketplace model or a single provider. Now, over 3 years since Section 846 was enacted, although GSA identified 3 credible e-commerce purchasing channels, it is testing only one model, the Amazon e-marketplace platform. GSA's award to 3 vendors, the most prominent being Amazon Business, ignores explicit congressional direction to test several e-commerce platforms. By designating a single winner, the Amazon e-marketplace model, GSA locked out competing solutions of small, medium, and large businesses. Choosing one platform is not a test. I want to share with my colleagues that small business owners in my district actually brought this issue to my attention. GSA failed to examine Amazon's past conduct emphasized by recent House Judiciary Committee legislation addressing Amazon's conduct as a platform manager and supplier, in consumer and commercial markets and its detrimental effect on competition, opportunity, quality, and choice. My amendment, and I want to thank the House Judiciary Committee and my colleagues there who sit on that committee addressing Amazon's anti-competitive behavior, but this amendment specifically would prevent Amazon from being both a platform manager and a supplier. Since fiscal year 2018, I have come to this committee, 2019, I've come to this committee with the same concern from small businesses in my district. This amendment would protect small businesses, protect competition, and ultimately strengthen this pilot program. I want to thank the House Oversight Committee, Homeland Security, and Judiciary Committees for granting waivers in recognition of the importance of these guardrails. However, I will be withdrawing my amendment. I am going to continue to work on this issue, and in a standalone bill that I intend to introduce in the upcoming weeks, I'm going to encourage my colleagues to join me in this fight to protect our small businesses, especially after they've faced unimaginable loss and pain due to COVID-19. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. We are now going to bring up the amendments that we have recorded votes requested on. They will be up on the screen there, so you can all take a quick minute to absorb them. There are 5. Got to remember which ones are which here. So if we could just read the brief description so we know what we're voting on. The first one, Mr. Wall's log 680 is which?
Sir, I'm going to have to get staff to do that for you.
Sure.
I can read you which, but I won't have the information on what the bill is about.
Happy to describe.
Sir, I'm happy to read the bill the amendment description is submitted.
Yeah, I think this is the DoD Olympics thing, isn't it?
Bans the sale of products on Olympic sponsors on military installations for 4 years unless they pull out of their sponsorship for the 2022 Winter Olympics in Beijing, China.
Right, yes. It's that Olympics thing. So the first one, not the second one. This is the one that would prohibit, if you sponsor the Olympics, you can't sell stuff on DoD installations. With that, the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. No. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Courtney. No. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott. No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. No. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Brooks. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton. Ms. Stefanik. Ms. Stefanik. Mr. Carbajal.
No.
Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna? Mr. Khanna? Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella?
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan?
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson? Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria?
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin? Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Ms. Carl? Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon? Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Lambourne? Mr. Lambourne votes no. Mr. Garamendi?
Aye.
Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik? Ms. Stefanik? Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson?
Johnson votes yes.
Okay, Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Sorry. Have all members voted?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Spear.
I would like to change my vote.
Ms. Spear is recognized to change her vote.
Spear, no.
Ms. Spear votes no.
Mr. Panetta. You got that? Sorry.
Mr. Panetta votes no.
Does any other member wish to change their vote? Ms. Loria.
I just wanted to acknowledge that Mr. Gallego was making hand signals, but I don't know if you recorded his vote. He's on the screen.
Mr. Gallego is recorded as having voted no.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
The hand signals could have been unrelated. Sorry. The clerk will report the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 22, the noes are 36.
The amendment is not agreed to. We will now take the roll call on Ms. Hartzler, log 935, which was her issue on the on defining extremism in the ranks. And the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner.
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks.
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik.
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna.
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating.
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella.
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim.
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan.
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow.
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman. Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin.
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz.
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill.
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar.
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden.
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice. Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria.
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin? Aye. Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean?
Did he call me? McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs?
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes aye. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon? Aye. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes no.
I found the extra one.
Good job.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will report the tally.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
Thank you. The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 1027R1 by Mr. Kelly. This is the provision in the mark. We put the DC mayor in charge of the DC Guard. This would strike that provision from the mark. And the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith votes no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin votes no.
Mr. Langevin votes no. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes aye. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes no. Mr. Turner?
Aye.
Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes no. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes aye. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes no. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes no. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes aye. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes no. Mr. Scott? Aye. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes no. Mr. Brooks?
Aye.
Mr. Brooks votes aye. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes no.
Mr. Gallego votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes no. Ms. Stefanik?
Aye.
Ms. Stefanik votes aye. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes no. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes aye. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes no. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes aye. Mr. Khanna?
No.
Mr. Khanna votes no. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes aye. Mr. Keating?
No.
Mr. Keating votes no. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes aye. Mr. Vella?
No.
Mr. Vella votes no. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes aye. Mr. Kim?
No.
Mr. Kim votes no. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes aye. Ms. Houlihan?
No.
Ms. Houlihan votes no. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes aye. Mr. Crow?
No.
Mr. Crow votes no. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes aye. Ms. Slotkin?
No.
Ms. Slotkin votes no. Mr. Waltz?
Aye.
Mr. Waltz votes aye. Ms. Sherrill?
No.
Ms. Sherrill votes no. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Ms. Escobar?
No.
Ms. Escobar votes no. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes aye. Mrs. Luria. Mrs. Luria. Mr. Franklin.
Aye.
Mr. Franklin votes aye. Mr. Morelli.
Morelli is no.
Mr. Morelli votes no. Mrs. McLean.
McLean votes aye.
Mrs. McLean votes aye. Ms. Jacobs.
No.
Ms. Jacobs votes no. Mr. Kahele.
Kahele votes no.
Mr. Kahele votes no. Mr. Carl. Mr. Carl votes aye. Ms. Strickland.
Strickland votes no.
Ms. Strickland votes no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes aye. Mr. Vesey.
BC, no.
Mr. Vesey votes no. Mr. Fallon. Mr. Fallon votes aye. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta votes no. Ms. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Murphy votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes no. Mrs. Luria.
Luria votes no.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye. On this vote, Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 28, the noes are 31.
The amendment is not agreed to. It is now in order to consider log 700 by Ms. Spear. This is the contraception copay issue, and the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith.
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin.
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner.
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Lamborn. Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney. Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi. Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler. Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear. Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott.
No.
Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross. Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks.
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego.
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves.
President.
You're not the president.
Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton. Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik.
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal. Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins. Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna.
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher. Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating.
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates. Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Vella.
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim.
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan.
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney. Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Crow.
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Sherrill?
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar?
Aye.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Mr. Golden votes aye. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria?
Yes.
Mrs. Luria votes aye. Mr. Franklin?
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean?
McLean votes no.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele votes aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
Vesey votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon? No. Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will record the tally.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 31, the noes are 28.
The amendment is agreed to. Last but not least for this series, we have Log 737 by Ms. Spear. This is the suicide prevention survey around lethal weapons. And the clerk will call the roll.
Chairman Smith?
Aye.
Chairman Smith votes aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Langevin?
Mr. Langevin votes aye.
Mr. Langevin votes aye. Mr. Wilson? Mr. Wilson votes no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson votes aye. Mr. Turner?
No.
Mr. Turner votes no. Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper votes aye. Mr. Lamborn? Mr. Lamborn votes no. Mr. Courtney? Mr. Courtney votes aye. Mr. Whitman? Mr. Whitman votes no. Mr. Garamendi? Mr. Garamendi votes aye. Mrs. Hartzler? Mrs. Hartzler votes no. Ms. Spear? Ms. Spear votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Norcross? Mr. Norcross votes aye. Mr. Brooks?
No.
Mr. Brooks votes no. Mr. Gallego?
Gallego votes aye.
Mr. Gallego votes aye. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Moulton? Mr. Moulton votes aye. Ms. Stefanik?
No.
Ms. Stefanik votes no. Mr. Carbajal? Mr. Carbajal votes aye. Dr. Desjardins? Dr. Desjardins votes no. Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown votes aye. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly votes no. Mr. Khanna?
Aye.
Mr. Khanna votes aye. Mr. Gallagher? Mr. Gallagher votes no. Mr. Keating?
Aye.
Mr. Keating votes aye. Mr. Gates? Mr. Gates votes no. Mr. Vella?
Aye.
Mr. Vella votes aye. Mr. Bacon? Mr. Bacon votes no. Mr. Kim?
Aye.
Mr. Kim votes aye. Mr. Banks? Mr. Banks votes no. Ms. Houlihan?
Aye.
Ms. Houlihan votes aye. Ms. Cheney? Ms. Cheney votes no. Mr. Crow?
Aye.
Mr. Crow votes aye. Mr. Bergman? Mr. Bergman votes no. Ms. Slotkin?
Aye.
Ms. Slotkin votes aye. Mr. Waltz?
No.
Mr. Waltz votes no. Ms. Sherrill?
Aye.
Ms. Sherrill votes aye. Mr. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Johnson votes no. Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar? Ms. Escobar votes aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Golden?
No.
Mr. Golden votes no. Mrs. Bice? Mrs. Bice votes no. Mrs. Luria?
No.
Mrs. Luria votes no. Mr. Franklin?
No.
Mr. Franklin votes no. Mr. Morelli?
Morelli is aye.
Mr. Morelli votes aye. Mrs. McLean?
No.
Mrs. McLean votes no. Ms. Jacobs?
Aye.
Ms. Jacobs votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Mr. Jackson votes no. Mr. Kahele?
Kahele is aye.
Mr. Kahele votes aye. Mr. Carl? Mr. Carl votes no. Ms. Strickland?
Strickland votes aye.
Ms. Strickland votes aye. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Vesey?
VC votes aye.
Mr. Vesey votes aye. Mr. Fallon? No. Mr. Fallon votes no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta votes aye. Ms. Murphy?
Aye.
Ms. Murphy votes aye. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford votes aye.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will record the tally.